Chapter 10:10. A palace appeared on the ground in front of them. The surroundings were silent, without a single sound. Everyone felt their breathing quicken. The palace of the moon deities? The palace of the extreme path saintess on the moon deities was enough to make even supreme beings go crazy, not to mention Gu Fei and the others. Chu Luqing was already stunned. The dark palaces were like hundreds of thousands of ancient divine mountains pressing down on their hearts, almost making it hard for them to breathe. The ancient palaces seemed to be built with ordinary stones, but they had been preserved to this day. It wasn't an immortal material, but it had an immortal divinity. The palace itself was already a miracle, and it was definitely blessed by the immortal divine runes. Otherwise, it couldn't have existed for so long. Unless it was an immortal material or an immortal medicine, nothing could withstand the merciless corrosion of time. Even rare divine metals would lose their essence and turn into useless scrap metal. There were dilapidated buildings all around the palace. Some had been turned into mounds of earth, while others were left with only rubble. This was a sacred palace surrounded by ruins. Only the houses and palaces had decayed, and only the palace in the center was intact. Gu Fei and the others recovered from their shock and walked towards the palace. The mountain and river cauldron floated above their heads, emitting a mighty force that could suppress the heavens and earth. The chaotic power of heaven and earth was suppressed, and there was no danger within 100 feet of them. Spatial cracks would appear from time to time. This was the extremely chaotic power of heaven and earth that tore through the void. This kind of power that could tear through the void was very frightening, and it could easily kill immortals and spirits. All tangible and intangible things would be obliterated, unable to exist. The dangers in the depths of the buried moon land were absolutely unpredictable. The laws of heaven and earth were almost non-existent, and this was a chaotic land of danger. Cultivating in such a place could ignore the restrictions of heaven and earth. This was also the reason why many great figures chose to take the risk and enter the buried moon land to undergo nirvana. Just as they were getting closer to the palace in front of them, something seemed to be moving around in the darkness. It was silent, but everyone could feel a dangerous aura. Is it the evil thing from before? Xiaoqing was a little nervous. A golden divine pagoda rushed out from the top of his head. The evil creature they encountered just now was too strange. I don't know. Gu Fei's expression was incomparably solemn. He felt that there would definitely be danger if he approached the palace in front of him. However, since he was already here, he wouldn't be satisfied if he did not explore the palace in front of him. Everyone continued forward, but they were all on high alert. Xiaoqing, He Tian, and Balan all used their saint weapons to protect themselves. Only Chu Luqing took out an emperor divine weapon to protect himself. It was a white jade bottle that was refined from sheep fat divine jade. There seemed to be sweet dew within it, and a strand of fragrance wafted out from the opening of the bottle, causing one's mind to become clear. This thing. When He Tian saw the jade bottle floating above Chu Luqing's head, his eyes immediately lit up, and a trace of surprise appeared on his face. What, do you know the origin of this emperor divine weapon? Xiaoqing asked. This He Tian had never been willing to let others know the depth of his strength. Very similar, but definitely not. He Tian murmured to himself. He seemed to have thought of something, but he didn't say it out loud. After that, he didn't say anything else. Chu Luqing was very surprised that He Tian could actually recognize his emperor divine weapon. He said, "This is a treasure I accidentally obtained from an ancient site of Buddhism." Buddhism. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but be startled. The aura emitted from the jade bottle was indeed peaceful, without any sharpness. It was very similar to the power of Buddhism. Even Gu Fei couldn't help but glance at the jade bottle. Damn, there really is something. He Tian suddenly shouted. He seemed to have seen something. Everyone was immediately startled. They were surrounded by ruins, and the world was silent. They couldn't hear any movement, and there was no sign of life. What did you see? Gu Fei, who was walking in front, stopped. They were surrounded by ruins, not an endless plain. Even if there was something hiding nearby, it would be very difficult to detect it. A figure. He Tian's expression was very solemn. Between the broken walls, he saw a blurry figure flash and disappear. This time, he wasn't mistaken. Impossible. Xiaoqing said. If there was someone, with their strength, how could they not notice anything suspicious? Moreover, there were no signs of human activity in the surrounding area. That's not a human. Balan, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. It's something like a ghost. He Tian said in a deep voice. Although he took a quick glance, his yin-yang godly eyes could see through the source. Just when everyone was in a state of shock, a faint and illusory figure silently walked out from the palace in front of them. There was no aura. If it wasn't for the fact that they could see it with their naked eyes, they wouldn't be able to sense the existence of this figure at all. Is it a ghost? Xiaoqing was shocked. Could it be that there were ghost cultivators in the heaven realm? It's not a ghost. Gu Fei said. He stared at the figure walking towards them. However, when it was a few hundred zhang away from them, Gu Fei only felt his vision blur, and the figure actually disappeared. It suddenly disappeared without any warning. It was like a mass of air, as if it had never appeared. Seeing this scene, everyone was inexplicably shocked. Chu Liuqing's eyes were protruding out. He was even more shocked than if he had seen a ghost. It was as if he had seen the most incredible and terrifying thing in the world. I didn't expect the legend to be true. We can't go forward. Chu Liuqing said with a trembling voice. He came from a big family in the heaven realm, so he knew many secrets of the heaven realm. What's going on? We've come all the way here. Are we going to retreat? He Tian said very unhappily. The palace in front of them was probably the legendary palace of the moon deities. He was afraid that no one would retreat. Everyone looked at Chu Liuqing. Everyone took a big risk to enter here in order to find the palace of the moon deities. Since the palace in front of them was probably the palace of the moon deities, no one would be satisfied if they didn't go in and explore. Didn't you see that the figure just now was the figure of a woman? Chu Liuqing said with a pale face. He seemed to be very afraid. The figure of a woman? Chapter 10-11. A blurry figure of a woman walked out of the silent palace in front of them and suddenly disappeared into the void. This scene made Gu Fei's scalp go numb. Chu Liuqing seemed to know something and was scared out of his wits. The figure that disappeared just now, even though it was only a few hundred feet away from Gu Fei and the others were not able to see the woman's face. It was blurry, faint, and difficult to capture. It was like an afterimage left over from countless years ago, but it also seemed like some kind of terrifying existence. Gu Fei and the others all felt the danger. However, the mountain and river cauldron floating above Gu Fei's head was a supreme sacred weapon that could suppress the mountains and rivers of heaven and earth. No matter what kind of evil thing it was, it could not get close to it. What the hell is that thing? Gu Fei stared at Chu Liuqing. The afterimage made him feel uneasy. If he did not figure it out, Gu Fei would never enter the palace in front of him. He was very determined. Moreover, he had a supreme sacred weapon in his hand and also obtained the inheritance of a supreme martial sage. There were not many things in the world that could tempt him. For Gu Fei, the inheritance of a supreme martial sage was more valuable than the inheritance of a moon deity's palace. He would rather not have the moon deity's palace. It was just a palace, and he did not know if the inheritance of a supreme martial sage was in it. Moreover, Gu Fei's inheritance of the martial ancestor was not inferior to the inheritance of a supreme martial sage on the moon deities. However, not everyone was as lucky as Gu Fei. The moon deity's palace was definitely a fatal temptation for others. If Gu Fei and the others spread the news that the moon deity's palace was in the buried moon land, it would definitely cause a sensation in the world. Countless practitioners would rush to this extremely dangerous place with red eyes. Let's get out of here. Chu Liuqing was frightened. Calm down, we have the extreme Tao Saint tool in our hands, we can go anywhere in the world. Xiaoqing said in a deep voice. Pa. He Tian was very direct. He directly gave Chu Luqing a resounding slap. This slap made Chu Luqing spin 3 times on the spot, unable to find his bearings. After a while, Chu Luqing finally calmed down. Is this really the extreme Dao Saint weapon, the Mountain River Cauldron? It's not a fake. Chu Luqing stared at the ancient cauldron above Gu Fei's head in shock. Fake my ass. He Tian wanted to slap Chu Luqing again. Bam! The pristine jade bottle above Chu Luqing's head began to vibrate, and a visible ripple spread out from it. He Tian quickly withdrew his hand. Boom! A huge star rushed out from his body, blocking that terrible fluctuation. Just now, Chu Luqing was not paying attention, so he was slapped by He Tian. At this time, Chu Luqing was on guard, so how could He Tian still slap him? Behave yourselves. Gu Fei had no choice but to speak out. These 2 guys were too much, especially that He Tian. Even at this time, he still did not forget to teach Chu Luqing a lesson. Could it be that this guy, He Tian, was really a character from the ancient times? Did he have a great enmity with Chu Liuqing's ancestors? Gu Fei was too lazy to care about these things. Now, he just wanted to know what the hell was that woman's figure, which could actually make Chu Luqing's soul fly away and scatter. Hurry up and tell me clearly. Gu Fei had run out of patience. No matter how he looked at the palace in front of him, it seemed like there was a great danger, and he was not willing to take risks. Tell me clearly what? Chu Luqing was scared by Gu Fei's stare. What do you want me to tell you clearly? Gu Fei stared at Chu Luqing and said. Is this guy playing dumb with me? Gu Fei secretly thought. Ah, this, you mean that woman's figure. She is a legendary existence. Chu Luqing recalled the scene just now, and his face suddenly became pale. Legendary existence? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Wasn't it just an afterimage? Perhaps it was a remnant image from hundreds of thousands of years ago. Could it be a threat? This is an evil spirit formed by the undying resentment of a fallen supreme saint. Chu Luqing said with a trembling voice. What? Everyone in Gu Fei's group was shocked. Chu Luqing's words were too frightening. An evil spirit formed by the resentment of a fallen supreme saint? How is this possible? Gu Fei and the others were stunned. Although supreme saints had disappeared for countless years, a supreme saint had actually fallen? Was this even possible? Supreme saints were the most powerful existences in the world. They could shake the world and were invincible in the heavens and the earth. How could such a person fall? It was really unbelievable. At this time, He Tian, who always disliked Chu Luqing, was silent and did not say anything. Gu Fei saw He Tian like this, and he could not help but feel a little uneasy. Could it be that even an invincible supreme saint could fall? Who could make a supreme saint fall? Gu Fei did not dare to imagine it. If such an existence really existed, it would subvert all the knowledge of the cultivation world. No, there was absolutely no such existence in the 3 realms and 6 paths. Gu Fei shook his head and then said, should we still go in? I'm afraid there are really unpredictable dangers in the palace of the moon deities. If we go in, I'm afraid our lives will be in danger. The evil spirit formed by the evil spirit of a supreme saint was not to be underestimated. Even though Gu Fei had the supreme saint weapon, he could not help but feel a little scared. It should be known that supreme saints were called immortal, and they were so powerful that they could shake the heavens. Although it was a resentment, it was still an unimaginable existence. The evil spirit seemed to be unable to walk out of the palace in front of them. That is, suddenly, Shaoqing pointed at the entrance of the palace in front of them and said with a trembling voice. Everyone looked in the direction little Qing was pointing, and they all sucked in a breath of cold air. They saw a blurry figure standing silently in the shadow of the open city gate. The figure was slender and graceful, but it was the figure of a woman. When everyone looked over, the mysterious figure once again disappeared in front of everyone. No one saw how the mysterious figure disappeared, as if it had directly integrated into the world and disappeared without a trace. Everyone could not help but look at each other. They all felt a chill from the bottom of their feet to the top of their heads, and they could not help but shiver. Chu Luqing was so scared that he directly fell to the ground. He pointed at the city gate with trembling hands and could not speak. There really is such an evil spirit. He Tian's face also became very ugly. There was an unknown and terrible existence in the city peeping at them. At this time, even He Tian was a little hesitant. Chapter 10-12. Everyone was hesitating. Without the mountain river cauldron, no one would be able to enter the depths of the buried moon land. Everyone was waiting for Gu Fei to express his opinion. No one had the confidence to enter the palace ahead. Even Shao Qing and the others with their holy weapons couldn't do it, because there was a terrifying evil spirit waiting for them inside. It was formed from the undying resentment of a fallen sage. Just the thought of it made one's scalp tingle. It was the resentment of a sage. Fortunately, Gu Fei had an extreme path holy weapon. Otherwise, they would have fallen into the evil spirit's hands by the time they got close to the palace. That evil spirit could roam around the palace. The surroundings were filled with dilapidated houses and city towers that had been weathered into mounds. Such ruins were very suitable for hiding. There were many skeletons among the ruins. It was clear that Gu Fei and the others were not the only ones who could reach this place. Over the countless years, many people must have entered the buried moon land. Even an invincible Emperor Xian from 50,000 years ago died nearby. What kind of existence was the invincible Emperor Xian from 50,000 years ago? He was invincible in the immortal world and could kill his way in and out of the 100,000 Devil Mountains. Such a person definitely had the opportunity to break through to the extreme path. He was probably close to proving his Tao, but he died here. There was no need to talk about the others. To enter or not to enter, even Gu Fei was in a dilemma. Boss, how can we return empty-handed after entering a treasure mountain? He Tian said. Although he knew that there was an evil spirit waiting for them in the palace ahead, he still wanted to enter. Big brother, I think we should retreat. Shao Qing, however, had a different opinion. After all, there was an evil spirit formed from the resentment of a sage in the palace ahead. This was not an ordinary evil spirit. It could be said to be the most terrifying and evil existence in the world. No one could remain calm when they encountered such a thing. They had a lot of cultivation resources. If they wanted spiritual medicine, they had spiritual medicine. If they wanted cultivation techniques, they had cultivation techniques. If they wanted weapons and treasures, they had weapons and treasures. Why should they take this risk? Yes, let's hurry up and leave. Chu Luqing said with a trembling voice and a pale face. Among all the people here, he was the most afraid. In his opinion, the evil spirits formed by the immortal resentment of the fallen sages were simply invincible. It was no wonder that no one had inherited the moon deities throughout the years. With evil spirits blocking the way, it seemed that no one had ever succeeded. Would they be the exception? No one dared to say that. The palace in front of them was too evil. To be honest, no one dared to enter it carelessly. The gate of the opposite tower was wide open. Looking in from the outside, all one could see was darkness. Even with He Tian's yin-yang god eye, it was difficult to see clearly. The palace in front of them had divine immortal runes laid down by a supreme Tao saint, which could block all probing. Unless a supreme Tao saint came, no one would be able to know what was going on inside. Just as everyone was hesitating, a strange fluctuation suddenly came from the nearby sky. What happened? Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. How could there be other people in the depths of the buried moon land? However, a powerful energy fluctuation tore through the void. Without saying anything, Gu Fei and the others immediately hid themselves in the shadows of the ruins. Although the mountain river cauldron was still floating above Gu Fei's head, the aura of an supreme Tao Saint Tool had been withdrawn. Swoosh! In the distant sky, a black light suddenly shot out, almost splitting the sky and earth in half. The void shattered, and a terrifying aura surged out from the spatial crack. Then, a pitch-black door appeared high in the sky. It was a void domain gate. Behind the gate, there was a monstrous demonic aura, and one could faintly hear demonic howls coming from behind the domain gate. There are actually demons crossing the domain? Everyone who was hiding in the ruins was very surprised to see this scene. To be able to open a void domain gate and cross the domain to come here, this was at least the means of the demons. It wasn't difficult to open a void domain gate. Grand Completion Immortal Emperors and Shin King could do it, but to stabilize a domain gate and make it exist for a long time, it would require a great amount of magic power and divine ability. High in the sky, the void domain gate was connected to a devil domain. The vast and mighty demonic aura that caused the heaven and earth to lose its color was terrifying, as if it wanted to demonize all things in the heaven and earth. Swoosh! 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 One terrifying demonic shadow after another appeared behind the void domain gate. Each of these demonic shadows exuded a terrifying demonic aura. They were like demonic mountains standing behind the void domain gate, giving off an extremely powerful sense of oppression. Is this the palace of the moon deities? An old voice came from the demon gate, reverberating in the chaotic heaven and earth, spreading far and wide, breaking the peace of this part of the heaven and earth. A tall demonic figure walked out from the demonic gate high up in the sky, and an extremely powerful aura immediately spread between the heavens and the earth. This was a terrifying great demon, perhaps even more terrifying than a Grand Completion Immortal Emperor. Gu Fei and the others didn't dare to make any moves. They hid in the dark and watched this scene quietly. The people of the demons really knew about the existence of the palace of the moon deities. The great demon didn't use any devil weapon to protect himself. He just stood in the chaotic heaven and earth. The chaotic heaven and earth energy that could tear the void apart actually couldn't get close to him. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei and the others couldn't help but be shocked. This was also good. It was not a bad idea to let these demons explore the way first. In the palace hall ahead, there could be a terrifying evil spirit lurking. However, these demons didn't seem to know about the existence of the evil spirit. 5 terrifying great demons walked out of the void domain gate, one after another. The vast demonic aura emitted from these 5 great demons almost collapsed the void. Even Gu Fei's heart trembled as he felt danger. Each of these 5 great demons was extremely powerful. They were definitely supremacies. When these 5 great demons walked together, perhaps even Emperor Xian's expression would change. After Great Demon Wu Zun came out, the void domain gate was silent for a while. Then, many experts of the demons walked out. In the end, behind Great Demon Wu Zun, there were actually thousands of experts of the demons standing densely. Demonic aura spread between the heaven and earth. Every expert of the demons was shrouded in a demonic light, which could resist the chaotic heaven and earth energy in the depths of the buried moon land. Obviously, these experts of the demons came prepared. No demons came out of the void domain gate. The leader of the 5 great demons was an incomparably powerful demon. He was tall and had fluffy hair. His body was surrounded by 9 demonic lights. An extremely fierce demonic aura spread out from this great demon's body. This kind of strength was enough to challenge a great sect of the human race in the heavenly realm. The leader of the great demon should be a demon emperor who could compete with Emperor Xian and the God Emperor. What's his background? Xiao Qing asked Chu Luqing in a low voice. The mountain and river cauldron isolated the heaven and earth. No one could sense their existence, but Xiao Qing was still very careful. I don't know. Chu Luqing said. This was the truth. How could he know such a great character? Even if Chu Luqing had a great clan behind him. Especially the demon emperor of the 100,000 Devil Mountains. He didn't come out of the 100,000 Devil Mountains for thousands of years. Those who knew the demon emperor were probably some old antiques or living fossils. Look, they are going to take action. He Tian suddenly said. Sure enough, a group of demons walked out from behind the 5 great demons and flew towards the ancient palace in front of them. This group of demons had a cultivation base of Demon King level. There were a total of 20 Demon Kings in this group. The demon leader was a demon emperor of the celestial being realm. Gu Fei and the others hid in the dark and watched this scene nervously. They saw the group of demons fly in front of the palace and stop. Then, they descended from the sky. Each demon took out a demonic weapon that they had refined and used it to protect themselves. Then, under the leadership of the demon emperor, they carefully walked into the city. These devil clan were also probing. The group of devil cultivator that was sent out was actually a group of cannon fodder. They were sent out to probe the truth of the palace. They actually went in. He Tian murmured. Chu Liuqing's eyes almost fell to the ground. He was shocked. Wasn't there evil spirits in the city formed by the resentment of the fallen sages? What's going on? Everyone was dumbfounded. Could it be that their judgment was wrong? Was the figure of the woman who walked out of the city really an afterimage from countless years ago? The demonic dweller successfully passed through the city gate and entered the palace. Look, if we had listened to me, we would be the ones inside now. He Tian said excitedly. That was the legendary palace of the moon deities. Every brick and tile was a great treasure, but now, the demons had beaten them to it. Gu Fei did not speak. His face was calm as he stared coldly at the palace in front of him. That was a holy city, the palace of the extreme path saintess. The holy city of the extreme path saintess would not be that simple. Sure enough, just when everyone thought that the demons had succeeded in getting to the palace first, a shrill scream suddenly pierced through the sky and came from the city. The demons in the sky immediately caused a commotion. Then, screams continued to be heard, as if something was slaughtering the demons that entered the city. The screams of horror and the blood-curdling screams quickly approached the city gate. Swoosh! A figure covered in blood rushed out of the city gate. Everyone was shocked. It was a badly mutilated person. Half of his body was broken and demon blood was flowing. His pale face was full of horror. This person was the demon king who led the team. Swoosh! In the darkness inside the city gate, a blurry figure rushed out like a gust of wind and pounced on the demon king. Chapter 10:13. The result in front of everyone terrified. A team of demons who entered the legendary lost palace of moon deities was slaughtered just like that. Even the leader of the demon emperor was possessed by a blurry shadow. His entire body's essence was devoured in an instant, and he became a dried corpse. The dried corpse lay on the ground with its eyes sunken in and its mouth wide open. It was horrified as if it had encountered the most terrifying thing in the world. A moment ago, it was a living demon emperor, but in the blink of an eye, it had turned into a horrifying and ugly dried corpse. It was shocking and terrifying. Gu Fei and the others who were hiding in the ruins also sucked in a breath of cold air. He Tian also shut his mouth and no longer said anything. The sage's resentment transformed into a terrifying evil spirit was really terrifying. It actually sucked a demon emperor dry in the blink of an eye. One must know that that was a great demon in the celestial being realm. Such a great demon had a place even in the 100,000 demon mountains and was the target of all parties. The group of demons in the sky could not help but be stunned when they saw this scene. Only the demon emperor and the 4 half-step emperors who had surpassed the celestial being realm remained unchanged. The true experts were these 5 great demons. In front of the lost palace of moon deities, even a demon emperor in the celestial being realm was not enough. The dried corpse that fell in front of the city gate exuded traces of black gas from its 7 orifices. Then, a slender figure appeared above the dried corpse. It was the figure of a woman that was almost invisible. It could be seen, but it had no physical body. It was like a mass of air and did not emit any fluctuations. Roar! The demon emperor roared at the sky. The whole world seemed to be overturned. Everyone was trembling with fear. The demon emperor's roar shook the world. The power of the demon emperor was really terrifying. Bang! The demon emperor directly blasted a punch forward. The entire void collapsed under his fist and then shattered, forming a terrifying destructive force that surged towards the phantom in front of the city gate. The phantom disappeared under the demon emperor's fist. Boom! The earth trembled. The demon emperor's punch blasted a bottomless hole into the ground in front of the city gate. However, the destructive force spread out in all directions, and the palace was not affected at all. An unfathomable power dissolved the demon emperor's fist force in the void. The palace of moon deities is indeed extraordinary. The demon emperor's eyes shot out two blood-colored demonic lights as he swept his gaze forward. His entire body surged with demonic chi. Just like that, he stood high up in the sky without using any imperial weapons. The chaotic power of heaven and earth around him could not get close to him and was completely repelled. This was the demon emperor, the emperor of the demonic path. The demon emperor glanced at a half-emperor next to him. That half-emperor walked out, followed by more than a dozen demons. They wanted to test the waters again. The demons were very careful. In front of them was the palace of moon deities, the holy city of the supreme saintess. No one dared to take it lightly, unless the supreme saintess was here. This time, the leader was a half-emperor who had surpassed the celestial being realm. He was different from the demon emperor who had been sucked dry by the evil spirit. A half-emperor who had surpassed the celestial being realm was no match for a half-emperor who had surpassed the celestial being realm. In front of the city gate, the half-emperor opened his mouth and spat out a demonic cauldron. The demonic cauldron floated above the half-emperor's head. Rays of demonic light fell and protected him. The other demons looked solemn. They each took out their demonic treasures to protect themselves, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. In front of the city gate, demonic chi suddenly soared into the sky. It was as if a group of terrifying demons from hell had gathered together. The demonic power was vast and mighty, and the fierce killing intent made the world pale. Humph. The result will be the same. Hei Tian sneered. He was not optimistic about this group of demons. In the city, there was an evil spirit formed by the undying resentment of a fallen saint. It was the evilest existence in the world. Sure enough, after the half-emperor and his team entered the holy city, they were attacked again. Shrill screams once again pierced through the silent and dark world. Terrifying demonic power erupted in the city. Rays of demonic light rushed out of the city. The half-emperor roared again and again. He attacked with all his strength. He seemed to have encountered a powerful opponent. No one could see what was happening in the city. There was an unfathomable power that isolated everything. Finally, a demonic cauldron with black demonic light rushed out of the city. However, a slender hand suddenly appeared in the sky above the holy city and slammed down. Boom! There was a loud noise. The entire world shook violently. The sky was about to collapse. The demonic cauldron that emitted boundless demonic power was actually smashed by the hand. It was an incomparably shocking scene. A gigantic hand had smashed a sovereign weapon into pieces. The destructive power from the explosion of the sovereign weapon was enough to turn an entire region into nothingness. However, this power, which was so powerful that even great figures had to retreat, was also suppressed by the gigantic hand, and then completely destroyed. The moment the demonic cauldron was smashed by the large hand, a scream came from the city. Then, the city became completely silent. There was no more sound. Dumbfounded, everyone was dumbfounded. Even the demons in the sky were silent. Even the demon emperor was silent. No one could accept this result. The death of a demon emperor and a half-emperor was a great loss to the demon emperor. Especially the death of a half-emperor. Di Zun, the other three half-emperors standing behind the demon emperor were speechless for a long time. The half-emperor just now was almost as strong as them. Even that unlucky guy had fallen, let alone them. The demon emperor's expression changed. In the end, he had no choice but to retreat into the void domain gate with the group of demons and return to the demonic territory behind the demon gate. However, everyone knew that although the demon emperor had returned in failure, he would still return. When he returned, no one knew what the demon emperor would do. After the demon emperor retreated, the demonic aura in the world was immediately obliterated by the chaotic heaven and earth energy. Then, it completely disappeared from the void. Gu Fei and the others waited for the demon emperor to retreat. When the void domain gate disappeared high up in the sky, they walked out from the darkness of the ruins. The mountain and river cauldron floated above their heads, sealing the void and protecting them. Strange, this is too strange. Hei Tian stared at the pitch-black city gate in front of him and muttered to himself. This time, he didn't dare to mention entering the holy city anymore. According to the situation, this was simply a terrifying demon city. Anyone who entered would die. Even the powerful demon emperor retreated unwillingly. Chapter 10:14. The legendary holy city stood in front of them. It was the legendary holy city of the moon deities, but at this moment, it was simply a ferocious city that could devour all life. The holy city had turned into a vicious city. What kind of great change had happened in the past that caused the death of a supreme saint? Among the two teams of demons, there was a demon emperor in the celestial being realm and a great demon who had surpassed the celestial being realm and had become a half-emperor. Even the demon emperor had no choice but to retreat. Should they enter such a ferocious city or not? Gu Fei and the others hesitated. Even with the mountain river cauldron, Gu Fei felt that he was not so confident. Even Gu Fei felt that such a ferocious city was dangerous. Boss, you decide. After a while, Erebus said this. He no longer insisted on entering the city. He had learned his lesson from the mistakes of his predecessors. 2 teams of demons had died in the city, including a half-emperor. He was a peerless figure who had surpassed the celestial being realm and could kill him thousands of times with a finger. Even someone like Erebus felt a chill in his heart. Xiao Qing and Balan did not say anything. Chu Luqing was even more speechless. However, everyone looked at Gu Fei and waited for him to say something. How can you catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den? Let's go in and have a look. If there is something wrong, we will immediately retreat. I have the mountain river cauldron. I don't believe that we will be trapped in there. Gu Fei thought for a long time and finally decided to take the risk to go in and have a look. Since they were already here, it would be a pity not to go in and have a look. This was the holy city of the Supreme Sage. It was hard to guarantee that there was no inheritance of the Supreme Sage in it. The Supreme Sage weapon was a Supreme Sage weapon that all cultivators would go crazy for. The Sage weapon of the Supreme Sage was likely to be in the holy city in front of them. According to Hei Tian, only in the place where the Supreme Sage died would the resentment of the Supreme Sage be preserved on the corpse of the Supreme Sage. The appearance of the extreme fiendish spirit meant that the body of the Supreme Saint was probably in the city. When Hei Tian heard Gu Fei say that he wanted to go in, he was shocked and afraid. There was definitely an unfathomable danger in the city. An extreme Dao evil spirit was hiding inside. Even the demon emperor didn't dare to enter. Xiao Qing and Balan didn't say anything, but Chu Luqing was so scared that he collapsed to the ground. Going in at this time, were these people crazy? This. Big brothers, can you please reconsider? Chu Luqing said with a trembling voice. He was extremely unwilling to enter that ominous city. This. I don't think you have the right to speak. Hei Tian imitated Chu Luqing's tone and said. You, Chu Luqing was furious. In his heart, he cursed all 18 generations of Hei Tian's ancestors, but he didn't say anything. The situation was beyond his control. In the world of cultivation, it was impossible for the weak to talk to the strong, let alone be on equal footing with the strong. Chu Luqing's life was in their hands, so he really had no right to speak. Gu Fei ignored them and directly walked toward the strange and terrifying city in front of him. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron suspended above Gu Fei's head was gently vibrating. On the body of the cauldron, there was a chaotic primordial chi flowing, as if it was evolving. This was a supreme sacred instrument refined by a supreme sage. With this sacred instrument, everyone gradually calmed down. Self-preservation should not be a problem. Gu Fei was not someone who would go even if he knew it was a suicide mission. The reason why he wanted to explore the palace of the moon deities was that he wanted to know what had slaughtered 2 teams of demons, and even a half-emperor could not escape. Everyone followed behind Gu Fei and stepped into the city gate step by step. The moment they passed through the gate, everyone's eyes lit up, as if they had entered a different world. There were rows of pavilions in front of them, decorated with waterfalls and springs, and all kinds of spiritual herbs grew beside the springs, exuding bursts of refreshing medicinal fragrance. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked, as if they had entered a fairyland. From the outside, the city did not look so large. The inside of the city was a different world. The space and the scale of the buildings in the city were more than 10 times larger than what they saw outside. However, there were no other living things in the vicinity except for the spiritual herbs and spiritual herbs. Towering trees withered, and only a trunk was left. The lakes had dried up, and only some springs were still gushing water, converging into waterfalls, falling from the mountains and making the sound of water. On the road in front, there was dark demon blood, but there were no demon corpses. How could this be? Where are the corpses of the demons? Hei Tian's expression changed. Could it be that other than the evil spirit, there was an unimaginably terrifying existence here? Hei Tian immediately took out his almighty sacred weapon, and a ball of starlight rose from the top of his head. Xiaoqing and Balan immediately took out their almighty sacred weapons. A 9-story golden pagoda was held in Xiaoqing's hand, and in each story of the pagoda, there was a ball of divine light faintly visible. Balan's almighty sacred weapon was a sun divine pearl. He fused with the sun divine pearl, and a layer of sun divine fire appeared on his body, like a god walking out of the sun. Chu Luqing also took out his mutton fat jade bottle. Everyone looked around nervously, keeping their guard up. 2 groups of demons had died here, so how could the corpses disappear? This was simply too strange. The corpses of the demons would never disappear into thin air. Gu Fei walked forward step by step, and a purple divine light faintly appeared between his eyebrows, as if a divine eye that was closed could open at any time. A powerful spirit sense emerged from between Gu Fei's eyebrows, and then spread in all directions. However, what shocked Gu Fei was that his spirit sense could only sense the void within a few dozen feet of him. His spirit sense was suppressed. The place of a supreme saint was indeed extraordinary. Needless to say, a supreme saint had definitely set up an immortal Tao pattern here. Otherwise, this palace would have long disappeared over the years and turned into a pile of dust. Everything in the city had been carefully arranged, so it was different from other divine cities. This was a city where mountains, rivers, and buildings were perfectly integrated. Gu Fei had never seen such a city before. There were courtyards on both sides of the road, and all the flowers and trees had withered. Only around some sacred springs that had not dried up, green plants could be seen. On the road, pitch-black demon blood could be seen everywhere, and there were even some minced meat. However, there were no corpses. Could it be that the corpses of the demons that had fallen in the city had disappeared into thin air? At this moment, Gu Fei, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped. Chapter 10:15. In the holy city, there was a deathly silence, not a single sound could be heard. However, everyone suddenly heard the sound of bones cracking and chewing that made their scalps go numb. It was as if something was tearing at something. Gu Fei stopped and his expression became extremely solemn. His senses were much stronger than the average cultivator's. There seemed to be an unknown creature eating in a house on the left. The corpses of those demon dwellers, could they have been eaten by something? Hei Tian's expression turned ugly. That's right. 2 groups of demons had entered the legendary holy city, but none of them survived. However, when Gu Fei and the rest entered the holy city, they did not see any corpses. The ground was covered in black demon blood, but there were no corpses. Bam! Gu Fei directly punched out, causing the entire void to tremble along with his fist. A circular ripple visible to the naked eye spread out from Gu Fei's fist. However, a shocking scene took place. Gu Fei's punch shook the surrounding space. The force of the punch was like an unstoppable tidal wave, but when the force collided with the roof of the house, it was like a clay ox entering the sea, disappearing without a trace. How could this be? Seeing this scene, not to mention Gu Fei, even Hei Tian, Xiaoqing, and Balan were shocked. Chu Luqing was petrified. Bam! At this moment, the window of the house was suddenly smashed open from the inside. An item flew out from the house and landed in front of everyone with a pada sound. Everyone took a closer look and immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. They saw that the thing that had fallen in front of them was actually half a bloody corpse. The blood is black, everyone was shocked. This was the corpse of the demons. It seemed to have been chewed by some ferocious beast. The black demon blood was still flowing and a foul smell of blood immediately spread. Roar! There was an unknown creature roaring in the house. The window was wide open, and it was pitch black inside. It was impossible to see what was going on inside, but everyone could feel a terrifying aura coming out of the window. Everyone stared at the open window and stayed alert. However, the unknown creature inside did not rush out, which surprised everyone. But soon, they understood what was going on. An ancient cauldron floated above Gu Fei's head. It emitted a trace of the aura of an extreme saint. It could intimidate all living beings in the 3 realms and 6 paths and stabilize a part of the universe. Bam! Gu Fei directly drove the mountain river cauldron forward. The terrifying power of primordial chaos came from the mountain river cauldron and shattered the void. This time, the house shook. Ancient runes appeared around the house, and the power of the great path flowed above the runes. This was an immortal Tao pattern laid down by an extreme Tao saint. It derived the great Tao of heaven and earth, allowing this holy city to achieve eternity. Even if countless years passed, it would still exist in this world. Boom! The power descending from the mountain river cauldron clashed with the power of the Tao pattern, causing the entire holy city to shake violently. This was a clash between the might of extreme Taos. Even though the might of extreme Taos was not displayed, it was still extremely frightening. Under the attack of the mountain and river cauldron, the house was not destroyed. The divine patterns of the great path were faintly discernible, intertwining, and there was a mighty aura of the great path. Even the mountain river cauldron couldn't break through the immortal Tao pattern. Roar! The unknown creature in the room was roaring. As soon as it roared, a series of bone-chilling roars came from all over the holy city. Everyone was shocked. They never thought that there would be so many unknown creatures in the holy city. From the roars, there were hundreds of unknown creatures in the city. No wonder the 2 groups of demon dwellers had fallen in the city, but there were no corpses to be seen, not even a piece of flesh. The corpses of the 2 groups of demon dwellers had probably already been eaten by these unknown creatures. The unknown creature inside the house roared uneasily. The mountain river cauldron's aura made this creature very uneasy. It didn't dare to rush out of the house. The mountain river cauldron could intimidate these unknown creatures. The mighty aura of the extreme Taos divine artifact frightened these unknown creatures. Their roars continued to sound in all directions, and everyone's expression changed. Figures surrounded by a deathly aura began to appear in the surroundings. Damn it, what the hell are these things? He Tian directly activated his yin-yang divine eyes and scanned his surroundings. In his left eye, there seemed to be a black sun falling, while in his right eye, there seemed to be a divine moon rising and falling. What do you see? What kind of evil creatures are these? Xiao Qing asked. After He Tian scanned his surroundings with his yin-yang divine eyes, his expression became extremely solemn. After withdrawing his yin-yang divine eyes, he pondered for a while. I didn't expect these to be corpse devils that have been dead for countless years. He Tian sighed. These were a group of ancient people who couldn't rest in peace even after they died. Corpse devils? Upon hearing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. These evil creatures weren't corpses that had been dead for countless years and had developed spiritual intelligence to become undead creatures, but some walking corpses without spiritual intelligence. Figures wandered in the darkness, emitting a terrifying deathly aura. The surrounding air immediately became cold, and the deathly aura was vast. Those terrible evil creatures surrounded Gu Fei and the others. How is this possible? Chu Luqing shouted. This is the palace of the moon deities. How can there be such evil creatures? Absolutely impossible. Humph. It's hard to say whether this is the palace of the moon deities. He Tian was very unhappy. Although this was a holy city, and the palaces and houses had immortal Tao patterns laid by the sages, there was no sign that this was the palace of the extreme Taoist female saint on the moon deities. Everyone had a preconceived notion that this holy city was the palace of the moon deities. After the sages fell, the evil spirit that transformed into the undying resentment was the figure of a woman, isn't it? Chu Luqing said tit for tat. He Tian sneered, and then said, in ancient times, the moon deities were not the only extreme Taoist female saint between heaven and earth. In the deathly aura, those evil creatures were growling in a low voice. They wanted to rush forward, but they were afraid of the ancient cauldron that was floating above everyone's head. Just as He Tian and Chu Luqing were arguing, a faint, illusory, smoke-like figure that could dissipate at any time silently appeared in front of everyone. Hiss! Everyone's expression changed when they saw the figure, and they gasped. This figure seemed to have appeared out of thin air, and no one could sense its presence. It was the figure of a woman, but no one could see the figure's true appearance. It was vague, fleeting, and unpredictable. This figure was the most evil existence in the world. According to legend, after the extreme Taoist female saint had fallen, her undying resentment turned into a terrifying evil spirit. Chapter 10:16. No one could see the figure in front of them clearly, but when this figure appeared, everyone could not help but step back. It was too strange. There was no energy fluctuation, no aura, as if it was condensed from air. This slender figure was definitely a woman. In ancient times, there were not many women who could prove the Great Way, but the moon deities were not the only ones. There was also a female saint who was known as the West Emperor, and she was born in the same era as the moon deities. West Emperor, the Saint Emperor of the Western Heaven, was a woman who achieved the Great Way through war. She was a war ancestor, and she built a war palace. Even the Buddha Lord of the Western Heaven had to be polite to her. However, no one knew whether this holy city was the war palace of the ancient West Emperor or the moon palace of the moon deities. No one knew which female saint this evil spirit came from. The faint and unreal figure stood there quietly, as if it could disappear with the wind at any time. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron shook, and the aura of the saint weapon was mighty. Primordial chaos chi fell like a dragon, protecting everyone inside. There was a sudden commotion in the surrounding area, and all the zombies were retreating. The aura of the mountain and river cauldron scared them away. The evilest evil spirit in the world did not rush forward, as if it was also afraid of the aura of the mountain and river cauldron, but it did not retreat either. What should we do? Shaoqing said to Gu Fei. He stared at the figure in front of him, and a layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He had seen a celestial being realm demon emperor with his own eyes. In the blink of an eye, the demon emperor's essence was sucked dry, and his soul scattered. Retreat slowly, said Gu Fei. At this time, he was also not sure. This evil spirit was not scared away by the mountain and river cauldron, which really surprised Gu Fei. They could only retreat. This was a legendary evil spirit, and no one had ever seen it before. No one knew how to destroy such an existence. Perhaps it was impossible to destroy such an existence. The cultivation and strength of the demon emperor were obvious, and even he could not deal with such an existence. Although Gu Fei had the saint weapon, he was not sure. No one said anything. He Tian was also very nervous. If this thing pounced on them, it would be over, completely over. Even the Emperor Xian and the God Emperor would die. Gu Fei and the others were only at the mysterious transformation realm. If they did not have the mountain and river cauldron, they would not even be able to enter the depths of the buried moon land, let alone enter the holy city. As Gu Fei and the others slowly retreated, the slender figure of the woman in front also floated forward, maintaining a certain distance from Gu Fei and the others. Boss, why don't we use the mountain and river cauldron to subdue this evil creature? Erebus suddenly said. His words gave everyone a fright. Everyone was shocked to hear this. Even Gu Fei was moved. Bosses, let's not complicate matters. Chu Luqing said hurriedly. He only hoped to leave this place safely. In the center of the holy city, there was a divine mountain floating in the air. Above the divine mountain, there was auspicious energy and auspicious clouds. This was definitely a treasured land of immortals. However, there was a group of corpses and a fiend entrenched here, causing one to have no choice but to stop. It was impossible to see the sacred mountain floating in the sky outside the holy city. There was a world outside the city, and a world inside the city. This was the work of an extreme Tao saint. The inner world was just a small Tao for extreme Tao sages. Extreme Tao sages were at the pinnacle of Tao and could create their own heaven and earth. For example, the heavenly Buddha path of Buddhism was a world created by the ancient Buddhist Lord. If there was a corpse of a supreme Tao saint in the holy city, then it must be on the sacred mountain floating in the sky. This was because Gu Fei sensed a strange aura coming from the sacred mountain in front of him. This aura alone was enough to make his heart tremble. Even if a supreme Tao saint had fallen, not anyone could get close to the corpse of a supreme Tao saint. Don't come up with any ideas. Shao Qing was also very displeased. This He Tian really wanted the world to be in chaos. At this time, it was better to avoid trouble. I'm not coming up with any ideas. As long as we destroy this fiend, this holy city will be ours. He Tian said very seriously. Hearing He Tian's words, Shao Qing couldn't help but be tempted. After all, this was a holy city built by a supreme Tao saint. If they could obtain it, it would be a great benefit. Gu Fei was also tempted. The mountain and river cauldron could move mountains and rivers, and it was very likely that it could kill this fiend in the cauldron. Buzz! As soon as Gu Fei thought about it, the mountain and river cauldron that was floating above everyone's head and releasing streams of primordial chaos chi suddenly began to vibrate. As if it was emitting a heavenly sound, the entire mountain and river cauldron rapidly expanded and turned upside down. The mouth of the cauldron was facing down, aiming at the fiend in front of them. Boom! The primordial chaos chi in the cauldron was vast and mighty, then formed a vortex that produced a heaven-devouring force. The world shook and the void in front of the mouth of the cauldron immediately collapsed and was swallowed by the mountain and river cauldron. However, the fiends seemed to have sensed danger and disappeared from everyone's sight without any warning. It came and went without a trace. No matter how strong everyone's divine will was, they couldn't catch a trace of it. It was as if the figure had never appeared in the first place. Unless we destroy the body of a saint, this fiend will never disappear. Chu Luqing said with a pale face. If not for the mountain and river cauldron, their fates would not be any better than the two teams of demons that had entered the holy city. They would have become food for the fiends long ago. That's right, why didn't I think of that? He Tian slapped his head and said in realization. When Gu Fei heard this, a few black lines appeared on his forehead. He had the urge to beat this guy up. This guy was really unreliable. Rumble, it was as if 100,000 ancient mountains were moving. Under Gu Fei's control, the mountain and river cauldron turned around and floated above everyone's head. Streams of primordial chaos chi that looked like dragons fell down. Roar! 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 At this moment, a series of scalp-numbing roars rang out from all directions. Figures shrouded in death chi rushed back from afar. Those were the terrifying fiends that had been scared off by the aura of the mountain and river cauldron. He Tian, you! Gu Fei's expression changed when he saw this. Even if he used his toes to think, he knew that he had angered the evil fiend by attacking it. Swoosh! A figure pounced out from a house on the side of the street. A strong wind with a rotten smell immediately blew towards everyone. It was nauseating. Bam! A stream of primordial chaos chi fell from the mountain and river cauldron and directly smashed the fiend into pieces. The rotten smell became even stronger. However, at this moment, the fiend seemed to no longer be afraid of the aura emitted by the mountain and river cauldron. They rushed out from the shadows and pounced towards Gu Fei and the others. Chapter 10:17. Roar! Ha! Silhouettes shrouded in death energy rushed out from the surrounding houses and streets. This was a group of terrifying death gods. There were Taoists wearing ancient Taoist robes, as well as aliens with 9 snake heads but human bodies. There were also divine beasts that looked like phoenixes and true dragons. These were existences that had fallen countless years ago. They were controlled by the evil spirits in the holy city and had no intelligence. They were all dead creatures and not undead creatures. What's going on? Why aren't these things afraid of the mountain and river cauldron? He Tian's expression changed dramatically. A ball of starlight rushed out from his head and smashed into a dragon-headed evil spirit. Bang! The evil spirit seemed to have been hit by a huge star and was sent flying. However, the most shocking thing was that this evil spirit with a human body and a dragon head was not smashed into pieces. How is this possible? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air when they saw this scene. That huge star was a saint weapon of a great expert. It was a saint weapon forged from a star in the sky by an ancient great expert to display his great divine ability. The body of this evil spirit was too strong. It was able to withstand an attack from a great expert's holy weapon without any damage. It was really shocking. These things, He Tian could not maintain his composure. Even a great expert's holy weapon could not smash this evil spirit. This evil spirit must have been an existence that surpassed the great experts when it was alive. What kind of earth-shattering change happened in the ancient times? How could such an existence fall in this holy city? Even after death, it could not rest in peace. It was controlled by evil spirits. Boom! With a loud quake, a mass of golden light illuminated the entire holy city. Above Xiaoqing's head, a 9-story golden divine pagoda emitted endless divine light, and it blasted away the zombies that were rushing over. After 2 evil spirits were knocked into the air, their bodies that were surrounded by death qi immediately exploded. A grayish-black light that was difficult to see with the naked eye flashed and disappeared. When Gu Fei and the others saw this, they felt slightly relieved. It turned out that not every corpse devil's body was as strong as the one with a dragon's head and a human body. Balon also made his move. A ball of divine fire shot out from his mouth. The divine fire immediately engulfed more than a dozen zombies in front of him. This was the true fire of the sun. It was the strongest of yang and was the nemesis of all evil. The dozen or so zombies were burned to ashes by the true fire of the sun, buzz. The mountain river cauldron vibrated, and a transparent spatial ripple spread out from the mountain river cauldron. The dozens of zombies that were charging over were instantly blown back, and almost all the zombies were instantly shattered. The entire world trembled. Divine patterns appeared from all over the sacred city, circulating with the power of the Great Path, dispelling the terrifying power released by the mountain and river cauldron. Although Gu Fei had a divine weapon of the Great Path, with his current cultivation, it was impossible for him to awaken the divine might of the divine weapon of the Great Path. Even so, he could still protect himself. Dozens of zombies were blown away by the mountain and river cauldron. Only 7 or 8 powerful zombies were not shattered. The strength of these zombies' bodies was incredible. Gu Fei discovered that after the zombies were shattered, a grayish-black evil light rushed out and disappeared into the void. Gu Fei knew that it must be the evil thought of the evil spirit in the city that had taken over the control of the zombie. No wonder these zombies were no longer afraid of the aura of the divine weapon of the Great Path from the mountain and river cauldron. It turned out that these zombies had been taken over by the evil spirit in the city. Roar! Reincarnation of Yin and Yang. He Tian roared angrily. His hands moved in front of him, and the power of Yin and Yang intertwined. Rays of Yin and Yang divine light attracted a mysterious power. Bang! The void in front of He Tian suddenly collapsed, and a big hole appeared in the void. The big black hole produced a heaven-devouring power, and swallowed the dozens of zombies that rushed over. All of you, die again. He Tian roared and sent out rays of Yin and Yang divine law. The big hole in the void immediately closed up. Boom! With a loud bang, the space in front of He Tian suddenly collapsed and exploded. A destructive force wreaked havoc in all directions, and the dozen or so zombies that had been devoured by the black hole were immediately torn to pieces by this force. Everyone saw that He Tian was unprecedentedly fierce and could not help but look at him. This guy was very scary when he was angry. Roar! 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 A series of bone-chilling roars rang out in the surroundings. More and more zombies surrounded them. The aura of death was vast and mighty. In the dusky sky and earth, terrifying figures appeared and disappeared. Gu Fei used the mountain and river cauldron to open the way, and led everyone to rush in the direction of the city gate. Powerful zombies kept rushing forward, but they were all blown away by the power of the mountain and river cauldron. Some zombies were even directly shattered into pieces. It had to be said that the bodies of these zombies were very strong. These people were definitely experts who could dominate a region when they were alive, but they all died in this holy city. At this time, everyone no longer cared whether the master of this holy city was the legendary moon deities who lived in the moon palace. These zombies, who had died for countless years, did not have any magic power. They just fiercely rushed toward Gu Fei and the others, ignoring everything. Roar! The dragon-headed corpse fiend caught up and punched out. The ferocious power caused the void to collapse, and even the planet floating above Mai Tian's head to tremble. Swoosh! Boundless starlight burst out from the star above Mahakala's head, transforming into countless starlight swords that slashed towards the dragon-headed zombie with a human body and a human head. The sound of metal clashing was endless. The starlight condensed into starlight swords, and when they hit the body of the zombie with a dragon's head, the sound of metal colliding could be heard. The corpse fiend roared again and again, punching wildly with its fists. It actually shattered the stellar swords that slashed at it. This corpse fiend's physical body was extremely tough. To use his body to fight against the holy weapon of a great master, and his body was not damaged, this kind of physique was really frightening. Even Gu Fei was shocked. This zombie was not ordinary. Let me. When Baron saw that Erebus couldn't do anything to this zombie, he stepped forward and spat out a stream of sun god fire. A huge fire swept out in all directions, causing the void to distort from the heat. He Tian, Balan, and Shaoqing all brought up the rear, while Gu Fei used the mountain and river cauldron to open the way. Balan spat out a mouthful of divine fire, and the zombie with a dragon's head did not dodge. It let the divine fire burn over, and it still rushed forward with unparalleled power. The divine fire immediately swallowed the corpse fiend. Roar! The zombie with a dragon's head roared. Bang! A ball of divine fire rushed out of the sea of fire. Under the cover of the divine fire, a figure covered in a vast death chi rushed toward Balan. That corpse fiend actually broke through the layers of true sun fire and rushed out. Everyone was shocked. Even the true sun fire was unable to burn this corpse fiend to ashes. The zombie's body was too strong. The death chi on its body was burned into smoke by the solar divine fire, and the solar divine fire directly burned its body. Under the calcination of the solar divine fire, the zombie's body did not show any signs of damage, which made everyone dumbfounded. Oh my god, what is this thing? Chu Luqing was frightened. Such a terrifying zombie. No wonder the two teams of demons that entered the sacred city were slaughtered, not even leaving their corpses. This zombie was more terrifying than any holy weapon of a great master. Its whole body was a terrible killing weapon, and its body was so strong that it made people's hearts palpitate. Even a martial body of great success would not be so strong. Damn, this guy was definitely a half-sage when he was alive. He Tian's expression was extremely solemn. The huge star hovering above his head smashed towards the dragon-headed zombie corpse that was charging towards him. Rumble, as if a huge star was descending, endless star power surged out, suppressing in all directions, causing the sky and earth to collapse. Saint inscriptions appeared on the ground. The extreme saint inscriptions set up by the Supreme Saint were activated. The saint inscriptions intertwined, and Tao rhymes circulated, dissolving all the power coming from the huge star. The sacred city was protected by the extreme saint inscriptions set up by the Supreme Saint, so it was difficult to destroy it. Bang! The dragon-headed zombie was sent flying by the power of the stars. The zombie had no divine ability, and although it was controlled by evil thoughts, it could only fight with the power of its body. This was the body of a half-sage, and it was unbelievably strong. If it could still use the divine ability before it was born, then Gu Fei and the others would end up like the two teams of demons. Against a half-sage, even if Gu Fei had an extreme saint weapon, it would not be enough. Roar! Roar! Just when everyone was heaving a sigh of relief, two terrifying roars came from behind them. Two terrifying waves of death chi covered the sky and covered the earth. Everyone's expression changed. Two more terrifying zombies had arrived. Boom! The mountain and river cauldron shook violently, and streams of primordial chaos chi fell from the mountain and river cauldron like a huge dragon, sweeping away everything in its way. Gu Fei and the others quickly approached the city gate. The city gate was right in front of them, and everyone was extremely nervous. Bang! At this moment, a slender hand appeared in the sky above the sacred city, covering the sky, and directly grabbed at Gu Fei and the others. Everyone turned pale with fright. They had seen this hand shatter a demonic cauldron and destroy a demonic artifact refined by a mighty demon of the demon clan. At that moment, the terrifying hand appeared again. A destructive power that caused all living beings in the world to tremble surged out from the hand, locking down the entire space. It actually had the terrifying power to suppress the cauldron of mountains and rivers. Chapter 10:18. A terrifying giant hand, like the hand of God, descended from the sky and directly grabbed Gu Fei and the others, causing Gu Fei and the others to feel a dangerous aura. A destructive force descended from the slender giant hand, causing the mountain and river cauldron to tremble. The primordial chaos aura that fell from the mountain and river cauldron showed signs of dissipating. A vast and boundless pressure shook everyone's mind. Chu Luqing collapsed to the ground, his body trembling. He was on the verge of a mental breakdown. He didn't have an almighty divine weapon to protect him, so his emperor divine weapon was not enough. Even He Tian, Shao Qing and the others who had almighty divine weapons were pale and on the verge of collapsing. This was the pressure of a saint. Although the divine might of the mountain and river cauldron had offset more than half of the pressure, it still made Gu Fei and the others feel a great impact. A trace of blood seeped out of the corner of Gu Fei's mouth. The mountain and river cauldron floating above his head was gradually being pressed down by the giant hand. Roar! Gu Fei roared angrily. All the bones in his body were exploding. Endless divine power surged in his body. He used all his strength to activate the mountain and river cauldron, but it was still not enough. This giant hand was a killing move of a supreme saint. It drew on the power of the Great Path and could kill any existence below the Supreme Saint realm. It was extremely terrifying. If not for the mountain and river cauldron, Gu Fei and the others would have already been destroyed by this giant hand. Damn it! Gu Fei desperately tried to hold on, but his strength was not enough. Cracks appeared on his powerful king martial body and blood that contained powerful essence chi seeped out. Boss! Big brother! He Tian and Shao Qing couldn't help but be shocked when they saw Gu Fei in such a state. They knew that if Gu Fei couldn't hold on, they would die here today. Rumble, the giant hand was like 100,000 ancient divine mountains falling from the sky. The terrifying energy fluctuations caused the void below the giant hand to collapse. Spatial cracks extended for tens of thousands of feet. It's over, it's over. Chu Luqing murmured to himself in shock. Even Baron, who had always been cold, felt hopeless. The giant hand that came down from the sky was like the hand of a saint. It was no wonder that it could easily shatter the demonic cauldron that had been refined by a powerful demon. The giant hand displayed extreme divine might, breaking through the layers of primordial chaos chi and directly grabbing towards the cauldron of mountain and river. Let's fight. Gu Fei couldn't just sit and wait for death. He gritted his teeth and immediately activated the three great inner world powers to his body. A vertical purple mark appeared between his eyebrows, and the inner world powers surged out from the vertical mark and poured into the mountain and river cauldron. At the same time, the voids of the 365 acupoints on Gu Fei's body also lit up. In each of the voids, there was a god sitting cross-legged. Boom! The 365 gods sitting cross-legged in the void of the acupoints shone brightly, and each acupoint had a vast and boundless essence chi fluctuation. From the void of the 365 acupoints, 365 monstrous waves of yuan chi rushed out. These yuan chi were carefully guided by Gu Fei, and all of them were poured into the mountain and river cauldron. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron shook, and the countless ancient beasts on the body of the cauldron began to emit strands of soul power. That was the awakening of the ancient beast souls. The entire void shook, and a terrifying pressure spread out from the mountain and river cauldron. The primordial chaos chi was like a huge dragon, rising from the sky to meet the giant hand that was grabbing down from the sky. Bang! The primordial chaos chi collided with the giant hand. In that instant, although there was only a dull sound, the entire void of the world trembled violently. The entire holy city was covered with Tao patterns. These were the immortal Tao patterns laid down by the Supreme Sage, which could make the holy city immortal and allow it to exist in the world forever. All the nearby zombies were shaken away, and some even turned into dust. Even the 3 horrifying zombies retreated. The mountain and river cauldron shook violently, almost falling from the sky, and the giant hand was also blocked. The giant hand obliterated the primordial chaos chi, and continued to grab down. Gu Fei was secretly shocked that the power of the world from one inner world and his own physical body was still not a match for it. If one inner world was not enough, then he would use 2. Gu Fei did as he thought of it. Boom! Gu Fei's dantian lit up, and there was endless divine power. A vast aura came from his dantian, and endless essence chi surged out from Gu Fei's dantian and poured into the mountain and river cauldron. This time, there were 10 primordial chaos chi dragons that soared into the sky. The mountain and river cauldron finally showed a trace of the Supreme Sage's power, which was a kind of vast and boundless pressure. The power of the Supreme Sage, all things in the world had to bow down. 10 primordial chaos chi soared into the sky, directly colliding with the giant hand that was coming down from the sky. Loud noises sounded, and the giant hand that had evolved the power of the Great Path was blocked. Still not enough. The terrifying pressure came down, and Gu Fei only felt that his body was about to collapse, and cracks appeared on his king martial body. Under the pressure of the Supreme Sage's power, Gu Fei's physical body was like an ant. He had no choice but to use the power of the Hell Tao. The power of the world in Gu Fei's 3 inner worlds gathered into an extremely terrifying power, causing the mountain and river cauldron to shake. The Supreme Sage's power was recovering, and the mountain and river cauldron began to emit a divine power that made the sky pale and the world tremble. Countless beast souls on the body of the cauldron began to wake up. The azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise appeared on the body of the cauldron. Finally, the beast souls of the 4 sacred beasts rushed out of the mountain and river cauldron, and 4 forces intertwined, then soared into the sky, rushing towards the giant hand. Although the 4 sacred beasts were only beast souls left, they were still extremely terrifying. The whole world trembled under the soul power of the 4 sacred beasts. The 4 sacred beasts were born from the world, and they were supreme existences comparable to sages. Boom! With an earth-shattering noise, the giant hand was blown away. This was the battle between the awakened Supreme Sage weapon and the giant hand. The whole holy city shook violently, as if it could collapse at any time. The holy mountain in the sky above the holy city almost fell from the sky. Let's go. Gu Fei spat out a mouthful of blood, then put everyone into the mountain and river cauldron, and rushed towards the city gate. He had already used all the means he could. Countless Supreme Sage marks appeared in the holy city, drawing the power of the Great Path to dissolve the collision between the mountain and river cauldron and the giant hand, and the terrifying power that was enough to destroy the world was released. Whoosh! An ancient cauldron rushed out of the city gate, and a supreme pressure immediately spread in the sky, displaying a great power that could shock the heavens. Below the ancient cauldron, there was a figure. Gu Fei suffered a great impact, and his physical body almost collapsed. Even his bones were cracked. If it was any other divine king or immortal king in the 3rd heaven of the mysterious change realm, they would probably have died even with the protection of the Supreme Sage weapon. Chapter 1019. Boom! The entire world was instantly shattered. An ancient cauldron shattered a part of the universe, destroying the sky and earth. The ripples could be felt from thousands of miles away. The moment Gu Fei rushed out of the sacred city, countless antiques in the heaven realms were awakened from their endless slumber. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron shook. The burial moon land, known as the most ominous place in the world, collapsed. Everything within thousands of miles ceased to exist and turned into the most primordial chaos. This was the power of the extreme path. Even though it was only a wisp of it, it was enough to shatter the heavens and shake the three realms. It was terrifying to the extreme. The dragon-headed zombie that had chased Yi Futian out of the sacred city was also crushed by the wisp of the extreme path's power. Even the body of a half-step saint would be destroyed. Only the sacred city remained in the chaos. Endless divine runes of the great path rushed out of the sacred city. The runes intertwined and the power of the great path surged. As expected of the sacred city of the extreme path saints, the entire sacred city was covered in immortal divine runes. Even the extreme path's power of the mountain and river cauldron could not destroy it. Just as Gu Fei rushed out of the holy city, a void domain gate appeared high up in the sky, and a few terrifying demonic figures walked out of the void domain gate. The extreme path's power spread out from the mountain and river cauldron. The void gate immediately collapsed. The demonic figures were also destroyed by the extreme path's power. Roar! The moment the void gate collapsed, an angry roar came from behind the void gate. It seemed to be the roar of a great demon. However, this roar was also suppressed by the extreme path's power. A wisp of extreme path's power suppressed the heavens. No matter how strong one was, as long as one was not a saint, they would be turned into ashes. There was no suspense. Ugh! After Gu Fei rushed out of the sacred city, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The wisp of extreme path's power from the mountain and river cauldron was quickly fading. The extreme divine might was only a flash in the pan, and could only be maintained for an instant. However, this was already enough. Gu Fei did not dare to stay any longer. He knew that this strand of godly aura must have alerted many big shots, and they would soon arrive. He used the cauldron of mountain and river to protect himself and charged out of the chaos, disappearing from the world. Gu Fei, that guy, on a towering mountain far away from the burial moon grounds, a figure sitting cross-legged at the top of the mountain opened his eyes. This person was Old Tortoise. On this day, the heaven realm was shaken, and all the major powers were alarmed. With the appearance of the extreme saint's might, it was unknown how many great figures were anxious and fearful. The extreme saint had already disappeared for countless years. Moreover, after the primordial age, no one in the heaven realm could become a saint. Now that the extreme path saint might had appeared, all the major powers felt uneasy. Some people immediately rushed in the direction of the extreme path saint might. Soon, an extremely powerful figure appeared outside the buried moon grounds. At this time, the burial moon land had already been flattened by the mountain river cauldron. There was no longer a burial moon land in the world. The few great figures who had arrived at the first moment were all shocked. They could feel the aura that had yet to dissipate. Could it be that that person is still alive? Someone said something like that. How is that possible? Who could have escaped from that great calamity? Another super ancient said. He didn't think that a saint could still appear in the world. These powerful figures rushed into the burial moon grounds, which had already turned into a chaotic mess. Soon, they rushed out again. These people looked as if they had seen the most incredible thing in the world. They were all extremely shocked and couldn't recover from the shock for a long time. How is this possible? How could something that has disappeared for countless years appear now? What am I looking at, a holy city? When these people came to their senses, they hurriedly used their secret arts to send out a message to their respective powers. Rumble, soon, the world shook. A void domain gate broke through the void and appeared high up in the sky. It was an ancient stone gate that shone with endless divine light. The East Emperor is here. He's really fast. Some of the old antiques recognized the void domain gate. It was Emperor Xian of the Eastern Earth, Yuan Gu, the invincible Emperor Xian of the Eastern Earth. The buried moon grounds were actually also in the Eastern Earth. This was the territory of Emperor Xian of the Eastern Earth. Emperor Xian of the Eastern Earth was the first to arrive compared to the people from the other regions of the heavenly realm. Bam! The stone gate opened and a figure walked out from behind it. A powerful aura immediately swept through the world. This was a Supreme Emperor's aura that caused the world to lose its color. This guy, could it be that he's actually taken that step? Oh no. When the old antiques of the heavenly realms saw the figure walk out from behind the stone gate, they all paled. They didn't care about Emperor Xian, but if it was Emperor Xian of the primordial era who had taken that step, then things would be different. Emperor Xian of the primordial era was a tall middle-aged man with a majestic appearance. He wore an imperial crown on his head and wore an imperial robe. He was like a celestial emperor descending to intimidate the common people. Behind Emperor Xian of the primordial era was a group of divine generals. Each of them was clad in violet gold divine armor and emitted a shocking murderous aura. This was a group of fearsome war gods who had fought for Emperor Xian in all directions. Their violet gold divine armor was covered in marks left behind by blades, spears, swords, and axes. Oh! Emperor Xian of the primordial era noticed the old antiques of the heavenly realm outside of the buried moon grounds. When they saw Emperor Xian of the primordial era looking at them, they couldn't help but be shaken. All of you, scram! Emperor Xian of the primordial era was extremely domineering. He simply didn't care about the old antiques of the heavenly realm. Humph! An old man with white hair and a beard snorted. He didn't say anything, nor did he retreat. Primordial, what is the meaning of this? Another black-robed, black-bearded Taoist didn't have such a good temper. He glared at Emperor Xian of the primordial era with an ominous glint in his eyes. If you don't want to scram, then don't bother. Emperor Xian of the primordial era pointed a finger at the black-bearded Taoist. A speck of divine light flew out of his fingertip and instantly crossed several miles to strike the black-bearded Taoist. The speck of divine light was so fast that the black-bearded Taoist didn't even have time to react before he was hit. Ah! The black-bearded Taoist howled in pain as a speck of divine light burst out of his chest. It was as if a sun had appeared inside his body and illuminated the world. The Taoist's flesh, blood, and even his origin spirit were instantly vaporized. He was completely destroyed in body and soul. This. Chapter 1020. The old antiques of the heavenly realm had lived for countless years. Some of them were even characters from ancient times. Their cultivation and strength were not to be taken lightly. There were Emperor Xian, the God Emperor, and the Demon Emperor of the heavenly realm. In the human realm, existences of this level were called almighties because they possessed great magical abilities and power. These old antiques of the heavenly realm had been alarmed by the mountain and river cauldron's extreme sacred might. They were definitely kings among emperors. However, one of them had been easily killed by a single finger of the ancient Emperor Xian. The might of the ancient Emperor Xian was truly chilling. Do you want to start a fight with us, Yuan Gu? The white-haired old man shouted in a stern voice. Yuan Gu Emperor Xian was too overbearing. Humph. Yuan Gu Emperor Xian sneered but didn't say anything. However, a purple-robed young man with a five-colored feather fan walked out from behind him. His hair was tied up with a purple ribbon, and his face was like jade. He was tall and slender, but he was a handsome man. After walking out from behind Yuan Gu Emperor Xian, he smiled at the old antiques of the heavenly realm and said, "Seniors, you should leave. You ignorant brat, you have no right to speak here." A sturdy, dark-skinned man shouted angrily. "Yuan Gu, how dare you look down on us?" A white-robed middle-aged man standing on an immortal sword said coldly. He was an old antique who cultivated ancient sword techniques. His body was shrouded in sword energy, and from time to time, cracks in the void appeared around him. "So what if I look down on you? If you don't get lost, I'll kill you as well." At this time, Yuan Gu Emperor Xian finally opened his mouth. Too cold, lightning-like eyes swept across the crowd, making it difficult for them to look at him directly. Seniors, please leave. Also, tell those people that this is the territory of the Eastern Lands Yuan-gu emperors. Tell them not to come here again. The purple-robed young man said in an amiable tone. You're going too far. The dark-skinned man, who looked like an evil god from ancient times, roared and rushed over with his black iron rod, smashing it down on Yuan-gu Emperor Xian's head. Bam! The black rod exuded a monstrous murderous aura. The extremely ferocious power directly smashed a part of the sky and the void. Its combat power was unparalleled. In the face of the dark-skinned man's attack, Yuan-gu Emperor Xian's expression remained the same. He casually pointed a finger with his right hand, and a divine light emerged from his fingertip. Pooh! Yuan-gu Emperor Xian pointed his finger at the black iron rod that was smashing towards him. A soft sound was heard as the violent power that was emanating from the black iron rod was immediately blocked. After that, numerous cracks appeared on the black iron rod. Boom! The black iron rod shattered, turning into countless fragments that shot back at the dark-skinned man twice. Every fragment pierced through the void, tearing apart heaven and earth, containing unparalleled power. Wow! The dark-skinned man suffered a great impact. The broken pieces of the black iron rod almost all hit his body, almost piercing through his flesh, causing him to vomit blood and fly backwards. Immortal Emperor Yuan-gu didn't follow up after that attack. However, at this time, everyone knew very well that if Yuan-gu Emperor Xian wanted to kill the dark-skinned man, it would be absolutely effortless. The dark-skinned man's bones were all broken, and he was directly sent flying hundreds of miles away. He smashed into a mountain ridge and never came out again. Everyone knew that the dark-skinned man's life was not in danger. It was just that his flesh was almost shattered. As long as his spirit was not injured, a person of this level would not truly die. Those who knew the background of the dark-skinned man were all extremely shocked. The black rod of the dark-skinned man was an imitation of the weapon of an ancient extreme path saint. It was an almighty saint weapon, but it had been shattered by Yuan-gu Emperor Xian's finger. Such combat power and such means had completely shocked everyone. Good, good, good. The white-haired old man said the word good 3 times in a row. After that, he did not say anything else. He turned around and left decisively. Sure enough, you have taken that step. The middle-aged swordsman standing on the divine sword stared at Yuan-gu Emperor Xian for a while before saying this. Then, he merged with his sword and turned into a sword light that soared into the sky. Since the 2 strongest people had left, the others did not dare to linger. Yuan-shi Emperor Xian had forcefully forced away 7 or 8 celestial realm elders and even killed one of them. This was definitely a major event that shook the celestial realm. A character of this level had not appeared for thousands of years. Countless outstanding people had been stuck at the celestial being realm, unable to advance even an inch. The fall of an emperor realm powerhouse was enough to cause chaos. The forces behind that celestial realm elder would absolutely not let this matter rest. Father, did we go too far? The purple-clothed youth asked Yuan-gu Emperor Xian. He was somewhat worried. It should be known that the situation in the celestial realm was very complicated. Even an extreme saint might have appeared. In the celestial realm, no one dared to say that they were absolutely invincible. The waters of the celestial realm were too deep. Even someone as powerful as Yuan-gu Emperor Xian could only be content with the eastern territory. It was difficult for him to extend his influence into the central territory, which was incomparably prosperous. If we don't do this, how can we intimidate these old fellows? Yuan-gu Emperor Xian said disapprovingly. After forcing the celestial realm elders to retreat, Yuan-gu Emperor Xian's people sealed off the area within a radius of 100,000 miles. Divine generals walked out of the void domain gate and ancient chariots rolled through the sky. Finally, Yuan-gu Emperor Xian personally took action. He displayed his supreme magical powers and laid out a shocking divine formation that enveloped the area within a radius of 100,000 miles. The collapsed world was gradually restored. The burial moon land had been completely erased. Nothing could be preserved under the extreme Saint might. Of course, that was except for the sacred city. A bottomless pit had appeared in the area where the burial moon land used to be. An ancient city floated above the pit. After the broken world was completely reconstructed, Yuan-gu Emperor Xian led a group of divine generals to the front of the sacred city. Upon seeing this city, even Yuan-gu Emperor Xian's expression changed. He didn't dare enter rashly. Yuan-gu Emperor Xian sensed a dangerous aura. In the end, he decided to make a plan before taking action. He temporarily retreated and stationed himself not far away. At this moment, Gu Fei had already fled for an unknown distance. He didn't dare to stop and continued to fly forward. He didn't know how many mountain ranges he had passed, but in the end, he arrived at a deep valley in the depths of the mountains. Buzz. Chapter 10:21. Gu Fei's injuries were not light. His physical body was on the verge of collapse. Cracks appeared on his king martial body and the 365 acupoints on his body were on the verge of collapsing. In order to make the mountain river cauldron release a strand of divine might, Gu Fei's strength was almost completely drained. His essence, qi, and spirit were all extremely weak. After releasing He Tian and the others from the mountain river cauldron, Gu Fei sat cross-legged on the ground. He couldn't even move a finger. Seeing Gu Fei in such a state, everyone turned pale with fright. When had they ever seen Gu Fei in such a sorry state? He looked like he was about to collapse. His body was covered in blood and his expression was weary as if he had been fighting for 10 days and 10 nights. After letting everyone out, Gu Fei began to circulate his inner breath and gather essence qi to heal his already empty body. Shao Qin, He Tian and the others saw this and retreated, not daring to disturb Gu Fei. As for He Tian, he began to wander around the deep valley. This deep valley had a circumference of 12 miles. In the mountains, it was not eye-catching at all. Moreover, it was shaped like a sinkhole and surrounded by cliffs. Even the most vigorous monkey would find it difficult to climb up. The bottom of the valley was covered with rocks and there was not much vegetation. Standing at the bottom of the valley and looking up, one could only see the sky. From time to time, large birds would fly over and let out sharp cries. This is a place where birds don't shit and turtles don't lay eggs. He Tian sighed. He admired Gu Fei very much. He actually found such a treasure land, in such a hurry. This was the depths of an unknown mountain. From time to time, roars of wild beasts could be heard. There were powerful wild beasts moving in the depths of the mountain. He Tian flew above the valley and looked towards a mountain range. He could vaguely see the shadow of a beast the size of a small mountain disappearing behind a mountain. This area didn't seem very safe. The heavenly realm is still the same as the ancient times? He Tian muttered to himself. In the ancient times, only the strongest existences could break through the void and enter the heaven realm. As for the native races of the heaven realm, they were blessed by the heavens and were incomparably powerful. At this thought, He Tian immediately busied himself with carving mysterious runes around the valley. He Tian, who was at the second firmament of profound transformation, was able to carve formation runes that could no longer be compared to the past. He was going to set up a divine formation, a killing formation that would make even the hearts of mighty beings palpitate. He Tian had used his divine power to mark the area around the valley, and it was hidden under the ground. On the surface, there seemed to be no change in the surroundings. However, changes were gradually occurring beneath the ground. The formation patterns drew upon the power of the earth, drawing in an endless amount of earth energy. It looked calm on the outside, but underneath the ground, there were surging waves. He Tian spent a total of 2 hours to set up the killing formation. This was unimaginable in the past. If he was still in the demigod realm, it would have taken him at least a few days to set up the killing formation. After returning to the deep valley, Shao Qin and the others were all sitting on a boulder with their eyes closed in meditation. Gu Fei had already drawn the essence of the heaven and earth to nourish his flesh. Seeing this, Erebus secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Although they had been sucked into the mountain and river cauldron by Gu Fei, they could still sense the wisp of extreme divine aura from the mountain and river cauldron. The aura felt like they were facing an extreme divine aura. Gu Fei was definitely severely injured. Even though the mountain and river cauldron was under his control, it still suffered a great impact. If it were anyone else, they would have turned into ashes the moment the extreme divine aura was unleashed. If it weren't for the fact that Gu Fei's flesh was as tough as a sacred weapon, he would have been in grave danger. When He Tian saw Gu Fei absorbing the qi of the heaven and earth, he jumped onto a boulder and sat down with his legs crossed. He then closed his eyes to rest and nourish his yuan qi. As he sat on the ground, he drew upon the surrounding qi of the heaven and earth. Wisps of qi began to gather from all directions and enter his body to replenish his depleted yuan qi. Gradually, dots of light appeared around Gu Fei's body. They were qi visible to the naked eye. As the qi of the heaven and earth gathered, Gu Fei's flesh seemed to have turned into a bottomless black hole, devouring the qi of the heaven and earth. After the qi of the heaven and earth was devoured by Gu Fei, it flowed along his meridians and gathered at the 365 meridians in the void, then disappeared into the dark void. The 365 life gods in the void of the 365 meridians were already extremely weak, to the point that they could collapse at any time. For a warrior, the flesh was the foundation of achieving the Tao. If the flesh collapsed, even if Gu Fei could survive, he would have no hope of achieving the Tao in this lifetime. Gu Fei's Tao foundation was almost destroyed. It had to be said that the heaven realm was definitely a place suitable for cultivation. The qi of the heaven and earth here could be easily drawn, which was something that the mortal world could not compare with. From this, it could be seen that in the heaven realm, there were bound to be many strong warriors. This was a cradle for strong warriors. As time passed, Gu Fei sat motionlessly for 3 days and 3 nights. One could see that the qi of the heaven and earth were like colorful dragons, descending from the sky and entering Gu Fei's body. Under the ground, a vast amount of earth qi rose and was devoured by Gu Fei's body. The qi of the heaven and earth within a radius of 1,000 miles was drawn. This was a shocking scene. The qi around Gu Fei's body was so thick that it was almost liquefied. Even with the divine formation set up by He Tian to block the qi of the heaven and earth, the sky above the valley was still filled with all sorts of strange phenomena. Roar. On the evening of the 3rd day, a horrifying beast roar came from the depths of the mountain. The whole mountain shook, and countless birds and beasts fled in all directions. The thing that everyone did not want to see the most happened. A savage beast exuding a monstrous baleful aura rushed out from the depths of the mountain. It was a 3-headed divine wolf as big as a small mountain. The 3-headed wolf god pounced directly towards the valley. Its killing intent was so intense that even He Tian and the others were shocked. This was a powerful wild beast that was even stronger than ordinary immortals. No one did anything and allowed the wolf god to rush into the killing formation set up by He Tian. Boom! 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 Without any warning, earth qi in the shape of dragons rushed out from the surrounding of the valley towards the wolf god. A horrifying shockwave spread across the heaven and earth. Without any suspense, the god wolf only managed to block a few attacks before it was torn into pieces by the giant dragon formed by the earth qi. The killing formation set up by He Tian was no small matter. However, after He Tian's killing formation killed the blind wolf god, an even more horrifying beast roar came from the depths of the mountain. A powerful and horrifying aura burst out from the depths of the mountain, covering the sky and earth. Chapter 10:22. The sky above the valley was overflowing with colorful lights. Streams of spiritual qi of heaven and earth that were visible to the naked eye gathered from all directions and were then cast into the valley. The wind and clouds changed color, and the sun and moon lost their luster. The powerful aura emanating from Gu Fei's body spread throughout the surroundings, causing the countless beasts in the area to feel uneasy. Even quite a number of savage beasts were alarmed by it. Roar. A terrifying beast roar came from the depths of the mountain. The terrifying sound wave went straight to the 9 heavens. Even the clouds in the sky were shaken, and several peaks in the depths of the mountain collapsed at the same time. An extremely powerful aura burst out from the depths of the mountain. The mountains shook, and the sky and earth seemed to be collapsing. The scene was extremely shocking. A huge figure walked out from the sky full of dust. Swoosh! 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 He Tian, Shaoqing, Balan, and Chu Luqing rushed up from the bottom of the valley. They stood in the sky above the valley and looked in the direction of the fluctuation. In the dust that soared into the sky, rays of golden light pierced through, and a divine beast that seemed to be cast from pure gold walked out. This was a divine beast that was as resplendent as a golden sun. When everyone saw this divine beast, their hearts trembled. It was a golden ape that was as huge as a mountain. There were rays of golden light circling around this divine beast's body. A pair of golden fiery eyes shot out golden lightning and swept across the crowd coldly. What is this? Shaoqing and Balan were extremely shocked. This golden divine ape was very terrifying. Its fierce aura stirred up the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. It was like an insurmountable golden mountain towering in front of them. Everyone could feel the immense pressure coming from the golden divine ape. How is this possible? After seeing the divine ape, Chu Luqing's jaw almost dropped to the ground. His eyes were protruding, and his face was full of disbelief. Is this the legendary golden spiritual ape? He Tian fell into deep thought. After that, he spoke. The power of the metal element permeated the entire space. This was a divine beast of the 5 elements, and it was a divine beast of the metal element. According to legend, the golden spirit ape was a kind of innate divine beast that was born from the place where the power of the 5 elements of heaven and earth converged. This kind of divine beast was born as a battle beast and possessed unparalleled battle power the moment it was born. In ancient times, a golden spirit ape had appeared. When the golden spirit ape was born, the weather changed and the world shook. After it grew up, it fought its way into the ancient heavenly court of the demon race alone. It killed a group of demon gods and almost destroyed the numinous sky hall of the demon race's heavenly court. No one could stop it. It was only when the Grand Emperor made a move that the adult golden spiritual ape was chased away. Bam! The golden spiritual ape took a step and walked out from the depths of the mountain. In an instant, it was less than 10 miles away from He Tian and the others. Seeing this, everyone was shocked again. This divine ape seemed to be more powerful and terrifying than they had imagined. It was far more powerful than the 3 divine wolves just now. Boom! The golden spiritual ape stretched out its big hand and grabbed He Tian and Shaoqing, who were standing above the valley. The big golden hand suddenly covered a part of the world. Endless power of the metal element came from the big hand and smashed the void. Without hesitation, He Tian activated the killing formation that covered the whole valley. Streams of earth chi condensed into a big dragon and rushed out from the ground. The killing formation activated the power of the thick earth. A total of 81 big dragons soared into the sky and met the big golden hand that was slapping down from the sky. Boom! As if the world had collided, there was a loud explosion. The 81 big dragons instantly collided with the big golden hand that covered a part of the world. The whole killing formation shook violently. Countless formation patterns emerged from the ground and flowed with divine light. It attracted the power of the thick earth. Endless earth chi was drawn out and formed a shocking force. The big golden hand was shaken away by the 81 big dragons. Terrifying energy waves swept out in all directions. Mountains collapsed one after another. All the mountains within a radius of 100 miles were flattened. Only the valley protected by the killing formation that He Tian had set up was not affected. Roar! The golden spiritual ape roared angrily. Its voice shook the sky. A huge force hit it so hard that it could not stand still. Thump, thump, thump. It took 5 or 6 steps to stabilize its mountain-like body. The ground cracked from its stomp, and the entire region shook. What a powerful divine ape! He Tian revealed an unprecedentedly serious expression. The strength of this divine ape was simply unprecedented. It could actually shake his divine formation with its bare hands. But at this time, he could also see that this divine ape was not a connate divine beast born from heaven and earth. However, it definitely had the bloodline of the golden spiritual ape. All of you retreat to the valley. I want to subdue this divine ape. He Tian said to Shaoqing, He Tian, and Balon. Chu Luqing was directly ignored by him. Shaoqing and Balon looked at each other and then flew down from the sky. Chu Luqing, of course, did not dare to stay by He Tian's side. He quickly flew down to the bottom of the valley. Chu Luqing was very depressed to the extreme. Who were these guys? Each one was more abnormal than the other. In the heaven realm, he was considered an expert. However, in front of these people, he seemed to be nothing. At this time, He Tian had already activated the power of the killing formation. Like a god of war, he stood high in the sky and confronted the golden spiritual ape. This guy, everyone saw that He Tian seemed to have attracted a part of the world. It seemed that his cultivation had increased to the celestial being realm. The fluctuations of divine power made them want to kneel down. At the bottom of the valley, only Gu Fei was still inhaling and exhaling the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. The void of his 365 acupoints gradually lit up again. The 365 life gods were no longer as faint and illusory as before. They exuded a wisp of soul energy and showed no signs of dissipating. Gu Fei's injuries had finally stabilized. The mountain and river cauldron floated above Gu Fei's head. Chaotic primordial qi fell down and protected Gu Fei inside. Nothing in the outside world could affect him. Unless it was a semi-sage who had surpassed the mighty realm. Rumble, at this time, a deafening roar came from outside. It was like muffled thunder from the ninth heaven. Shaoqing, Balon, and the others were shocked. Their faces turned pale. Shaoqing and the others couldn't help but change their expressions. He Tian activated the power of the killing formation and integrated it with the divine formation. In this way, he stole the power of heaven and earth for his own use. He displayed a terrifying power and fought with the golden spiritual ape. N. Chapter 1023. Boom! A huge mountain was uprooted by the golden spirit ape and smashed towards He Tian. The golden spirit ape's divine power was monstrous and terrifying. The power of the metal element was vast and mighty, causing the entire heaven and earth to tremble. This was a terrifying divine beast of the 5 elements. Mahakala stretched out his hand and a huge dragon condensed from the energy of the earth was drawn over. Then, he punched forward, even the void was pierced through. Bam! The huge mountain was smashed by the huge dragon. The huge dragon showed unparalleled power. After shattering the mountain, its momentum didn't decrease, and it continued to penetrate the golden spirit ape. Roar! The golden spirit ape roared. Golden light burst out from its body. The power of metal element erupted like 100,000 volcanoes. The whole world turned golden. A terrifyingly violent metal elemental power spread out from the metal spirit ape's body, causing the ground to shatter and mountains to rise from the ground. The golden spiritual ape casually grabbed 2 large mountains and blocked the attack. Boom! The 2 mountains collided with the dragon formed by the earth chi and shattered at the same time. The divine ape, which was as big as a mountain, was sent flying. The mountains that rose from the ground shattered at the same time in the void. The divine formation drew the essence of the earth and gathered infinite power. This was the endless power of the earth. It was drawn by He Tian. At this time, He Tian could definitely compete with the celestial being realm immortal emperor and Shen King. It had to be said that Erebus' attainments in the art of formations had reached the pinnacle. He could use formations to draw upon the power of heaven and earth to strengthen himself, becoming one with the formation to fight this terrifying golden spiritual ape. Although this golden spirit ape wasn't an ancestral beast born from the metal essence of the ancient times, it still had the bloodline of the golden spirit ape. The bloodline of an innate divine beast was no trivial matter. This golden spirit ape definitely had the strength of a celestial being realm expert, or even stronger than an ordinary celestial being. Roar! The golden spirit ape roared at the sky and pounded its chest with its fists. The sound was like the beating of war drums, and it could be heard from hundreds of miles away. Humph. Surrender to me. Hei Tian was very strong, which was rare. It showed that he had full confidence in taking down this gold spirit ape. This was the fluctuation of divine will. It transcended the barriers of speech and directly reached the mind of the golden spiritual ape. This was the most direct form of communication. All powerful beings often use this method to communicate. Bullshit. The golden spirit ape's divine sense covered the sky and surged towards Mahakala. There was only one word in its voice: bullshit. The golden spiritual ape was furious. This human actually wanted to subdue it. To a postnatal divine beast who possessed the bloodline of a connate divine beast, this was an absolute humiliation. Furthermore, the human in front of him was much weaker than him. He was only able to fight against him by relying on the formation. Without this formation, without the power of the formation, the golden spiritual ape would be able to kill a large number of such humans with a single slap. Divine beasts were prideful and would never lower their proud heads so easily unless the other party was stronger than them. Otherwise, no divine beast would lower its head to someone weaker than it. Humph. I'll beat you until you surrender. The black sky human formation merged into one, and 81 great dragons formed from the earth essence chi rushed out from the ground around the valley. Each dragon was tens of thousands of feet long, and it was as if 81 true dragons had descended into the world. It was truly frightening. Swoosh. 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 The huge dragon soared into the sky, and 81 streams of earth essence chi pierced through the void, breaking through the heaven and earth, and directly strangled the golden spiritual ape, displaying great power. The earth essence chi was so mighty that the whole world seemed to be shattered by this power. Seeing this, the golden spirit ape didn't show any fear. It opened its mouth and spat out a brilliant golden light. A terrifying aura immediately appeared between the heavens and the earth. Wrapped in the golden light was a long golden staff with endless divine light flowing around it. The golden spiritual ape's mountain-like body shrank rapidly. A golden-haired young man wearing golden armor appeared in the golden light. The golden-haired young man reached out and grabbed the golden staff. Want to subdue me? Who do you think you are? The golden-haired young man said in human language. He directly swung the golden staff in his hand and smashed it at Hei Tian's head. Boom! The entire void of heaven and earth trembled under this golden staff. As the staff shook the void, more than half of the 81 dragons that rushed over were instantly dispersed. Seeing this scene, Hei Tian could not help but be shocked. He never thought that the power of the golden-haired young man's staff would be so terrifying. Go to hell. The golden-haired young man smashed the rushing dragons with the staff, and then directly rushed towards Hei Tian, smashing the staff at Hei Tian's head again. The golden spiritual ape turned into a golden-haired young man with unparalleled combat strength. Although he did not have a huge body like a mountain, he was even more terrifying. Damn it! Hei Tian mobilized the power of the killing formation with all his strength. Streams of earth essence turned into killing light, strangling the golden-haired young man. The formation lines seemed to have turned into the power of the great Tao, rushing up from the ground and turning into destructive light, piercing towards the golden-haired young man. The formation lines directly mobilized the power of heaven and earth. This was a very terrifying attack. This was already a method that only celestial beings like the immortal emperor and Shin King could use. The reason why celestial beings were called celestial beings was that they could mobilize the power of heaven and earth and turn it into their own divine ability and dharma power to attack the opponent. Only celestial beings could steal the power of heaven and earth for their own use. Roar! The golden-haired young man's long hair fluttered in the wind. With a roar that shook the mountains and rivers, the golden staff in his hand shook. Buzz! It was as if a god had suddenly awakened from his slumber. Rays of golden divine light, which looked like golden heavenly rivers, flowed down from the slender rod. The golden divine light pierced through the heaven and earth, breaking the void. Terrible dark spatial cracks appeared in the sky above the valley. The sky seemed to be smashed by this staff. This was the aura of destruction. The golden staff was definitely an extraordinary holy weapon. The endless killing light was minced, and even the world-destroying killing light condensed by the killing formation lines collapsed. The golden staff was like a hot knife through butter. It directly fell on the head of He Tian. Countless formation lines collapsed around He Tian's body. The whole killing formation actually showed signs of collapsing. This strike was earth-shattering. Even the void of the heaven realm was shaken by the mighty power of the golden staff, causing cracks to appear in the void. Chapter 10:24. The golden staff exuded a terrifying energy fluctuation, as if it was going to shatter the heavens with a single strike. Mahakala, who bore the brunt of the attack, felt a great sense of danger. The countless runes around He Tian's body began to collapse. Although the staff hadn't landed yet, it had already severed the connection between He Tian and the killing formation. He Tian was about to be beaten back to his original form. Damn it! In the face of this endless pressure, He Tian roared, and a ball of dazzling starlight immediately rushed out from the top of his head. The starlight illuminated the world, and it was as if a great star had risen from the top of He Tian's head. Boom! The monstrous power of the stars surged out from the huge star, displaying a terrifying might that could crush the 3 realms and 6 paths. The golden beams of light that shot out from the golden cudgel like the Milky Way were dispersed by the power. He Tian had no choice but to use his holy weapon. Good! The golden-haired young man in the form of the golden spirit ape shouted. His long golden hair danced wildly. He held the divine staff in his hand and smashed it down with all his strength. The power of the metal element was vast and mighty, almost shattering the void around him. Boom! The golden staff and the huge star collided in an instant, producing an earth-shattering sound. The whole world trembled. It was like 2 sides of the world collided. The void collapsed. He Tian fell from the sky like a meteorite into the deep valley. The golden-haired young man was also sent flying 100 miles away. The mouth of the bowl was cracked, and golden blood dripped from his hand. This was the blood of the golden spirit ape. Every drop was like golden liquid, blooming with golden light. The power of the metal element circulated. This was the blood of a divine beast. Roar! I'm going to kill you. He Tian's furious voice came from the deep valley. He stood in a big pit and roared at the sky. His face was extremely ferocious. A ball of starlight the size of a fist floated in front of He Tian. It was a pure and flawless divine pearl that was as translucent as glass. The divine pearl exuded a vast and boundless power of the stars. In the ancient times, a supreme expert had cast a great divine ability, plucking a star from the sky and refining it into a mighty holy weapon. However, at that moment, a crack actually appeared on the surface of the flawless divine pearl. Shaoqing, Balan, and the others were all shocked to the extreme. He Tian's saint weapon had actually been cracked by someone. This was truly unbelievable. How is this possible? Even the almighty holy weapon was damaged. Could it be that the golden spiritual ape's golden divine staff was a holy artifact that was even more powerful than the almighty holy weapon? It was no wonder that Erebus was furious. This was the first decent weapon he had after his rebirth, but it had been cracked by the golden staff of the golden spirit ape who had transformed into a golden-haired young man. The power of this mighty holy weapon would definitely be reduced, and it would be difficult for it to exert its true power. Humph. Want to kill me? Ask the divine staff in my hand first. The golden-haired young man strode over. His divine power was shocking, and his physical strength was simply incredible. The cracked mouth of the bowl was now as good as new. His body radiated golden light, like a golden sun sweeping across the earth. Wherever he passed, the void trembled, and the ground undulated like waves. Bang! The golden-haired young man directly smashed down with his staff. The ground collapsed, and countless formation patterns were destroyed. The entire deep valley actually cracked from the middle, and a bottomless crack extended for hundreds of miles. The golden-haired young man's staff not only broke the killing formation set up by He Tian, but also cracked the ground. This kind of combat power was too amazing. Roar! He Tian roared as he rushed out of the deep valley. His hair was disheveled, and he looked like a mad demon. He used all his strength to activate the huge star and bombarded the golden-haired young man. Like a real star falling, the ground within hundreds of miles collapsed. The endless power of the stars was vast and mighty, crushing this part of the world. He Tian was fighting with all his might. He was really angry. A fierce battle broke out. He Tian displayed his great attainments in formations. The power of yin and yang intertwined with each other, and formation patterns emerged. With every move, formation patterns could be seen faintly appearing in the void, drawing the power of the heavens, and turning it into a terrifying attack that attacked the golden-haired young man. This was a formation magical ability that raised He Tian's combat power to a level that even immortal kings and godly kings had to look up to. Even the golden-haired young man in the form of the golden spiritual ape couldn't help but change his expression. Good. That's more like it. The golden-haired young man was incomparably powerful. The golden staff in his hand swung left and right, dissolving all of He Tian's attacks. No matter how powerful one's abilities were, the golden-haired young man's staff would smash down, destroying all sorts of abilities and techniques. Bang! The golden-haired young man swung his staff at the huge star, sending it flying away. Then, he sent a flying kick at Mahakala's chest. Crack! The sound of bones breaking immediately rang out from He Tian's body. He Tian vomited blood as he was sent flying. His chest had caved in from the golden-haired young man's kick. Swish! He Tian recalled the saint weapon that had been sent flying by the golden-haired young man's staff before charging into the deep valley. He didn't dare to fight anymore. This was the difference in strength and cultivation. Even though He Tian was a godly king who had cultivated a formation magical ability, he wasn't the golden-haired young man's opponent. You can't do it. The golden-haired young man was extremely forceful. He directly charged into the valley with his golden staff. His golden hair fluttered in the wind, and with every step, the ground would tremble. When He Tian, who had charged into the depths, heard what the golden-haired young man said, he immediately vomited another mouthful of blood from anger. He almost fainted. This guy actually said that I can't do it. If I recover to my peak, even your ancestors will have to take a detour when they see me. This is just too despicable. A tiger that fell to the plains was bullied by dogs. A dragon that swam in shallow waters was toyed with by shrimps. At this moment, Erebus was truly depressed to the extreme. Seeing the golden-haired young man approach, Shaoqing and Balon became extremely nervous. They immediately drew their saint weapons to protect themselves, while Chu Luqing hid behind the two of them. He Tian was kicked in the chest by the golden-haired young man. His body had almost collapsed, and he was heavily injured. He could no longer fight the golden-haired young man. Just when everyone felt that danger was approaching, a voice suddenly rang out from the bottom of the valley. If he can't do it, then what about me? A figure walked out from the bottom of the valley. His body flickered with divine light as if there were specks of starlight shining on him. A powerful aura surged out from his body, sweeping through the sky and earth. Chapter 1025. Who are you? The blonde young man stared at Gu Fei and asked in a deep voice. He felt a great pressure from Gu Fei. This was an opponent that could rival him. Gu Fei walked out from the darkness. Even though he was meditating, he felt a strong fluctuation from the battle between He Tian and the blonde young man. Gu Fei. Gu Fei said. His battle intent was like a rainbow. Seeing an opponent like the blonde young man, he couldn't help but feel itchy. His king martial body naturally released his battle intent. This didn't mean that Gu Fei was hostile to the blonde young man. The two of them had no enmity, so there was no need for a life and death battle. Moreover, the blonde young man didn't kill He Tian just now. Otherwise, He Tian would have already returned to the embrace of heaven and earth. I am Yuan Hong. The golden-haired youth was also very direct. His temperament was somewhat similar to Gu Fei's. They were both domineering people who didn't waste words and didn't beat around the bush. Big brother. Xiaoqing wanted to walk towards Gu Fei, but Gu Fei stretched out his hand to stop him. Xiaoqing stopped and rushed out of the deep valley, retreating far away. He Tian, Balan, and Chu Luqing also hurriedly retreated. Xiaoqing and Gu Fei were like brothers. How could they not know what Gu Fei was going to do? However, Gu Fei had just been seriously injured in the moon deity's palace. It had only been 3 days, and he had completely recovered? Very good. Yuan Hong held the golden staff in his hand. He looked like a god cast in gold. The aura on his body was powerful to the extreme. Every pore on his body was overflowing with golden light. But Gu Fei just stood there, giving people the feeling that he was an unclimbable mountain. There was a strong sense of oppression that made people look up to him. His cultivation, Balan, who always gave people a cold feeling, revealed a trace of surprise at this moment. Gu Fei's strength seemed to be even stronger than before he was injured. Balan wasn't the only one who had this feeling. Xiaoqing and He Tian had also sensed the change in Gu Fei's body. Gu Fei seemed to have changed. Bam! Yuan Hong made his move right away. It was another one of his signature moves. The golden cudgel transformed into a beam of golden light that tore through the void and smashed down on Gu Fei's head. The golden staff was very extraordinary. It could even cause cracks to appear on He Tian's saint weapon. If a person was struck by the staff, they would definitely be killed instantly. Swoosh! Gu Fei took a step to the side. Like he had teleported, he left behind a blur on the spot. His real body had already arrived beside Yuan Hong, and he swept his leg at Yuan Hong's waist. The leg was like a whip, as fast as lightning. Although Gu Fei's kick seemed ordinary, it possessed great power. It sealed off the space in front of Yuan Hong, forcing him to retreat. In the primordial era, there were many experts. Many races in the world had produced existences that could intimidate an entire region, but no one was willing to fight in close combat with cultivators. Close combat was the most taboo in a battle against a cultivator. If a cultivator managed to close the distance, the outcome would often be decided. Legend had it that the supreme martial ancestor had once torn apart a supreme demon ancestor who was comparable to a saint with his bare hands. This had intimidated all the demons in the world, preventing them from returning from the outer realm. However, the golden spirit ape, Yuan Hong, did not have any misgivings. He directly began fighting Gu Fei. After dodging Gu Fei's kick, he raised the golden staff in his hand and swept it at Gu Fei. This was reciprocation. With a flip of Gu Fei's hand, a pitch-black sword appeared in his hand. He raised the sword to block the incoming staff. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out, piercing through the void and reaching the 9 heavens, shaking the ears of Erebus, Little Qing, and the others who were watching the battle from afar. Chu Luqing did not have a powerful sacred weapon to protect him, so blood began to seep out from his ears. When Xiaoqing saw this, he hurriedly pulled the stunned Chu Luqing into the golden pagoda. The golden pagoda floated above their heads, emitting rays of golden light that protected Xiaoqing and Chu Luqing. Thud! 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 Gu Fei took 3 steps back. Each step caused the ground to crack and the earth to shake. On the other hand, Yuan Hong took 4 to 5 steps back. This was an explosion of physical strength. It was a clash of physical strength. It was obvious that Gu Fei had the upper hand in this clash. Yuan Hong was secretly shocked. His fiery golden eyes flickered. His hands, which were holding the golden staff, felt numb. This was the first time he had met someone who could go head-on against his divine power. The golden spirit ape Yuan Hong was blessed by nature. When he was young, he stimulated the bloodline of the golden spirit ape clan. His divine power was so strong that even cultivators of the same level could not compare. He had once entered the North Sea and captured the North Sea dragon alive. He had once barged into Shili and fought with the barbarian king, who had the strongest physical body among the 9 clans of Shili, for 3 days and 3 nights. In the heaven realm, the physical body of the golden spirit ape clan was absolutely unparalleled. Could it be that this guy's physical body is even stronger than the North Sea dragon? Yuan Hong had to be careful. The human in front of him was a little too strong. Again. Gu Fei shouted. With the 9 heaven stars sword in hand, he took big strides towards Yuan Hong. His powerful qi and blood rushed to the 9 heavens. The entire deep valley was shaking, as if it could collapse at any time. It was as if a primordial giant was everywhere. It was unparalleled. Roar! Yuan Hong roared. He switched the staff to his left hand and punched at Gu Fei with his right fist. Endless metal elemental power gathered in Yuan Hong's fist. Boom! Space violently shook as Yuan Hong's fist suddenly blossomed with a blinding light, illuminating the entire world in gold. It was as if a golden sun had appeared in the world. This was no longer a simple physical strength. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. He also switched the sword to his left hand and raised his right palm to meet Yuan Hong's attack. His palm expanded infinitely, as if it was going to cover the sky and earth. A terrifying power surged in front of his palm. It's the heaven-shrouding palm. In the distant sky, Shaoqing saw Gu Fei use this martial arts technique and immediately recognized it. Boom! The sky-covering palm and the golden sun fist clashed together. A transparent ripple that was visible to the naked eye spread out from the center of the collision. The entire valley collapsed, completely collapsed. The vast and mighty energy waves spread out, causing the ground within a radius of 300 miles to shake violently like a wave. Chapter 1026. Gu Fei and the golden spiritual ape Yuan Hong began to fight. His body was full of yin and yang energy. His blood and qi were vigorous to the extreme. Every move he made could shake the heavens and earth, displaying his unparalleled battle strength. The king martial body was extremely powerful. He kept clashing with Yuan Hong. This was a direct contest of strength. There were no tricks. The stronger one would win. The entire valley collapsed. The earth was shaking. A terrifying aura swept in all directions, spreading far and wide, alarming all the creatures in the area. This was the depths of a mountain in the eastern earth. Many powerful demons were cultivating here. Many powerful beasts were roaming around. All the demons and beasts who sensed the battle rushed out. Swoosh! A green light shot up from the mountain and arrived near the battlefield. Inside the green light was a green-haired old man with a powerful demonic aura. This old man was a great demon. Who is it? Who dares to provoke that divine ape? The green-haired old man's eyes flickered as he swept his gaze forward. When he saw the figure fighting with Yuan Hong, he was even more shocked. When did the human race have such an expert? The old man murmured thoughtfully. The heaven realm did not belong to the human clan. The demon clan, and even the Buddhist sect all had strong cultivators rising up in the heaven realm. Currently, the heaven realm was flourishing with hundreds of races. No race could dominate the heaven realm and become the ruler of the heaven realm. Apart from this old demon, powerful auras appeared in other directions. Some experts were alarmed and came to watch the battle. Shaoqing, He Tian, Balan, and the others noticed the strangeness in the surrounding area. They couldn't help but be shocked. They didn't think that there would be so many experts hiding in this nameless mountain. In fact, Shaoqing and the others didn't know that this mountain was not some nameless mountain. Bang! Boom! Clang! Gu Fei and Yuan Hong fought in close combat. Fists and palms constantly collided. The 9 heaven stars sword and the golden cudgel constantly produced sparks. The sound of metal clashing was extremely ear-piercing. The two of them exchanged over a dozen palm strikes in a row before both of them were sent flying backward. Although it had only been a short while, the two of them had already exchanged no less than 1,000 blows. Close combat was extremely dangerous. Even if Gu Fei and Yuan Hong weren't fighting to the death, the slightest carelessness could result in severe injuries to the other party. You're very strong. Yuan Hong didn't speak much, but he was very direct. You're very strong too. Gu Fei looked at Yuan Hong and said calmly. He couldn't help but admire Yuan Hong in his heart. Even with the strength of his king martial body, he couldn't completely suppress this divine ape. The Golden Spirit Ape clan was indeed abnormal. Again. Before the two of them could enjoy themselves to their heart's content, they charged at each other again. This was simply like a battle between two gods. Their brute force surged to the heavens and shook the world. There weren't any powerful god laws or terrifying killing techniques, but it was far more dangerous than an ordinary battle. A swing of the sword directly cut through the void, and a smash of the cudgel caused the void to collapse. Both of them had powerful physical bodies and seemingly endless divine strength. The two of them fought as they moved forward. Everywhere they passed, mountains collapsed, rivers broke, and everything was crushed. Nothing could stop them. Yuan Hong was even more shocked than Gu Fei. The powerful physical body that the Golden Spirit Ape clan was so proud of was actually unable to gain any advantage in a fight with this human. One had to know that the strength of the Golden Spirit Ape clan's divine beasts mostly came from their innate talent. The Golden Spirit Ape clan tempered their bodies with the power of metal. Their bodies were so strong that they were even more powerful than holy weapons. Clang! The golden cudgel and the 9 heaven stars sword collided violently once. Yuan Hong's wrist was immediately shattered, and golden divine blood seeped out. Buzz! The golden cudgel vibrated in Yuan Hong's hand and almost fell out of his hand. Meanwhile, Gu Fei also felt his sword-wielding right hand go numb. The 9 heaven stars sword in his hand almost flew out of his hand, and his wrist was numb. What a powerful divine ape! What an insane king martial body! He Tian was secretly shocked to see this. Even if he was at the same age as Gu Fei and Yuan Hong, he wouldn't be so powerful. Especially Gu Fei, the potential he displayed was comparable to a young martial ancestor. Boom! Gu Fei's body shook. The power of yin and yang reversed and turned into the 5 elements' divine power. 5 void worlds rushed out of his body and revolved around Gu Fei like the 5 worlds. Huh! Yuan Hong was shocked to see this. Not only was his opponent's physical body unbelievably strong, but he had also cultivated the law of divine power. Yuan Hong couldn't help but be shocked. Since I've warmed up, let's get serious. Gu Fei looked at Yuan Hong and said. There was no fluctuation in his tone, and his state of mind was very calm at this moment. Very good. Yuan Hong didn't say much. He shook the golden cudgel in his hand and a golden light screen spread out from his body. The power of the metal element was vast and mighty, as if a golden world was faintly discernible. This divine ape has also cultivated the law of divine power. He Tian said in surprise. This was definitely an evenly matched battle. The golden spiritual ape Yuan Hong stood in a golden void like a golden supreme god of war. He held the golden cudgel and pointed it at Gu Fei. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, I will use the 5 elements to break your line. Gu Fei shouted and soared into the sky. The 5 elements' 5 worlds expanded. Rumble, it was as if the 5 worlds were pressing down from the sky. The power of the 5 elements spread out in all directions. The ground shattered, and the void cracked. It was terrifying, as if the world was about to be destroyed. Everyone was stunned by the combat strength displayed by Gu Fei. Even if a celestial came, he would probably have to retreat and not dare to fight head-on. Roar! Yuan Hong roared, his golden hair dancing wildly. Endless metal element divine power poured into the golden cudgel in his hand. The cudgel vibrated, and mysterious Tao patterns rushed out from it. The entire golden world was instantly strengthened. Endless godly laws intertwined, and rays of destructive golden light pierced through the void. Yuan Hong was also unparalleled. He didn't retreat, but instead, he directly rushed into the sky, rushing towards the 5 elements void that was pressing down from the sky. This was an extremely shocking scene. The 5 elements world descended from the sky, and the 5 powers seemed to have attracted the power of the 5 elements' great path, as if it could suppress and kill everything. Meanwhile, a golden world rushed up from the ground, rushing towards the five elements world that was pressing down from the sky. This was a collision between two worlds. This was a battle of divine power. Gu Fei and Yuanhong didn't hold back anymore, and each showed their true strength. Rumble, the void collided. Where the five elements void and the metal element domain collided, the void shattered and turned into the most primitive chaos. Yuanhong's body shone with endless divine light, illuminating the entire mountain. As for Gu Fei, he stood in the five elements void and used the power of the five elements to suppress it. He also suffered a great impact, and a trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. Are they really going to fight with their lives on the line? In the distant sky, Shaoqing couldn't help but be moved when he saw this scene. Gu Fei and Yuanhong attacked with all their strength without holding back. This was very easy to lose control, and the one who lost would likely be destroyed by the other's power. Boss knows what he's doing. He Tian said. Although Gu Fei and Yuanhong were attacking with all their strength, they didn't have any killing intent on them. There was only a strong will to fight. Their goal wasn't to kill each other. This was just a contest. However, this contest was also extremely dangerous. Even if they didn't want to kill each other, they would still kill each other if they didn't stop in time. Amidst the deafening sound, the golden world was suppressed by the five elements world from the sky. The power of the five elements spread between heaven and earth, and everyone was shocked. Yuanhong roared furiously. His golden staff kept piercing out of the metal element domain, trying to disperse the five elements void world that was pressing down from the sky. It had to be said that the golden staff in Yuanhong's hand was too powerful. Under Yuanhong's full force, endless Tao patterns appeared on the golden staff. The Tao patterns intertwined and appeared as if the great Tao of heaven and earth was evolving on the golden staff. The aura it emitted was very frightening, and even Gu Fei felt his heart palpitate. This isn't an ordinary holy weapon. Gu Fei came to this conclusion. The golden staff in Yuanhong's hands probably had a great origin, and this wasn't even the true power of the staff. This was a metal domain, a region of dazzling golden light. Inside, Yuanhong was an invincible god who could evolve his own laws. This was the combat art cultivated by Yuanhong, the golden spiritual ape. On the other hand, Gu Fei's five-element small world was fundamentally different from a divine ability. It was a battle skill derived from the fusion of the world energy and the power of the primordial spirit. It could barely be considered a divine ability. Yuanhong was strong, but Gu Fei was even stronger. He used one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the Heaven Ascension secret art. His battle prowess immediately soared by 6 or 7 times, and the entire world trembled under his aura. His blood rushed to the highest heavens, as if dragons were dancing above Gu Fei's head. He was like an unparalleled god of war, but even he couldn't stop Gu Fei. The 5 elements void world around Gu Fei shuddered violently as boundless power of heaven and earth descended, shattering everything. Even Yuanhong's golden staff was knocked out of his hand. Bam! The 5 elements void world around Gu Fei shuddered violently as boundless power of heaven and earth descended, shattering everything. Even Yuanhong's golden staff flew out of his hand. Bam! Endless Tao patterns were destroyed, and the power of laws dispersed. The metal domain collapsed, and Yuanhong coughed up a mouthful of blood as the 5 elements void world came crashing down from the sky. Boss really broke through. He Tian no longer had any doubts. Although Gu Fei had been gravely injured in the burial moon, it was a blessing in disguise. He'd managed to break through in that life-or-death situation. The 4th level of arcane transformation. Chapter 1027. Each of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao was a heaven-defying divine art with unimaginable power. Once the Ascension secret art was used, Gu Fei's battle prowess immediately soared by 6 or 7 times. Rumble, the powerful aura that rushed out from Gu Fei's body shook the heavens. The 5 elemental minor world descended from the sky with boundless power of the 5 elements, shattering the void. At this moment, Gu Fei was so powerful that even the celestial beings paled. The spectators in the distance were even more shaken as they hastily retreated. Bam! The 5-elemental minor world came crashing down and Yuan Hong's metal elemental domain collapsed. The golden staff in his hand was shaken away. He spat out blood and fell from the sky. Boom! Yuan Hong smashed into the ground like a meteor, causing the earth to tremble and dust to soar into the sky. The ground within a radius of several li collapsed, creating a bottomless pit. The 5-elemental minor world revolved around Gu Fei, drawing upon the power of the 5 elements of heaven and earth. Metal, wood, fire, earth, the 5-elemental minor world rotated with Tao energy. The earth was collapsing and the mountains were crumbling. The 5-elemental minor world didn't stop there. It continued to descend, displaying a terrifying might. Roar! Yuan Hong's muffled roar came from the ground. He roared again and again, still trying to contend against the 5-elemental minor world. No one was optimistic about Yuan Hong's chances. He was completely suppressed by Gu Fei and even his golden staff was shaken away. What else could he have to contend against Gu Fei? Yuan Hong actually lost. Who is that human expert? Did the human race produce another Shen King? Those who were alarmed were indescribably shocked. The golden spiritual ape of the ancestral sovereign mountain was an absolutely invincible existence within a million li radius. But now, it was completely suppressed by a human. With Gu Fei's current strength, he was strong enough to challenge celestial beings like Immortal Sovereign and Shen King. It wasn't impossible for him to be invincible in the same realm, and it wasn't a myth to challenge celestial beings like Immortal Sovereign and Shen King. Gu Fei did it. Boom! The 5-element small world landed on the ground, causing the ground to sink. A terrifying power spread out in all directions, causing the ground within a radius of several hundred miles to undulate violently like waves. The outcome of this battle seemed to have been decided. However, just when everyone thought Yuan Hong was going to be defeated, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from the ground. The aura was so powerful that it made people want to bow down as if they were facing a saint. The aura of a sage? He Tian's expression immediately changed. However, he immediately felt that something was wrong. This aura was strange. It did not seem like a true saint had descended. In the 3 realms and 6 Tao, sages were extinct. There were no saints in the world, so how could a sage of the extreme Tao suddenly appear? However, He Tian still felt a strong sense of unease. He seemed to have thought of something, and his expression became extremely solemn. Boom! At this moment, boundless golden light rushed out from the ground. The dazzling golden light pierced through the void as if it was going to illuminate the world. The 5-element small world that descended from the sky was immediately impacted. Gu Fei, who was standing in the center of the 5-element small world, trembled and spat out a mouthful of blood. The 5-element small world that was revolving around him almost collapsed. Bam! A gigantic golden hand broke through the ground, bursting out from the ground with a boundless and terrifying aura. Even the void was shattered, and Gu Fei was sent flying by the force of the palm. The 5-element small world that was revolving around Gu Fei instantly collapsed. The power of the huge hand was too strong and simply unstoppable. This isn't Yuan Hong's power. Gu Fei was sent flying thousands of meters away by the palm. His king martial physique had suffered a great impact and almost collapsed. Even if he used one of the 9 secrets of Immortal Tao, the Ascension secret technique, he still couldn't withstand it. Everyone who saw this scene was stupefied. They had thought that Yuan Hong was going to be defeated, but the sudden reversal was too unbelievable. After the golden hand slapped Gu Fei away, it also disappeared from the world. The terrifying aura also disappeared, as if it had never appeared in the first place. Roar! Gu Fei roared angrily. The blood and qi in his body surged, and the cracks on his king martial physique rapidly healed. In an instant, he had completely recovered. However, at this time, his extremely vigorous aura also weakened rapidly. Soon, the strong pressure on Gu Fei's body disappeared. Oh no! He Tian, Shaoqing, Balan and the others sensed the change in Gu Fei's body. Everyone's expression changed immediately. They knew that Gu Fei was in trouble. Shaoqing and the others had all practiced the Ascension secret technique. This secret technique was very magical. It seemed like any race could practice it and unleash the power of the Ascension secret technique. This secret technique had a time limit. It couldn't be maintained for a long time. Gu Fei's Ascension secret technique was over. His power, which was enough to make a sect leader-level celestial tremble, disappeared. He had returned to his original state. If he continued to use the Ascension secret technique, Gu Fei would have to pay the price of consuming his own life force. In this way, even if he could defeat Yuan Hong, his own vitality would be greatly damaged. Gu Fei didn't want to have a real battle with Yuan Hong. Whoosh! With a golden flash, a golden figure rushed out from the ground. His hair was disheveled and his clothes were in tatters. He looked extremely miserable. This person was the golden spiritual ape Yuan Hong. After Yuan Hong rushed out from the ground, he waved his hand and a golden ray of light flew over from a distance and landed in his hand. That ray of golden light was none other than the golden staff that Gu Fei had just sent flying. Again. Yuan Hong roared and charged at Gu Fei again. He wasn't the type to admit defeat easily. If he wanted to fight, he would fight until the heavens fell and the earth split. I'm not fighting anymore. Gu Fei shook his head. He wasn't afraid of Yuan Hong, but he didn't want to fight to the death with him. Furthermore, the power that had sent him flying just now was definitely not Yuan Hong's power. Why? Yuan Hong stopped. He was only putting on a strong front, and he looked a little weary. He had definitely suffered serious injuries in his fight with Gu Fei, but he refused to admit defeat. If we keep fighting, it'll be a matter of life and death. There's no animosity between us, so why must we fight to the death? Gu Fei said calmly. Gu Fei and Yuan Hong weren't too far apart in terms of strength. However, Yuan Hong's cultivation base was already at the celestial being realm, while he was being suppressed by a mysterious transformation realm human. That made him very unhappy. Yuan Hong still had a trump card that he hadn't used yet, but he couldn't use it easily. After hearing Gu Fei's words, he hesitated. Chapter 1028. In the end, Gu Fei and Yuan Hong didn't fight again because there was no need to fight to the death. Both of them admired each other very much. Yuan Hong even invited Gu Fei and the others to the ancestral Emperor Mountain. The battle came to an end. There seemed to be no winner or loser. Gu Fei and Yuan Hong seemed to be tied. The spectators also dispersed. Not everyone could enter the ancestral Emperor Mountain. It was the ancestral court of the Golden Spirit Apes. Outsiders couldn't enter even if they wanted to. The ancestral Emperor Mountain was located in the depths of this endless mountain range. The Golden Spirit Apes weren't flourishing. There were only a few of them in the entire heavenly realm. Although there weren't many Golden Spirit Apes, every one of them was an expert. Yuan Hong's old father was a gold essence sacred beast that was comparable to a saint. However, Yuan Hong's old father had disappeared for countless years. No one knew where the old sacred beast had gone. However, Yuan Hong believed that his father would definitely return to the ancestral Emperor Mountain. Soon, under Yuan Hong's lead, Gu Fei and the others arrived at a fairyland-like area. There were towering spiritual peaks, lingering mist, and waterfalls. On the peak of a spiritual mountain, Yuan Hong opened up a void, and Gu Fei and the rest, who were behind him, immediately felt a wave of spiritual energy rushing towards them. The ancestral Emperor Mountain was actually not in the outside world, but in a mysterious realm. This made Gu Fei and the others very shocked. The Golden Spirit Apes actually controlled a mysterious realm. After entering, everyone found that the scenery inside the mysterious realm was actually more beautiful than the fairyland outside. The spiritual energy inside was also denser. This is, after seeing the scenery inside the mysterious realm, He Tian couldn't help but be moved. This was simply a world of its own. There was a divine sun hanging in the sky. There were no clouds in the sky, and the entire mysterious realm was boundless. Incredible. This was definitely a mysterious realm that could grow into a real world. The existence who had refined this mysterious realm was probably on par with the Supreme Saints. Could it be that this mysterious realm was actually refined by the ancestors of the golden spirit apes? Since the beginning of the world, the innate divine beasts that were born in the world were extremely formidable. As soon as they were born, they were capable of causing the world to change color and the sun and moon to dim. Ordinary immortals and gods weren't a match for them. Once such a divine beast grew up, even a supreme sage would be shocked. After entering the profound realm, under Yuan Hong's lead, Gu Fei and the others flew towards the depths of the profound realm. Along the way, Gu Fei and the others saw many powerful wild beasts. Some of these divine beasts were even comparable to immortal emperors and Shen King, but they were very afraid of Yuan Hong. Wherever Yuan Hong went, all the wild beasts would retreat. Very soon, a towering mountain that seemed to reach the heavens appeared before everyone's eyes. This was the legendary Ancestral Emperor Mountain. As they approached the Ancestral Emperor Mountain, Gu Fei and the others sensed a vast and boundless aura. Extreme Saint Might? This aura made Gu Fei feel very uneasy. It was as if there was a terrifying primordial beast hiding on the mountain ahead, causing his heart to palpitate. This is the aura of our ancestors. Although it has been countless years, the aura of our ancestors still hasn't dissipated, Golden Spirit Ape Yuan Hong analyzed. What? Everyone was taken aback when they heard this. The vast aura coming from the mountain ahead was actually left behind by an innate ancestral beast. In other words, an innate ancestral beast had once cultivated on the mountain ahead, leaving behind an inextinguishable aura that not even the merciless years of time could erase. A primordial ancestor beast that had reached the phenomenal level was a supreme existence that could compete with extreme Tao experts. The Golden Spirit Ape clan's foundation was too terrifying, and they had once produced such an ancestor beast. The bloodline of the divine beast in Yuan Hong's body had already been awakened. He was now equivalent to the youth of the human race, still very far away from the grand completion. Even so, Yuan Hong's cultivation and strength were not comparable to an ordinary celestial being realm immortal emperor or Shen King. Even a sect master would have to be cautious when facing Yuan Hong. The Golden Spirit Ape was a special clan in the heaven realm. Although there were only a few members, they were all very powerful. Although the elder sacred ape had disappeared for countless years, no one dared to underestimate this clan. After all, this was a clan that had produced a supreme existence that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the sages. No one knew what kind of foundation the Golden Spirit Ape clan had, but many people believed that the elder sacred ape must have left behind a contingency plan to protect this clan from being bullied by other clans. Otherwise, those people in the heaven realm would have already taken action against the Golden Spirit Ape clan. The place where the Ancestral Emperor Mountain was located was the source of the ancestral vein in the eastern land of the heaven realm. However, it had been occupied by the Golden Spirit Ape clan for countless years. Emperor Xian of the eastern land, Yuan Gu, had long been displeased. Not only Yuan Gu, but many people in the entire heaven realm had their eyes on the Ancestral Emperor Mountain. The place where the ancestral vein was located was definitely a divine land that could make Emperor Xian and Shen King go crazy. This was because of an ancient legend in the heaven realm. The place where a supreme sage proved his Tao was the source of the ancestral vein. When the supreme martial ancestor, the supreme Tao ancestor, the eternal Buddha Lord, and other human race sages proved their Tao, it was always earth-shattering. The place where they proved their Tao was the source of the ancestral vein. The ancestral vein in the eastern land of the heaven realm had been occupied by the Golden Spirit Ape clan. This made Emperor Xian of the eastern land feel ashamed. The other Emperor Xian and the celestial emperors all controlled an ancestral vein, but Yuan Gu was the only exception. Just as Gu Fei and the others accepted the invitation of the Golden Spirit Ape clan and entered the Ancestral Emperor Mountain, the entire eastern land was in chaos. Many of the heavenly realm's old antiques that had been expelled by Emperor Xian of Yuan Gu had returned. Moreover, this time, a large army had arrived. The southern mountains, northern snowy plains, Middle Earth, and westernly had all sent important figures to the eastern land. The southern mountains' god emperor had personally come and fought a great battle with Emperor Xian of Yuan Gu. Some people said that Emperor Xian of the eastern land had taken the step that no one had taken in the past 10 million years. He had become the only Emperor Xian who could take that step after 10 million years. Emperor Xian of Yuan-gu had intimidated everyone, so the important figures didn't dare act blindly without thinking. Some people had witnessed the battle between Emperor Xian of Yuan-gu and the Southern Mountains God Emperor. That battle could be said to be earth-shattering. It had even pierced through the heavenly realm. A battle between two emperor-ranked powerhouses hadn't been seen in the heavenly realm for 10,000 years. That battle had been so fierce that it had completely destroyed the earth. However, the news of the lost palace of the moon deities had spread throughout the heavenly realm. Countless experts had rushed to the eastern land. This was just the beginning. The Southern Mountains God Emperor was the first to jump out and compete with Yuan-gu. Although he had been defeated, he hadn't fallen. Chapter 1029. It was unknown how many experts who hadn't shown themselves in a long time had jumped out. The battle between Eastern Emperor Xian Gu and Southern Mountain God Emperor Tsang Shao had shaken the entire heavenly realm. Although there were many experts in the heavenly realm, it had been a long time since a battle between Emperor Xian and God Emperor Tsang Shao had occurred. Existences of this level were usually used as deterrents. However, it was different this time. The legendary palace of the moon deities had appeared. No one could sit still. The old antiques of the heavenly realm were even more envious. Everyone wanted to obtain the inheritance of the extreme Tao Saint. However, the Eastern Emperor Xian Gu wanted to monopolize the palace of the moon deities. This was tantamount to becoming the enemy of all the forces in the heavenly realm. It was an incomparably crazy move to contend against all the forces of the heavenly realm by himself. However, the Eastern Emperor Xian Gu had actually done such a crazy thing. Could it be that Yuan-gu has really taken that step? Otherwise, how would he dare? Some of the old antiques of the heavenly realm hesitated. These people had lived for countless years, and some were even characters of the late desolate era. Their background was so great that even Emperor Xian and the God Emperor had to be wary of them. After Emperor Xian Gu expelled the Southern Mountain God Emperor, the entire Eastern Earth calmed down. However, everyone knew that this was only a temporary calm. A greater storm was about to arrive. At this time, Gu Fei and the others were guests at the ancestral Emperor Mountain. Gu Fei and the golden spiritualist ape Yuan Hong had a feeling of regret for not having met each other earlier. Their temperaments were very similar, and they appreciated each other's talents. This was a friendship forged from fighting. The entire ancestral Emperor Mountain covered a radius of millions of miles. It was a small world independent of the larger world, and there was only Yuan Hong in this small world. The golden spiritualist ape clan was so small that they didn't even have a servant. Ever since the disappearance of the old sacred ape, Yuan Hong had been sleeping in this small world for countless years. It was only 1,000 years ago that he woke up and walked out of this small world. There was an ancient palace on the ancestral Emperor Mountain. It was the ancestral court of the golden spirit apes. Legend had it that it had been built by the primogenitor of the golden spirit apes at the beginning of the world. This ancient temple had the immortal Tao patterns laid down by the golden spirit ape primogenitor. It could exist in this world for a long time, indestructible and resistant to decay. Gu Fei and the others were not invited into the ancestral court by Yuan Hong. Beside the ancestral Emperor Mountain, there were a few other spiritual mountains. Yuan Hong's cave dwelling was located halfway up one of them. Gu Fei and the others were currently chatting happily with Yuan Hong in the cave dwelling. Brother Gu, if I'm not mistaken, you should be the successor of the martial progenitor. Yuan Hong suddenly asked Gu Fei. Yuan Hong was the son of the elder sacred ape and a saint's son. Naturally, he knew many secrets of the world. He had survived the terrible upheavals of that period. Yuan Hong's experience was very similar to that of the old tortoise. The old tortoise was caught into the virtual sky world and escaped the upheavals that swept through the three realms at the end of the Great Desolate Age. On the other hand, Yuan Hong was personally sealed in the ancestral Emperor Mountain by his father. Day and night, his body was tempered by the metal essence of heaven and earth, and he also escaped that upheaval. When they came out again, the world had changed. There were no saints in the world. Successor of the martial progenitor? Gu Fei was a little surprised that Yuan Hong could actually see through his background. He was indeed the successor of the martial progenitor because he had obtained the great path imprint of the martial progenitor. I just obtained the inheritance of the martial progenitor by chance. Gu Fei said with a nod. There was no need to hide this kind of thing. Gu Fei also didn't need to hide it. Yes. I think so too. There are no saints in the world now. Even someone as strong as the martial progenitor has probably disappeared. Yuan Hong looked a little sad. His father was also a great saint of the golden spirit apes. He was a sacred ape. There are no saints in the world. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Could it be that the saints had fallen in the post-primitive era? This was absolutely impossible. That was an indestructible supreme saint. How could he have fallen? However, there were no saints in the world today. The saints had already become a legend. What exactly happened? Gu Fei asked Yuan Hong. Xiao Qing, He Tian, Balan, and Chu Luqing pricked up their ears. They also wanted to know what had happened in the past to make the saints disappear. I also don't know. I was sealed in the ancestral Emperor Mountain's metal element ancestral vein by my father. I have no idea what happened outside. Yuan Hong also didn't know what kind of earth-shattering event had happened. Later on, the laws of heaven and earth were changed. The primitive world collapsed and formed the current human world. According to some of the old antiques who survived the end of the primitive world, the heaven world was also very dangerous at that time. The entire heaven world had almost collapsed and many areas had fallen into the unknown void. Some said that after the upheaval, the heaven world had shrunk to a third of its original size. The old antiques in the heaven world had no idea what had happened, but it seemed that some unknown existence had launched a devastating attack on the heaven world. Those who had survived the primitive world all agreed that the source of all the chaos was the primitive world, and that the primitive world's turmoil had affected the heaven world. This was the first time Gu Fei and the others had heard of such a secret from Yuan Hong. No one said a word. Only He Tian looked pensive. Just as everyone was digesting Yuan Hong's words, Yuan Hong seemed to sense something. He stood up and walked out of the cave. Seeing this, the crowd also stood up and followed Yuan Hong out. What's wrong? Gu Fei asked. Yuan Hong pondered for a moment, then said, nothing. A friend is coming. I'll go receive him. I'll be right back. With that, Yuan Hong shot into the sky and flew toward the entrance of the ancestral emperor realm. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared over the horizon. The Golden Spirit Ape clan's battle prowess was unparalleled, and so was their speed. Who the hell has come? Everyone was puzzled. One should know that Yuan Hong was the only one in the ancestral emperor realm. Anyone who could find their way here was definitely not simple. Soon enough, a powerful aura appeared in the distance and rapidly approached. Then, a huge black bird appeared in everyone's line of sight. Everyone was shocked when they saw the bird. It was a divine bird the size of a mountain, covered in pitch-black feathers. When it spread its wings, it looked like a dark cloud descending from the sky. Great Peng? Erebus couldn't help being moved. That divine bird was actually the legendary Great Peng. It was truly inconceivable. How could such an existence appear in front of them? What? Chapter 1030. Boom! The divine beast's aura covered the sky as it surged forward. Everyone's expression changed, especially Xiao Qing and Balan. They also had the bloodline of divine beasts. Xiao Qing and Balan's bloodline had already awakened, so they were also divine beasts. When divine beasts encountered each other, they would definitely sense each other. Xiao Qing and Balan both felt their blood boiling. The other party was very strong, so strong that they wanted to submit. Roar! Little Qing let out a furious roar. Dragon chi surged from its body, and a layer of azure dragon scales appeared on its skin. Rays of azure light flowed around it. It was actually going to transform back into its original form. Balan's body also erupted with powerful fire elemental power. Divine flames appeared on his body, and the image of a fire qilin could be faintly seen on his body. Balon's strength was stronger than Xiaoqing's, but he didn't show any signs of transforming back to his original form. The legendary Great Peng Divine Bird? Gu Fei's pupils involuntarily shrank when he saw that huge bird appear on the horizon. Although the other party's aura was powerful, he wasn't afraid at all. This divine bird's strength was on par with Yuan Hong's. It should be Yuan Hong's friend. To be able to befriend Yuan Hong, this fellow must have a very powerful background. This isn't a real Great Peng. It's just an illusion. He Tian opened his yin-yang divine eyes. In his left eye, there seemed to be a black divine moon floating, while in his right eye, there was a dazzling sun flashing. The power of yin and yang interweaved, and the aura of the great Tao circulated in He Tian's eyes. The yin-yang divine eyes could see through all illusions. 1,000 miles away in the sky, a black-clothed young man was walking over with Yuan Hong. He was a young man with a pair of sharp eyes. The youth emitted a powerful aura, and above his head, the image of a black Great Peng the size of a mountain appeared. "Brother Yuan, I didn't expect you to have a guest," the green-robed youth said to Yuan Hong. They didn't stop and continued towards Yuan Hong's cave. With just a few steps, Yuan Hong and the black-clothed young man arrived before Yuan Hong's abode. "Hee, we just got to know each other today. Come, let me introduce you." As he spoke, Yuan Hong and the black-clothed young man descended from the sky and arrived before Gu Fei and the others. True Dragon Bloodline and Fire Qilin Bloodline. When he saw Xiaoqing and Balon, the black-clothed young man's expression turned serious. Although he had sensed the aura of divine beasts coming from Xiaoqing and Balon from afar, he did not know what kind of divine beasts they were. Golden-winged rock, He Tian also saw through this black-robed youth's background. He was an expert from the Sky Rock race. According to legend, their ancestor was a sky rock born from heaven and earth. The feathers of the golden-winged rock weren't black. This black-clothed young man's bloodline didn't seem to be pure, but it was still frightening. This divine beast was very powerful. "This is Gu Fei. Brother Gu is the martial ancestor's successor." Yuan Hong introduced both parties. "What?" When the black-clothed young man heard this, his sharp eagle-like eyes immediately turned vertical. His eyes flickered and the aura on his body became even more powerful. A powerful aura spread out, and Xiaoqing and Balon found it a little difficult to resist. Chu Luqing was in an even worse state. He had already collapsed on the ground, his body trembling, and he was just short of wetting his pants. Roar! Xiaoqing let out a low roar and finally couldn't help but reveal his true form. A green dragon appeared in front of Yuan Hong's cave and a powerful dragon aura spread out. When the creatures in the vicinity sensed this aura, they trembled and prostrated themselves on the ground. This was due to the reverence they had for superior divine beasts. Some of the stronger beasts in the vicinity also prostrated themselves as if they were worshipping their emperor. The black-clothed young man glanced at Xiaoqing and said, "I didn't expect you to have cultivated the aura of a true dragon. You are showing signs of atavism. Brother Gu Fei, this is the Little Peng Emperor of the Sky Peng race." Yuan Hong introduced him to Gu Fei. Little Peng Emperor? Gu Fei could sense a powerful battle intent from the black-clothed young man. This Little Peng Emperor was arrogant and unruly. Did he want to fight him? The martial ancestor's successor, Gu Fei? The Little Peng Emperor sized up Gu Fei. Just the identity of the martial ancestor's successor was enough to shock him. Although he was only a successor and not a direct disciple, what difference did it make? The supreme martial ancestor had shaken the 9 heavens and 10 lands. He was the strongest saint in the world. Even though he had disappeared for countless years, no one could forget him. Yuan Hong was surprised that the Little Peng Emperor immediately opposed the Little Peng Emperor. In the end, Gu Fei and the Little Peng Emperor didn't make a move. Instead, they withdrew their auras and were invited into the cave abode by Yuan Hong. They couldn't fight here. This was Yuan Hong's territory, as well as the ancestral court of the Golden Spirit Ape race. Even the arrogant Little Peng Emperor wouldn't dare to act presumptuously here. "Brother Peng, why did you come to find me?" Yuan Hong was very direct. After sitting down, he went straight to the point. He didn't continue with the pleasantries, nor did he continue to introduce Xiaoqing and the others to the little Peng Emperor. The little Peng Emperor was very arrogant. He didn't think much of those weaker than him. Even though they were both divine beasts, he was an emperor. On the other hand, Xiaoqing and Balan were only divine beasts in the mysterious transformation realm. The little Peng Emperor only glanced at Xiaoqing and Balan in front of Yuan Hong's cave abode before ignoring them. He also ignored Chu Luqing. The little Peng Emperor's disregard made Chu Luqing feel very depressed. However, Chu Luqing didn't dare show the slightest bit of displeasure. The other party was an expert from the Sky Rock race. The Sky Rock race was a powerful force in the heavenly realm that even the 5 great emperors Xian and the 4 great celestial emperors had to be wary of. This didn't mean that the Sky Rock race had the advantage in numbers. On the contrary, although the Sky Rock race had few clansmen, every single one of them was a powerhouse. Some people said that the current patriarch of the Sky Rock race had already successfully taken that step. Let alone Chu Luqing, even the power behind Chu Luqing definitely wasn't a match for the Sky Rock race. The little Peng Emperor's arrogance wasn't without reason. What? You still don't know that the palace of the moon deities has appeared? The little Peng Emperor asked in surprise. The palace of the moon deities has appeared? Yuan Hong was shocked. Then, he looked at Gu Fei. When he saw Gu Fei nod, he was even more shocked. The palace of the extreme path female sage had appeared. Nobody could sit still. Yuan Hong couldn't sit still either. I came to look for you because I want to go and take a look with you, the little Peng Emperor said. He wanted to invite Yuan Hong so that he wouldn't appear to be alone. Although the Sky Rock race was powerful, there were still many forces in the heavenly realm that could contend with the Sky Rock race. However, things would be different if Yuan Hong was involved. Without saying much, Yuan Hong and the little Peng Emperor set off. Under Yuan Hong's invitation, Gu Fei and the others also went along. Gu Fei and the others also used this opportunity to go back and take a look. Chapter 1031. All the powers in the heavenly realm focused their attention on the Eastern Earth. A storm was brewing in the Eastern Earth, and it was unknown how many powerful characters had appeared. Even the legendary super antiques that had fallen long ago had appeared. Some people saw the madman of a generation, Lu Rufeng, appear in the vicinity of the moon deity's palace. Some people also saw the battle emperor, Ao Wuchang, loitering outside the tent of the primordial emperor Xian. Some people even saw Yi Tian, who had disappeared for 1,000 years and was thought to have fallen, kill a great devil from the 100,000 devil mountains in the depths of the mountains. These were the experts of the heavenly realm who had become famous 10,000 years ago. They had disappeared for a long time, but now they had appeared in front of the world again. These 3 powerful characters had already been emperors of the celestial being realm 10,000 years ago. No one knew what level their cultivation had reached after 10,000 years. With the appearance of these powerful characters, the atmosphere of the Eastern Earth became very oppressive. A storm was brewing. Although all the great sects were still watching, they were already prepared. Although some people said that the primordial emperor Xian had taken a step that no one had taken in millions of years, not everyone was afraid of him. Some people even wanted to fight him. When Gu Fei had activated the mountain and river cauldron with all his strength, the buried moon land had been erased from the earth by a strand of the divine might of the mountain and river cauldron. The area where the buried moon land was located had already been enveloped by a super formation set up by the primordial emperor Xian. It had sealed off the sky and the earth, so no one could easily break in. In the past few days, many people had tried to break in, but they had all died at the hands of the Violet Emperor. Although the Violet Emperor wasn't as powerful as his father, he gave off a more dangerous feeling. He would often smile and kill his enemies with a wave of his hand. He was regarded as the future master of the Eastern Earth. He had a talent that others couldn't hope to match. He had only cultivated for 1,000 years, but he already had the power to look down on the Eastern Earth. When Gu Fei, Yuan Hong, and the little Peng Emperor were thousands of miles away from the place where the palace of the moon deities appeared, they were intercepted by a group of patrolling immortal soldiers. This group of immortal soldiers was clad in silver immortal armor and emanated a vast amount of immortal chi. Every one of them was an immortal god, and there were 12 of them in total. The one in the lead was an immortal general in the mysterious transformation realm. This place has already been designated as a forbidden area by His Majesty Yuan Gu. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. All of you should quickly retreat. The immortal general shouted at Gu Fei and the others. Humph. The little Peng Emperor sneered and pointed with his finger. A ball of golden light shot out from his fingertip. Pfft. With a bang, the immortal general in front of him exploded. His immortal king blood splattered everywhere, and he was killed in both body and soul. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei's expression changed. This fellow was truly fearless. He even dared to kill the people of the primordial Emperor Xian. Brother Peng, Yuan Hong was also startled by the little Peng Emperor. He Tian and the others also had ugly expressions. The little Peng Emperor had killed the people of the primordial Emperor Xian right off the bat. There was nothing more to say, so they immediately started fighting. The little Peng Emperor directly challenged the number 1 faction in the eastern lands. Just thinking about it made everyone shudder. Seeing that the leading immortal general had been killed, the group of immortal soldiers immediately dispersed with a bang. At the same time, he unleashed the immortal artifact in his hand, which he used to attack the crowd. Pfft! Immortal power surged, and the entire area was illuminated by the immortal light emitted by the 11 immortal artifacts. Even the sun in the sky paled in comparison. The little Peng Emperor laughed and rushed forward. 18 golden rings shot out from his body, enveloping him within. All the immortal weapons that were rushing towards him were repelled by the 18 golden rings. Some of the immortal artifacts even shattered on the spot, and the fragments scattered in all directions. Bam! The little Peng Emperor rushed in front of an immortal soldier in an instant and punched, blasting the immortal soldier into pieces. Even the primordial spirit was shattered. The little Peng Emperor was too domineering and very arrogant. It was as if he was invincible. Immortal soldiers were killed with every move he made. From time to time, there would be immortal blood bursting in the air, and a bloody mist drifted in the void. This was immortal blood. Someone was killing immortals. If this scene happened in the mortal realm, the world would definitely be shaken. However, in the heaven realm, it was as common as having a meal. The heaven realm was very suitable for the cultivation of various races. Various factions nurtured many talented people. Under systematic guidance, most of these people could become immortals. However, the moment these people became immortals, it could be said that their cultivation could no longer increase. Without a higher cultivation technique, the experts in their sects would no longer impart and guide them. In the end, such people could only become immortal soldiers controlled by various factions. It was the same for the immortal soldiers of the primordial era Emperor Xian. Only a few people who broke through to the mysterious transformation realm would be appointed as immortal generals and command a certain number of immortal soldiers. It would take at least a few hundred years to nurture an immortal soldier. However, it only took a short moment for an immortal soldier to perish. Boom! The little Peng Emperor seemed to have transformed into a god of death. He soared into the sky and stomped down. The bodies of 3 immortal soldiers below were crushed by his stomp. Their primordial spirits dissipated, and they died instantly. In just a few short breaths, a team of immortal soldiers was almost completely annihilated. Only 2 terrified immortal soldiers were left. These 2 immortal soldiers had been completely intimidated by the little Peng Emperor's combat strength. They didn't even have any thoughts of resisting. They turned around and fled. Humph. You still want to flee in front of me? The little Peng Emperor's figure moved and disappeared. When he reappeared, he had already caught up to one of the fleeing immortal soldiers. The Sky Peng race was the descendant of the world's first great Peng golden-winged bird. Their speed was unparalleled in the heavenly realm. They were much faster than teleportation. The little Peng Emperor streaked across the void like a black bolt of lightning. He directly passed through the immortal soldier's body and turned it into a bloody mist. Swoosh! A primordial spirit light rushed out of the bloody mist in an attempt to escape. The little Peng Emperor opened his mouth and produced a heaven-devouring force that enveloped the primordial spirit light. One could vaguely see a small person struggling desperately within the primordial spirit light. The small person enveloped by the primordial spirit light was devoured by the little Peng Emperor. Devouring and primordial spirit? Everyone jumped in fright when they saw this. This was a great taboo. This was something only people of the demonic Tao would do. It wasn't a big deal to destroy an immortal in body and soul, but devouring and primordial spirit was a great taboo in the cultivation world. People who used this method to increase their cultivation and strength would become the public enemy of the various major factions. However, the little Peng Emperor had no qualms about devouring and primordial spirit in front of everyone. Swoosh! Divine light flashed on the little Peng Emperor's back as a pair of divine wings condensed. These were a pair of divine wings with resplendent golden light. The little Peng Emperor flapped his divine wings and transformed into a beam of divine light that rapidly moved through the void. He chased after the immortal that had already fled hundreds of kilometers away. In the blink of an eye, the little Peng Emperor caught up to the immortal. However, just as the little Peng Emperor caught up to the immortal, an extremely powerful aura suddenly surged over from the front. Then, an earth-shattering purple aura swept through the world, covering a distance of 1,500 kilometers. Chapter 1032. The purple chi was vast and mighty for 3,000 miles, and a god walked out from the boundless purple chi. The immortal soldier who was caught by the little Peng Emperor was overjoyed when he saw the deity. He rushed towards the deity without hesitation. However, the little Peng Emperor had no intention of letting him go. Swish! The golden divine wings swept forward. Rays of golden light shot out from the divine wings, turning into golden divine swords that pierced towards the immortal soldier. Your Highness, save me! The immortal soldier was frightened out of his wits. In front of the little Peng Emperor, he was like a newborn baby. He had no strength to resist at all. Little Peng Emperor, how dare you! The deity shouted. The entire heaven and earth trembled under his voice. Even Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. This person was very strong. Humph. The little Peng Emperor didn't say anything. Instead, he used his actions to reply to the deity. The golden divine swords pierced through the void and instantly caught up to the immortal soldier. Swish! Countless rays of golden light pierced through the immortal soldier's body. In an instant, the immortal soldier was sliced into countless pieces by the golden divine swords behind him. Then, his entire body collapsed and fell from the sky like a building block. Even his primordial spirit couldn't escape before it was destroyed by the golden divine swords. Roar! The Violet Emperor was furious. This little Peng Emperor was too much. He actually killed his immortal soldier in front of him. This made him incomparably furious. The Violet Emperor roared and took a step forward, sending a palm strike towards the little Peng Emperor. Bang! Boundless purple chi condensed into a huge purple hand. It shattered the void and covered the entire heaven and earth. It directly pressed down on the little Peng Emperor. The purple chi was vast and mighty. A terrifying power surged down from the purple hand. It was like the hand of the heavens, shattering the void and obliterating everything. I've long wanted to fight you. The little Peng Emperor was extremely domineering. He directly soared into the sky. His divine wings were like two heavenly blades that tore the void apart. He directly tore apart the purple hand that was descending from the sky and rushed towards the Violet Emperor. The little Rock Emperor displayed the speed of a heavenly rock. His movement speed was so fast that it was unrivaled in the celestial realm. In an instant, he arrived before the Z Emperor. Next, he stretched out his right hand and his palm transformed into a golden claw, grabbing at the Z Emperor. Buzz! At this moment, the body of the Emperor of Z Huang trembled. A simple and unadorned bronze mirror appeared in front of him. Then, with a schwa sound, a purple divine light rushed out from the bronze mirror. A terrifying aura filled the air. Bam! The golden claw shattered, and the divine light that shot out from the copper mirror dissipated into the void. The little rock was sent flying by an unstoppable force thousands of feet away. Damn it! Little Peng Emperor clenched his right fist tightly. Golden blood seeped out from between his fingers. He was injured. His opponent had used a supreme treasure right from the start, causing him to suffer a little. The virtual sky mirror? When He Tian saw the ancient bronze mirror floating above the Violet Emperor's head, he couldn't help but be moved. This was a saint artifact refined by a ruthless person in the desolate era. This isn't right. Immediately, He Tian sensed something strange. He discovered that this wasn't the real virtual sky mirror. Although it looked similar, its power didn't match. If this was the real virtual sky world, the attack just now would have obliterated the little Peng Emperor. His body and soul would have been destroyed. It wouldn't be as simple as just being injured. This was a divine artifact refined in imitation of the virtual sky world. However, even if this bronze mirror wasn't the legendary virtual sky world, it still possessed a great power that could injure the little Peng Emperor. Shwa! The little Peng Emperor flapped his divine wings and immediately turned into a divine light. He rushed back from thousands of meters away and spat out a divine spear. This was a stone spear, but it emitted an aura that made everything in the world tremble. Mysterious ancient runes could be faintly seen on the surface of the stone spear. The stone spear pierced through the void, shattering heaven and earth as it stabbed towards the Z Emperor. Its terrifying aura shocked everyone. This was a peerless and vicious spear, a peerless weapon. Desolate sky spear? The Z Emperor was shocked. He recognized the origin of the stone spear, and his expression immediately changed. An unfathomable aura had already locked onto him. It was as if he was being stared at by a peerless heavenly beast, making him feel a sense of danger. Shwa! The bronze mirror floating above the Z Emperor's head emitted endless divine light. Streams of purple aura rushed out of the mirror like huge dragons, blocking the spear. The purple aura around the Z Emperor was vast and mighty. His entire body seemed to have turned into a purple sun, illuminating the entire world in purple. His vast divine power shook the world. Crack! The stone spear pierced through and directly shattered the dragon-like purple aura rushing out of the mirror. The spearhead touched the bronze mirror. Cracks immediately appeared on the bronze mirror. The divine light dimmed, showing signs of being shattered by the stone spear. At the same time, the Z Emperor suffered a great impact. The thread of consciousness attached to the bronze mirror was almost shattered, and a trace of blood seeped out of the space between his eyebrows. Roar! The Z Emperor roared and was involuntarily sent flying. The bronze mirror floating above his head was also sent flying by the stone spear. Everyone was shaken by this scene. The little Peng was truly too powerful. He was actually able to suppress the Z Emperor. It had to be known that the Z Emperor was the son of the ancient Emperor Xian, the future ruler of the Eastern Earth. Although the Z Emperor had cultivated for 1,000 years, his strength was enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with the old antiques of the heavenly world. Gu Fei had learned of the Z Emperor's origin from Yuan Hong. This Z Emperor was definitely one of the top existences in the Eastern Earth. Even Yuan Hong didn't want to provoke him. But the little Peng didn't have any misgivings. So what if it was the Z Emperor? Both the Z Emperor and the little Peng had powerful factions behind them. The little Peng also had the qualifications to challenge the son of the Eastern Earth's Emperor Xian. The son of the ancient Emperor Xian is nothing more than this. The little Peng extended his hand and the stone spear flew back into his hand. The desolate sky spear was the supreme treasure of the Tianping race, but it was now on the little Peng's body. The desolate sky spear was a supreme weapon even in the Great Desolate Era. According to legend, it was a weapon refined by the ancestor of the Tianping race, the Great Golden-Winged Peng. This stone spear had once been dyed with the blood of a supreme existence. Its fiendish aura was enough to shake heaven and earth. Even Gu Fei and the others couldn't help feeling its aura. You actually have this saint weapon on you. Chapter 1033. The Desolate Sky Spear? The Violet Emperor stared at the stone spear in the little Peng's hand. His eyes couldn't help but narrow. A ferocious killing intent surged from the stone spear, emitting an aura that made people's hearts palpitate. On the stone spear, there were ancient and mysterious runes faintly appearing. A trace of the great Tao's aura circulated around it. This saint weapon was extraordinary. A saint weapon that could draw a trace of the great Tao's power could only be refined by a half-step saint who had surpassed the almighty realm. Even if this stone spear wasn't an extreme saint weapon, it was still a half-step saint weapon. This kind of saint weapon was regarded as a supreme treasure by the major forces of the heavenly realm. They wouldn't use it easily. This little Peng actually brought out the desolate sky spear. Even Yuan Hong, who had some friendship with the little Peng, was a little surprised. Yuan Hong also had a half-step saint weapon in his hand. It was the golden staff that could smash saint weapons. It was a half-step saint weapon refined by an expert of the Golden Spirit Ape clan. The primordial Emperor Xian only has one son. The little Peng was very domineering. He looked at the Violet Emperor with disdain, giving off an insufferably arrogant feeling. The primordial era was conceited and arrogant. Gu Fei didn't approve of the little Peng's attitude. It was undeniable that the little Peng was very strong, but in fact, it was almost on par with the Violet Emperor. The little Peng only relied on the power of the desolate sky spear to gain the upper hand in the previous exchange. It's just the power of a murderous weapon. That's nothing. The Violet Emperor said disdainfully. The one suppressing him was the desolate sky spear, not the little Peng. What's with all this nonsense? It's fine as long as I can defeat you. The little Peng pointed the stone spear in his hand at the Violet Emperor and said coldly. A pair of golden wings flapped behind him, stirring up gusts of wind. The little Peng's battle intent was unparalleled. When he was in the Ancestor Emperor realm, he wanted to fight against the human race's king martial physique. However, he didn't do so because of Yuan Hong. Now that he had encountered the Violet Emperor, a great battle was inevitable. The golden-winged little Peng Emperor had not been in the world for long. Although he wanted to establish his status and reputation through a battle, the Violet Emperor was a very good choice. As long as he defeated the Violet Emperor, all the cultivators in the Heaven Realm would know of the golden-winged little Peng Emperor. The golden-winged little Peng Emperor and the golden spirit ape Yuan Hong also became friends through fighting. Unfortunately, Yuan Hong's reputation in the Heaven Realm was not very good. Although the golden-winged little Peng Emperor fought with Yuan Hong, very few people knew about it. Now, it was different. At this moment, countless pairs of eyes were staring at the little Peng Emperor and the Violet Emperor. Swoosh. Swish. Swoosh. A few squads of silver-armored immortal soldiers led by a few immortal generals rushed over from afar and gathered behind the Violet Emperor. Silver-colored immortal armor flickered about, immortal energy surging, auspicious clouds curling about, as if a celestial emperor had sent out an army, giving off a powerful feeling of pressure. This was an army formed from immortal gods. Your Highness, the leading immortal general saluted the Violet Sovereign. The battle between the little Peng Emperor and the Violet Sovereign had already alerted the immortal soldiers stationed at the Burial Moon grounds. All of you, back off. Emperor Z said without turning his head. These immortal soldiers and immortal generals wouldn't be of any help to him. The little Peng Emperor was a celestial emperor, and these immortal soldiers and immortal generals weren't his match. No matter how many of them went, they would only be throwing their lives away. Yes. The leading immortal generals and the immortal soldiers behind them bowed and retreated. Then they stood far away in the clouds, watching what was happening in front of them. One of the immortal generals turned and left. Many figures appeared nearby, drawn over by the battle between the little Peng Emperor and the Violet Sovereign. There was no lack of powerful figures among them. These people, Gu Fei sensed many people's gazes sweeping over him. He couldn't help but be shocked. In front of these people, he couldn't help being cautious. He had long since activated the inner world's power to seal himself, isolating himself from all prying eyes. No one could see through him, unless an extreme Tao saint came. No one could see through Gu Fei's cultivation and strength, but Shao Qing, Balan, and the others didn't have Gu Fei's ability. Some celestial emperors could see through them. These people are actually together with the golden spirit ape. That divine ape is willing to team up with these people. These people are definitely not simple. Some people noticed Gu Fei's group, especially since no one could see through Gu Fei's cultivation. They couldn't help but look at him a few more times. Swish. At this time, the Violet Sovereign opened his mouth and spat out a divine sword surrounded by violet energy. Then he grasped it in his hand, and a terrifying aura spread out from the sword. Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled when he saw this divine sword. This sword was very similar to his own violet gold divine sword. Sword Chi was vast and mighty, and the entire world became cold in an instant. Boss, this sword. Hei Tian couldn't help but whisper in Gu Fei's ear. Gu Fei nodded, but didn't say anything. Sovereign sword? Some of the heavenly realm's elders exclaimed. It's not the legendary sovereign sword. But someone quickly refuted it. Even so, some of the heavenly realm's elders who were watching the battle from a distance were still moved. What sovereign sword? Gu Fei's sixth sense was much stronger than the average person's. He couldn't help but frown when he heard the elders' whispers. Could the sovereign sword they were talking about be the violet gold divine sword? The violet gold divine sword's origin was mysterious. Although Gu Fei had obtained it for a long time, he still didn't know its origin. Boom! A loud sound suddenly erupted at this moment. The Violet Emperor and the Little Peng Emperor had once again clashed. The earth-shattering sound startled Gu Fei awake from his contemplation. No one intervened because they didn't want to cause any trouble. The Violet Sovereign was the son of the primordial Emperor Xian, while the Little Peng was the prince of the Tian Peng clan. Both of them had powerful forces backing them. No one dared to ignore such forces. Bang! The desolate sky spear pierced through the void and turned into an immortal divine light. The spearhead was aimed at the Violet Sovereign's forehead. A terrifying divine power surged, and on the surface of the stone spear, there were countless divine runes. This was an ancient divine rune mastered by the Tian Peng clan. Outsiders couldn't understand it, but the experts of the Tian Peng clan had imprinted it on this ancient vicious weapon. Buzz! The violet sword vibrated and its sword aura soared to the sky. The violet divine sword seemed to have turned into a purple dragon that rushed up and collided with the desolate sky spear. Boom! There was another earth-shattering noise. At the place where the divine sword and the stone spear collided, a circle of visible ripples spread out. Then, the void collapsed and a radius of a few hundred meters turned into the most primordial chaos. The Amethyst Emperor and the Little Peng Emperor were sent flying more than 10 miles away by the opponent's power before they could stabilize themselves and stop their retreat. Half-Saint Weapon? Chapter 1034. This was a duel between semi-holy weapons. Terrifying energy ripples spread for hundreds of miles. Even the immortal soldiers and immortal generals standing on the clouds were blown away by the energy storm. Some of the heavenly world's elders couldn't help but retreat. Gu Fei, Yuan Hong, and the others had retreated far away at the first possible moment. The power emitted by the semi-saint weapon was too shocking and terrifying, and it had shattered the space around it. This was a terrifying power that surpassed the almighty realm. It was equivalent to the attack of half a supreme saint. Semi-holy weapon? Interesting. The golden-winged Little Peng Emperor flapped its golden wings and immediately left behind an afterimage. Its real body had already turned into a beam of golden light that flitted across the sky. The desolate sky spear in its hand pierced towards the Violet Emperor. The ominous aura of the primordial ominous weapon soared into the sky, shaking the heavens and the earth. The vast energy fluctuations nearly caused the heavens and earth to collapse. Buzz! The amethyst sword vibrated. 9 rays of purple sword light rushed out from the Amethyst Emperor's hand like 9 dragons and pierced towards the Little Peng. Boom! A ray of purple sword light met the desolate sky spear and was directly shattered by the spear. The void shook violently. The sword light couldn't block the attack of the Little Peng. Boom! Another tremor was heard. Another ray of purple sword light collided with the desolate sky spear. However, the result was the same. The desolate sky spear couldn't be shaken. This primordial vicious weapon displayed unparalleled might. It shattered 8 purple sword chi in a row before it was stopped. The violent collision caused a few bloody marks to appear on the little Peng Emperor's hands that were tightly gripping the spear. Golden divine blood flowed out, and the little Peng Emperor almost couldn't hold on to the spear anymore. Swish! The sword light broke through the void. The remaining purple sword light was like a rainbow. It instantly streaked across the void and slashed towards the little Peng. Although the sword light hadn't reached the little Peng yet, the little Peng's skin was already in pain from the cold sword chi. Swish! The wings on the little Peng Emperor's back spread open, displaying the extreme speed of a heavenly Peng. In an instant, he retreated thousands of meters away. However, the purple sword light was still chasing after him. It was difficult to escape. However, the little Peng Emperor managed to catch his breath in that split second. He shook the desolate sky spear in his hand and met the purple sword light head-on. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out as the purple sword light and the stone spear collided. The sound was so loud that everyone's ears were buzzing. The stone spear shattered the purple sword light. This was the first time the golden-winged little Peng Emperor was forced to retreat. This made him very depressed. He didn't expect his opponent to have a semi-sage weapon as well. Moreover, the might of the Violet Emperor's semi-sage weapon was not inferior to his primordial ominous weapon, the desolate sky spear. When Gu Fei and the others saw the scene, they were also shocked. Could it be that these fellows are able to fully exert the might of a semi-saint weapon? He Tian said. The might displayed by these 2 semi-saint weapons had definitely surpassed the almighty realm. No wonder the golden-winged little Peng Emperor was so arrogant. With such a semi-saint weapon in hand, he could indeed look down on his peers. He might even be able to fight against the antiques of the heaven realm. This isn't the true power of a semi-saint weapon. Yuan Hong stared at the two and said. Yes. Gu Fei nodded. The power of a semi-saint weapon could only be fully exerted in the hands of a semi-saint. A celestial being realm emperor would definitely not be able to exert the true power of a semi-saint weapon. It had to be said that with a semi-saint weapon in hand, these two could look down on the younger generation of the heaven realm. The Violet Emperor was regarded as the future ruler of the Eastern Land. He definitely had the strength to do so. As for the golden-winged little Peng Emperor, as the most outstanding prince of the heavenly Peng clan, he also had the strength to compete with the Violet Emperor. The golden-winged little Peng Emperor and the Violet Emperor moved quickly in the void. The little Peng Emperor displayed the extreme speed of a heavenly Peng, so he had the advantage in terms of speed. Swoosh! 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 The little Peng Emperor flashed around the Violet Emperor. It was as if there were more than 10 little Peng Emperors surrounding the Violet Emperor. No one could tell which one was the little Peng Emperor's real body. Of course, Gu Fei and He Tian were the only exceptions. Gu Fei had the martial Dao heavenly eye, and He Tian had the Yin-Yang divine eye, which could see through all falsehoods. Only they could see the little Peng Emperor's real body. The little Peng Emperor's speed in the void was too fast. The extreme speed of a heavenly Peng was not inferior to his 8 steps extreme speed. Gu Fei's eyes flickered. This was a powerful opponent. Not knowing why, Gu Fei felt that there would definitely be a battle between him and the little Peng Emperor. This was a kind of intuition. The heaven realm was the same as the human realm. Every race had ushered in their most prosperous period. Experts from every race emerged in large numbers. For example, the Violet Emperor and the little Peng Emperor were only 2 of the younger generation in the heaven realm. In the heaven realm, there were definitely more monstrous geniuses that were stronger than these 2. The Violet Emperor was also impressive. He responded to the myriad of changes by remaining unchanging. One man and one sword seemed to have fused into one. As he brandished his sword intent, rays of purple divine light rushed out from his hand, piercing through the void and splitting the heaven and earth, destroying the afterimages left behind by the little Peng Emperor. There were a few times when the desolate heaven spear was about to pierce through the Violet Emperor. However, at the critical moment, the Violet Emperor blocked the Little Peng Emperor's attack with his divine sword. Heavenly war-slaying art, heaven and earth shattering. The Little Peng Emperor shook the stone spear in his hand. Finally, he used the supreme killing art of the heavenly Peng race. The stone spear in his hand released a dazzling divine light. Dao runes interweaved on the surface of the stone spear. A terrifying aura that could destroy the heaven and earth spread out from the stone spear. Bang! The stone spear seemed to have turned into an eternal killing light. The powerful energy wave crushed the void in front of it. The terrifying chi sealed the entire heaven and earth. The Violet Emperor had nowhere to hide. Everyone was shocked. No one had thought that the Little Peng Emperor would use such a killing art. This was the ultimate killing art of the heavenly Peng race. It would only be used in a life or death battle. Has the Little Peng Emperor gone mad? Even Yuan Hong was shocked by the Little Peng Emperor's attack. He had fought with the Little Peng Emperor before, but it had never used such a killing technique in the end. Was he going to fight to the death with the Violet Emperor? Swish! The desolate heaven spear turned into a killing light that instantly pierced through the Violet Emperor. Everyone's eyes bulged out of their sockets when they saw this scene. Even those old geezers couldn't help but be moved. If the Violet Emperor died, the primordial Emperor Xian would definitely go crazy. The entire heaven realm would become even more unstable. It was as if they could already see a reign of terror. Chapter 1035. The Little Peng used the supreme killing technique of the Tian Peng race. The desolate sky spear in his hand transformed into an eternal beam of light that pierced through the void, shattering heaven and earth. A terrifying power surged from the desolate sky spear, locking down this part of the world. This kind of power was truly frightening, causing heaven and earth to lose color. The Violet Emperor had nowhere to run. His monstrous divine power sealed off all his paths of retreat. Swish! The Violet Emperor's body was pierced through by the desolate sky spear. Afterward, his entire body turned to ash that dissipated into the void. It was as if the Little Peng Emperor's attack had killed him in both body and soul. When everyone saw this, they couldn't help but be shocked to the extreme. The Violet Emperor had fallen? No way. The Violet Emperor had fallen. The primordial Emperor Xian would definitely go crazy. The Little Peng Emperor had caused trouble this time. Perhaps even the Tian Peng race wouldn't be able to protect him. A bloody storm was unavoidable. He's dead? The Little Peng Emperor didn't feel the slightest bit of joy from killing a powerful enemy. His divine eyes scanned the surroundings. He had a strange feeling that something wasn't right. The Violet Emperor was the son of the primordial Emperor Xian. He was the second strongest person in the Eastern Earth. How could he be killed so easily? The Little Peng Emperor was on high alert. Gu Fei also frowned when he saw this. Swish! Just as everyone thought that the Amethyst Emperor had fallen, the space behind the Little Peng Emperor suddenly distorted. A figure rushed out of the void without any warning. The Little Peng Emperor's hair stood on end. He instantly sensed something strange behind him. An extremely dangerous aura enveloped him. He didn't hesitate to use his heavenly Peng extremity and rush forward. Swish! A golden light so fast that it couldn't be seen by the naked eye tore through the void. In an instant, it had traveled hundreds of meters, but it was already too late. Bang! A huge violet hand ruthlessly slammed into the Little Peng Emperor's back. The sound of bones breaking rang out. The Little Peng Emperor's divine wings were directly broken, causing golden feathers to scatter in all directions. Each feather was shrouded in golden light. These were the divine feathers of the Tian Peng race. Roar! The Little Peng Emperor was sent flying thousands of meters away. His body was almost destroyed. He coughed up large mouthfuls of golden divine blood. Every drop of blood was golden. The great golden-winged Peng was also a metal divine beast among the 5 connate divine beasts. Like the golden spirit ape, it was born from the metal ancestral chi at the beginning of the world. Golden-winged Little Peng Emperor roared in anger. Streams of metal element divine power rushed out of his body, and the flesh and blood on his divine wings surged. His wounds were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this level of cultivation, even if the body suffered even more severe injuries, it would be able to recover in an instant, unless the primordial spirit was attacked. At this realm, the little Peng Emperor. The void shook violently, and a purple figure directly walked out of the void. That person's entire body was shrouded in purple chi. Who else could it be other than the Violet Emperor who had just been killed by the little Peng Emperor's spear? Not only did Peng Emperor not die, but he had caught him off guard and injured the little Peng Emperor. He inherited one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. Gu Fei muttered to himself. He could see the secret art Peng Emperor had used. Others might not know about the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, but Gu Fei did. He had once refined the celestial ancestors' soul memories. No one knew these arts better than he did. Although the celestial ancestor didn't have the complete 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, he knew how powerful the other secrets were. Peng Emperor had broken through the heaven-battling Slayer art's death domain. Only the void reversal of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao could do this. Void reversal melded one's body into the void of the world. Nothing could touch one's body, and one could come and go as one with the world. When this secret technique was cultivated to the great accomplishment realm, one could go anywhere. There were no forbidden lands or dead lands in the world. These dangerous lands were like broad roads in front of the anti-void secret technique. Those who could cultivate this secret art could even break through the killing arrays of an extreme Tao saint. Void reversal? This guy. Hearing this, He Tian's expression changed. If Peng Emperor had really cultivated this secret art, then he would be in an invincible position. The little Peng Emperor was about to meet a tragic end. Damn it. Despicable bastard. The little Peng Emperor was enraged. He strode through the void, approaching Peng Emperor step by step. The desolate sky spear in his hand emitted a monstrous might. Rumble, the little Peng Emperor was like an ancient divine mountain moving through the void. His aura rose to the extreme, causing the void to tremble. He displayed strength that was much more powerful than ordinary celestial realm emperors. The spectators were all incomparably shocked. The Tianpeng race had been silent for a long time, but they didn't expect such a powerful little Peng Emperor to appear. Was the heavenly realm going to welcome another golden age? Some old fogies of the heavenly realm were muttering to themselves. This was the cycle of the great Tao of heaven and earth. With the arrival of the golden age, all heroes would rise. Battles were inevitable. This was an incomparably difficult path to prove one's Tao. The path to becoming a saint would inevitably be paved with the corpses of heroes. The heavenly war-slaying art was the supreme killing art of the celestial Peng race. The desolate sky spear emitted a vast amount of energy, forming a domain filled with baleful aura. A region seemed to have appeared around the little Peng Emperor. Countless white bones could be faintly seen, and a sea of blood was surging. Faint and illusory figures were struggling. Bang! The little Peng Emperor shook the stone spear in his hand. The phenomenon around him immediately gathered around the stone spear. Countless runes bloomed on the spear, and a trace of the great Tao's power attracted the power of heaven and earth. Sensing the terrifying fluctuations coming from the desolate sky spear, even the old fogies of the heavenly realm couldn't help but be moved. What a terrifying spear! Gu Fei felt an extreme danger from the desolate sky spear in the little Peng Emperor's hand. His heart couldn't help palpitating. The heavenly war-slaying art and the desolate sky spear really are one. Is this a killing art specially created for this murderous weapon? The old fogie's eyes lit up. They knew the origin of the desolate sky spear. It was the celestial Peng race's supreme treasure. Could it be that the heavenly war-slaying art was imprinted on it? Some people already had their eyes on the desolate sky spear. Die. At this time, the little Peng Emperor's aura reached its peak. The stone spear flew out of his hand and instantly pierced through the Violet King. The desolate sky spear was too fast. The Violet King didn't even have time to react. Swish! Without any suspense, the desolate sky spear pierced through the Violet King. NBSP. Chapter 1036. The Sky Rock Race's heavenly slaying art was no small matter. In the hands of the Little Peng Emperor, it was enough to challenge the ancient existences of the heavenly realm. Please remember me. Without any suspense, the killing light formed by the stone spear pierced through the Purple Emperor once again. But this time, no one was shocked. The Little Peng Emperor couldn't kill the Violet Emperor with his spear the first time. But would he succeed the second time? Boom! The void shook as the desolate sky spear blossomed with divine light. In an instant, it melted the void, leaving nothing behind. The Little Peng Emperor's attack had turned the Violet Emperor's location into the most primal chaos. You still won't die this time? The Little Peng Emperor sneered. This attack had even shattered the Violet Emperor's location. How could the Violet Emperor escape? The Little Peng Emperor was very confident. So what if he was the Violet Emperor? So what if he was the son of the primordial Emperor Xian? So what if he was killed? The Little Peng Emperor didn't have any misgivings. But the spectators were sweating. If the Violet Emperor died, it would cause a huge storm in the heavenly realm. Now that the demons were becoming more active and the heavenly realm was in turmoil, the human race should unite and not fight each other. That would weaken the righteous path and give the demons an opportunity. Those with foresight were already worried about the road ahead. Swish! The void behind the Little Peng Emperor twisted once more. How is this possible? The Little Peng Emperor turned around abruptly. The desolate sky spear that he had already retracted pierced forward. The mighty destructive power that emanated from the stone spear tore apart the heavens and earth, shattering the distorted void in front of it. Bam! Suddenly, a huge purple hand came from the side of the Little Peng Emperor and struck his right shoulder. Kacha! The sound of bones cracking came from the Little Peng's body. Divine power was vast and mighty. The purple hand smashed the bones of the Little Peng into pieces. Ah! The Little Peng Emperor was both shocked and furious. He couldn't help but fly to the side. Although his shoulder bones were shattered, he still tightly held onto the desolate sky spear. Everyone's eyeballs were protruding out of their sockets. They were dumbfounded. The owner of the purple hand was the Zi Huang. He had once again escaped the heaven-battling slaughter technique and sent the Little Peng Emperor flying again. This caused the Little Peng Emperor to feel ashamed and inconsolable. What kind of secret technique is this? I didn't expect the Purple Emperor to have cultivated such a secret technique. Such a secret art is too weird and dreadful. The spectators from afar were all staring at the two of them. However, no one could tell how the Zi Huang had managed to dodge the warring heavens slaying technique. Even those old antiques of the heaven realm who had lived for a very long time couldn't catch the trajectory of the Purple Emperor's movements. They had no idea how he did it. Could it be the legendary secret skill? An old man, whose hair and teeth had almost all fallen off, muttered to himself. Deep in his murky old eyes, a bright light flashed. Behind the old man stood 3 cultivators. One was a black-robed middle-aged man, while the other 2 were black-robed youths. These 3 cultivators all emitted an extremely obscure aura. Old ancestor, could the Zi Huang have obtained that person's inheritance? The middle-aged man asked respectfully. The black-robed middle-aged man was a Shin King. The other 2 black-robed youths were also at the peak of the 9th level of the mysterious transformation realm. Yuan Gu really hit it well. The old man didn't say much. He just said this out of nowhere, leaving the black-robed middle-aged man and the 2 youths confused. Void reversal. This is definitely one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the void reversal secret technique. Gu Fei's eyes lit up. He no longer had any doubts that the Zi Huang had actually obtained one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao created by the supreme Tao ancestor. Using one's own body to counter attacks, leaving no traces behind. Now that Zi Huang had mastered this secret technique, he was indeed invincible. Even Gu Fei felt a great deal of pressure. Gu Fei thought that even if he were to fight against the Violet Sovereign, he might not have the confidence to win. He had already grasped 3 of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao: Ascend, Divine Seize, and 1 breath into 3 pure. Each secret possessed heaven-defying power that could instantly reverse the tide of a battle. The 9 secrets of the immortal Tao had been lost. Even the primeval Tao Gate, which claimed to be the inheritance of the supreme Tao ancestor, hadn't been able to cultivate it, let alone other cultivators. Gu Fei wanted to gather all 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. But he knew that this was something that could only be encountered by chance. It was too difficult. Now that he had seen the other secret, he couldn't help but feel a bit tempted. Despicable scoundrel, fight me fair and square if you have the guts. The little Peng flew into a rage out of humiliation after being sent flying twice in a row. He rushed over from a distance. His broken right shoulder was now as good as new. It's fine as long as I can defeat you. What's with all this nonsense? The Zi Huang sneered. In truth, he had already been merciful. Otherwise, the little Peng would have died twice already. The Zi Huang didn't kill either time, only heavily injuring the little Peng's body. If the Zi Huang really wanted to kill him, the little Peng wouldn't have been able to withstand it. How could the little Peng not know that his opponent was being merciful? However, it was also because of this that the arrogant him couldn't accept this reality. Ah! The little Peng almost coughed up blood. His opponent was too despicable, but he had to admit that his opponent's secret art was terrifying. Even the desolate sky spear wasn't able to seal his opponent, allowing him to escape with a secret art. Swoosh! Without saying anything else, the little Peng Emperor rushed forward once more. This time, he was truly enraged. He no longer held back. Seal the heavens and trap the earth, omnidirectional annihilation. With a furious roar, his body blossomed with divine light. He seemed to have fused with the desolate sky spear in an instant, transforming into an unprecedentedly powerful killing light. Boom! Terrifying divine power swept through the heavens and earth, shattering the void. The sky itself seemed on the verge of collapsing, the earth quaked, and the earth sank. The little Peng's all-out attack shook heaven and earth. The killing light became the only thing between heaven and earth. Even the celestial realm's elders paled. Terrifying god power sealed off a part of the world. Even the people watching from afar felt uncomfortable, as if an ancient divine mountain had suddenly pressed down on them. This. Chapter 1037. The little Peng Emperor was going all out. He executed the sure-kill technique of the warring heavens slaying art. His entire person seemed to have transformed into a beam of destructive divine light, drawing upon boundless energy and piercing toward the Violet Emperor. Tens of thousands of beams of light shot out from all directions, trapping the Amethyst Emperor within. The void was shattered, the heaven and earth were pierced, and the Amethyst Emperor had nowhere to run. This killing art was too terrifying. Even when facing an army of thousands, the Amethyst Emperor could still destroy them all by himself. The heavenly slaying art truly lived up to its name. Everyone was shocked. Even the Amethyst Emperor's expression changed. 3,000 worlds, let me roam as I please. Negate the void. The Amethyst Emperor roared in a low voice. The violet chi around his body disappeared into his body. Then, his entire being became blurry, and he disappeared in the void. Clang! The stone spear let out a metallic sound. The void where the Amethyst Emperor was instantly shattered into thousands of pieces. Under the power of the divine strength of annihilation, the void became the most primitive form of chaos. How is this possible? Everyone's eyes widened and their jaws dropped. Under such an attack, the Amethyst Emperor could actually escape. It was truly unbelievable. The Violet Emperor's Deva Realm aura had completely disappeared, and no one could sense the Violet Emperor's existence. Even Erebus, who had cultivated the yin-yang divine eyes and could interweave the power of the great Tao, could only see an extremely faint afterimage. In between Gu Fei's eyebrows, a purple mark appeared, as if a divine eye was about to open. This was the martial path heavenly eye that Gu Fei had cultivated. Although it hadn't truly opened, he could still sense the Amethyst Emperor's aura. Obviously, although the Amethyst Emperor had obtained the Negate the Void technique, he hadn't cultivated it to the grand completion level. Therefore, he could still sense a trace of him. The Amethyst Emperor hadn't truly negated the void. He had completely merged with the world around him. Otherwise, nobody would be able to sense his presence. This was walking in the void, and the body of the Violet Emperor seemed to be one with the surrounding void. Gu Fei saw the annihilation killing lights pierce through the phantom of the Violet Emperor, but he didn't see anything wrong with the Violet Emperor, as if he hadn't been injured at all. It was as if he had become a transparent mass of air, and all attacks were ineffective against him. The anti-void secret technique is indeed terrifying. Gu Fei's heart trembled. Every one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao possessed heaven-defying might. The unfathomable might of the secret art of disillusionment made even Gu Fei feel a great deal of pressure. If it wasn't for the fact that he had cultivated the martial path Heavenly Eye, even Gu Fei wouldn't have been able to capture any traces of the Violet Emperor. Even if the Violet Emperor was right in front of him, he probably wouldn't be able to detect it. The 9 secrets of the immortal Tao are truly wondrous. He Tian couldn't help but sigh when he saw this. What? The Violet Emperor is using the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao? Hearing Erebus' words, Chu Luqing was the first to cry out in alarm. Astonishment filled his face. Even the golden spirit ape Yuan Hong revealed an astonished expression. Yuan Hong's father was the sacred ape of the golden spiritual ape clan. He had been an invincible powerhouse during the Great Desolate Era who could stand shoulder to shoulder with an extreme sage. When the old sacred ape had disappeared, Yuan Hong had still been a child. Even so, Yuan Hong had learned many secrets of the world. The old sacred ape had once discussed with others about the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao created by the supreme Tao ancestor. The 9 secrets of the immortal Tao were created by heaven and earth. As long as one could cultivate one of the secrets, one would be able to dominate the world. Yuan Hong's expression turned solemn when he recalled his father's words. He had cultivated the fiery golden eyes, so he could also capture a trace of abnormality in the void. Although the Violet Emperor had cultivated the anti-void secret technique, it didn't seem to be at the right level yet. However, even though the Violet Emperor's anti-void secret technique hadn't reached grand completion yet, it was already enough. He traversed through the thousands of divine lights of annihilation without a sound or a trace. Not a single ray of divine light could hurt him, and he escaped from the thousands of divine lights. How can this be? The little Peng's heart shook. The Violet Emperor's technique was too strange. He couldn't even track the Violet Emperor's movements. The Violet Emperor was already in an invincible position. The little Peng had no choice but to face this fact. He had fused with the Desolate Sky Spear and used his sure-kill technique, but he still couldn't hurt the Violet Emperor at all. This made the little Peng's heart turn cold. Swoosh! He took advantage of the fact that he was still fused with the Desolate Sky Spear to fly into the sky. He hadn't truly lost yet, so he wanted to retreat just like that. However, how could there be such a good thing in this world? The little Peng had killed the immortal soldiers and generals under the primordial Emperor Xian. How could the Violet Emperor let the little Peng leave so easily? With a thought, he caught up to the little Peng. His speed was unimaginably fast. Even Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat. Such speed was definitely not inferior to the extreme speed 8 steps. Bang! A huge violet gold palm directly slammed out from the void, slamming against the terrifying divine light created by the little Peng and the Desolate Sky Spear. The divine light trembled and the little Peng's figure appeared. He was forced out of the state where he was fused with the Desolate Sky Spear. Swoosh! The little Peng didn't dare to stop and didn't even dare to retaliate. He continued to rush forward. Monstrous baleful energy filled the sky. The divine light of annihilation was fleeing at an astonishing speed. Bang! The violet gold palm appeared again, releasing a terrifying wave of immortal energy and ruthlessly slammed against the killing light. The Violet Emperor didn't want to let the little Peng go, so he chased after it. Roar! The little Peng roared in anger. Golden blood sprinkled down from the sky. The insufferably arrogant little Peng was completely suppressed by the Violet Emperor and didn't even have the strength to retaliate. One chasing and one fleeing, the little Peng and the Violet Emperor quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Many people chased after them. However, Gu Fei and the others didn't chase after them. Humph. The little Peng is too arrogant and conceited. It's rare to find someone who can teach him a lesson. Chu Luqing looked at the direction where the little Peng disappeared and said. Violet Emperor. Gu Fei also looked at the direction where the little Peng and the Violet Emperor disappeared. The son of the primordial Emperor Xian was indeed extraordinary. He actually obtained one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. In truth, the little Peng was quite unlucky. His strength was almost on par with the Violet Emperor. Even if the Violet Emperor could defeat him in the end, he would have to pay a great price. However, the Violet Emperor had mastered the anti-void secret art. Thus, the little Peng was no match for the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. Boom! At this moment, an earth-shattering explosion suddenly rang out in front of them. The entire world shook violently as an extremely powerful aura surged forth from the front. What's going on? Gu Fei and the others couldn't help but be startled. This powerful aura was at least the work of a supreme existence. Someone finally couldn't help but want to take action. The appearance of the moon deities' palace caused everyone in the heavenly world to be envious. Even the old antiques in the heavenly world would go crazy for it. That was the palace of the extreme Tao Saintess. Whoever could find the moon deities' palace would obtain the inheritance of the extreme Tao Saintess. This was one of the oldest legends in the heavenly world. What did the inheritance of the extreme Tao Saintess mean? It was no wonder that the primordial Emperor Xian had risked becoming enemies with the rest of the world to lay down a peerless divine formation in order to monopolize the moon deities' palace. However, no one wanted to see the primordial Emperor Xian obtain the inheritance of the moon deities. The true powerhouses of the heavenly world had begun to take action. Let's go. Yuan Hong and Gu Fei flew side by side in the direction of the explosion. He Tian, Shaoqing, Balan, and Chu Luqing hastily followed. Ao Wuchang has come to pay a visit. Someone was speaking. Even though his voice wasn't all that loud, it spread throughout the entire world. This was a type of Tao sound. Gu Fei and the others didn't dare approach. They stopped 100 miles away. They saw a figure standing in the air. It was a middle-aged man in plain clothes. His body was surrounded by divine light. It was 108 divine rings. Gu Fei felt an unimaginably powerful wave of divine power from that person. It was very oppressive, almost suffocating. This person, Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. This person was really too powerful. He was probably even more powerful than ordinary almighties. Just the aura coming from his body was enough to intimidate ordinary sovereigns. Ao Wuchang, at this moment, a voice came from a large formation. Battler Emperor Ao Wuchang? Didn't he die? When Chu Luqing heard this voice, he was so shocked that he almost jumped up from the ground. Battler Emperor? He Tian revealed a disdainful expression. This guy actually dared to call himself Battler Emperor? Was he already invincible in the same realm? Swish! A figure flickered in front of the formation. A majestic middle-aged man walked out. This person was the Eastern Earth Emperor Xian, Yuan Gu. He didn't wear luxurious clothes or put on any airs. His hair was tied behind him with a ribbon. There was no trace of immortal force or earth-shattering aura coming from his body. He looked just like an ordinary cultivator. Return to the natural state. You actually took that step. Ao Wuchang was shocked when he saw the Emperor Xian. He couldn't see through the other party's cultivation. The other party's cultivation was definitely above his own. Battler Emperor Ao Wuchang, you came at the right time. I was looking for an opponent that could rival me. Yuan Gu Emperor Xian said indifferently. Humph. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Ao Wuchang's body emitted a monstrous battle intent. He didn't say anything else. The two of them would inevitably fight. Boom! Crimson battle intent erupted from Ao Wuchang's body, transforming into a vast expanse of crimson lightning that hurtled toward immortal Emperor Yuan Gu. The area where Battler Emperor Ao Wuchang was standing instantly turned into a sea of blood-colored lightning. A radius of several dozen miles was instantly covered by the blood-colored lightning. N. Chapter 1038. The Battle Emperor Ao Wuchang was extremely domineering. Even when facing Yuan Gu Immortal Emperor, he still made the first move. Blood-colored lightning tore through the void and shattered the heaven and earth, enveloping a radius of 10 miles. It was a sea of blood-colored lightning that drowned everything. The destructive power was wreaking havoc. No one could see the Yuan Gu Emperor Xian and the War Emperor Ao Wuchang within it. It's a fight, Ao Wuchang versus Yuan Gu, who will win? The War Emperor Ao Wuchang was famous 10,000 years ago. He is the War Emperor among War Emperors. Yuan Gu has met his match. Terrifying energy fluctuations spread out and could be sensed within a 10,000-mile radius. The War Emperor Ao Wuchang's attack immediately alerted everyone gathered in the area. Ancient figures appeared in the vicinity and some heavenly world's old antiques were whispering to each other. That old guy is also here. Suddenly, He Tian's voice rang out in Gu Fei's mind. Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled when he heard this. Then, he looked around and saw an extremely old man with 3 juniors appearing in the sky. The old man's turbid eyes glanced at Gu Fei unintentionally. Hiss. Gu Fei sucked in a breath of cold air as goosebumps rose all over his body. The old man's gaze seemed to have seen through him completely. This person is very scary, Gu Fei said. The old man glanced at Gu Fei and no longer paid attention to Gu Fei. He continued to focus on the battle in front of him. Boom! The heavens and earth shook. An extremely powerful aura suddenly erupted from within the blood-colored lightning. The entire void trembled and the sky seemed like it was about to collapse. A figure emitting dazzling divine light stepped out from within the blood-colored lightning. Vast and mighty immortal energy surrounded his body. Thousands of strands of propitious energy blocked the blood-colored lightning from approaching him. Like a celestial emperor, the endless blood-colored lightning collapsed with a wave of his hand. The ocean of blood-colored lightning that enveloped a 10-mile radius instantly dissipated. Clang! The moment the blood-colored lightning collapsed, a battle sword let out a deafening cry. The resplendent swordlight tore the sky apart as it fell from the sky and pierced the top of the head of the Yuan ancient Emperor Xian. The sword chi surged between the heavens and the earth. Everyone who felt the impact of this sword chi felt cold all over, as if a divine sword was pressed against their throats. Bam! Yuan Gu Emperor Xian casually threw a punch upwards. There was no dazzling divine light or any fluctuation of immortal force on his fist. However, the seemingly ordinary punch had knocked the battle sword away, and Ao Wuchang's figure was forced out of the void. All right. Ao Wuchang grabbed the sword with one hand and pointed it at Emperor Xian. His battle intent surged. Meeting an opponent like Emperor Xian made his blood boil. Worthy of his reputation, Yuan Gu Emperor Xian couldn't help but become serious. His opponent had become famous before him. As the saying goes, a person's reputation is like a tree's shadow. The Battle Emperor definitely had the cultivation and strength to look down on emperors of the same level. Ao Wuchang and Yuan Gu Emperor Xian were just testing him. Again. Ao Wuchang shook the sword in his hand. Buzz! With a clang, the sword radiated an endless blood-red light, illuminating the entire world in the color of blood. It was a blood-colored divine sword. The sword chi surged like a sea of blood had appeared between the heavens and earth. The fierce murderous aura caused everything in the world to tremble. Swish! 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 The endless blood-colored light condensed into rays of annihilation divine light that pierced through the void like heavenly swords descending from the heavens and earth. They attacked Yuan Gu Emperor Xian from all directions. The terrifying sword chi spread for hundreds of miles, forcing some of the spectators to retreat further away. Swish! A ray of blood-colored light swept through a mountain and actually severed it from the waist down. The mountain toppled, the earth quaked, and dust rose high into the sky. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked at this scene. Battle Emperor Ao Wuchang was indeed powerful. His blood-slaughter divine light was unstoppable and could destroy everything. All the old antiques in the heavenly world were watching. Although some said that Yuan-gu Emperor Xian had already taken that step, not many believed it. Ao Wuchang jumping out at this time was just the right time to force Yuan-gu to reveal his true strength. However, in the face of Ao Wuchang's fierce attack, Yuan-gu Emperor Xian remained calm. His body was shrouded in auspicious immortal light as rays of divine light interweaved outside his body. The divine rays of bloody slaughter were swift to the extreme, and they pierced through immortal Emperor Yuan-gu in an instant. However, something that left everyone dumbfounded happened. The rays of bloody slaughter that were piercing towards immortal Emperor Yuan-gu actually turned around and shot towards Ao Wuchang. Everyone was dumbfounded at this scene. Yuan-gu Emperor Xian didn't seem to have done anything. He didn't even move a finger, but all the attacks were reversed in an instant. Giving him a taste of his own medicine, what kind of divine art was this? No one wasn't moved. Yuan-gu Emperor Xian's methods were too shocking. He had grasped some kind of secret art that could reverse attacks. He was probably in an invincible position. Gu Fei was equally shocked. This wasn't a void-shifting divine art, but a peerless secret art. There was no trace of Yuan-gu Emperor Xian's attack. However, the Battle Emperor's attack had been reversed. One of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the chaotic secret art? Gu Fei was truly stunned this time. It seemed like the other party had grasped more than one secret art. The chaotic secret art was one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. Legend had it that when cultivated to the grand completion level, even time and space could be reversed. It was the most unfathomable secret art among the 9. Another one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao? Yuan Hong was shocked when he heard this. Yuan-gu, the celestial emperor of the eastern land, was truly terrifying. He had actually mastered 2 secret arts. It should be known that the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao were already incomplete in the desolate era. It had to be said that Yuan-gu Emperor Xian had great luck to obtain 2 peerless secret arts. These were supreme arts created by an extreme Tao saint. Battle Emperor Ao Wuchang was also shocked to the extreme. He waved his sword and blocked the bloody divine light that was reversing back at him. 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the old man who had lost all his teeth and hair muttered to himself. Divine light shot out from the depths of his turbid eyes. It was as if 2 universes were evolving in his eyes. You actually obtained the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. Ao Wuchang's voice changed. A saint's art was an invincible art. How could they fight if Yuan-gu Emperor Xian had grasped the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao? Everyone was shocked to hear this. Even some powerful figures who didn't take Yuan-gu Emperor Xian seriously were now very afraid of him. Chapter 1039. The 9 secrets of the immortal Tao and the saint's art shocked even the old antiques of the celestial realm. They were even more shocked than when they heard that primordial Emperor Xian had taken that step. You're no match for me. Primordial Emperor Xian was very confident. He strode through the void like a celestial emperor, and with every step he took, auspicious clouds and auspicious chi appeared beneath his feet. The aura of the immortal Tao pervaded the air. As he walked over, Ao Wuchang's expression changed, and he continuously retreated. There was no one who wouldn't be moved by the saint's art. It was a Tao technique created by deriving the great Tao of the world. It could draw upon the power of the great Tao and possessed unfathomable power. Preposterous. At this moment, Ao Wuchang was truly in a dilemma. With his current cultivation, even if immortal Emperor Yuan-gu really took that step, he would still be able to put up a fight. But now, Ao Wuchang's confidence had suffered a blow. His opponent had actually obtained the legendary 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, which could reverse all of his attacks. Primordial Emperor Xian had grasped this secret technique and was now in an invincible position. Damn it! Blood massacre in all directions. Ao Wuchang roared and then shook the blood fiend's sword in his hand. An extremely terrifying sword chi suddenly erupted, surging in the heavens and earth. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Whoosh! 8 beams of blood fiend sword light shot into the sky, drawing upon the power of the world from all directions. They instantly entered the sky and disappeared. The next moment, an extremely terrifying wave of energy came crashing down from the sky. It was as if the world itself was sinking. Although Gu Fei and the others were very far away, they still felt a great pressure. The power that came crashing down from the sky was simply too powerful. Boom! The 8 rays of demonic blood sword light reappeared. At this time, the 8 rays of sword light had become over 10 miles long. They were like blood-colored rainbows as they descended from the sky. They emitted a torrential sword chi as they slashed towards immortal Emperor Yuan Gu below. The 8 beams of sword light sealed the surroundings, drawing upon the power of the world to destroy everything. The void was collapsing and the earth was sinking. It was unstoppable. Is this the true power of the Battle Emperor? Gu Fei's pupils couldn't help but constrict when he witnessed this scene. Ao Wuchang is stronger than all the emperors I've met, and he's definitely an emperor amongst emperors. The 8 blood fiends sword lights tore through the heavens and earth, emitting a destructive power that made everyone's hearts palpitate. It was as if they could destroy everything, and even the void was destroyed by the sword lights. However, the unbelievable scene from before happened again. The primordial Emperor Xian was still closing in on Ao Wuchang, and no one saw him use any spells. However, just like before, the 8 sword lights that seemed capable of destroying heaven and earth were mysteriously reversed when they reached Yuan Gu Emperor Xian's side. Buzz! The 8 demonic blood sword lights vibrated, and the sound pierced through the void and went straight up to the 9 heavens. Every sword light was emitting a terrifying destructive bloody light, and the target of every sword light changed in an instant. Ao Wuchang immediately turned pale with fright, and the expressions of everyone who witnessed this changed too. No one knew better than Ao Wuchang how powerful this killer move of his was. This move had drawn upon the chi of the 9 heavens, and it could destroy everything and kill everything in its path. However, at this moment, the killer move that he was so proud of had been completely reversed. The 8 blood fiend sword lights were no longer under his control, and they were piercing toward him. Roar! Ao Wuchang roared furiously. His long hair stood on end, and his surroundings were surrounded by blood-colored divine lights. He seemed to have turned into an ancient god of slaughter, and he swung the sword in his hand to block the attack. At the same time, he rapidly retreated. Clang! The first blood-colored sword light was shattered, and Ao Wuchang was sent flying thousands of meters away. The second blood fiend sword light pierced through, and Ao Wuchang was sent flying thousands of meters away again. Ao Wuchang wasn't bad either. He'd successively shattered 7 blood fiend sword lights that were over a dozen kilometers long, but his hands that held the sword were bleeding from the impact, and blood was seeping out of his mouth. The 8th blood fiend sword light pierced through, and Ao Wuchang felt powerless in his heart. He was actually about to be defeated by his own killer move, and it made him feel so depressed that he almost vomited blood. He hadn't lost to his opponent's killer move, but to his own killer move. Clang! Another deafening clang resounded, and the 8th blood fiend sword light was shattered. However, the blood fiend sword in Ao Wuchang's hand was sent flying as well. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and he was sent flying hundreds of kilometers away. There was nothing more unfortunate than being defeated by oneself. Ao Wuchang was known as the Battlemaster Emperor, and his combat strength was so formidable that he was practically invincible among Monarch Realm experts. The killer move that he'd executed with his full strength had been used on himself instead. This was something that Ao Wuchang had never dreamed of, and yet it had happened. The primordial Emperor Xian didn't chase after him. A figure rushed over from the distance and caught the falling Ao Wuchang. Then, that person waved his hand and took back the blood fiend sword, then turned around and left. The Battlemaster Emperor Ao Wuchang had been defeated, and he'd lost in an inexplicable manner. The primordial Emperor Xian had won, but it was also an inexplicable victory. No one knew how the primordial Emperor Xian had done it. One of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao grasped by the primordial Emperor Xian was too strange and terrifying. No one stepped forward, and no one questioned whether they could break the sage art. The primordial Emperor Xian's gaze swept through the surroundings, and only a few people dared to look him in the eye. Everyone else retreated. The primordial Emperor Xian had shocked everyone present. He didn't say anything, but everyone felt a great pressure. The primordial Emperor Xian had used his actions to prove that he had the power to monopolize the legendary palace of deities on the moon deities. Although there were many people gathered in the surroundings, including many old antiques from the heavenly world, no one said anything. The surroundings were silent. Is there really no one who is a match for the primordial Emperor Xian? He Tian transmitted his voice to Gu Fei. Those powerful characters seemed to be hesitating. The 9 secrets of the immortal Tao are the techniques of the sages. Unless someone has grasped a cultivation technique created by other sages, they'll probably end up even worse than Ao Wuchang if they were to face this immortal Emperor Yuan Gu, Gu Fei said via voice transmission. Boss, don't you have the inheritance of a sage? Why don't you go and try? He Tian said. You. Gu Fei said in an exasperated tone. Asking him to go up. Wasn't that asking him to die? Such a character could probably be killed with a single slap. Alas. Is there no one else in the heavenly world? Then let these old bones of mine join in the fun. At this moment, the extremely old man near Gu Fei's group suddenly spoke. Then, he walked out step by step. Old ancestor, the 3 cultivators behind the old man were startled. Don't worry, it's time for these old bones of mine to get some exercise. The old voice wasn't very loud, but it reached everyone's ears. Chapter 1040. Yuan Gu Emperor Xian had displayed his supreme sacred technique and defeated the battle Emperor Ao Wuchang, shocking everyone. The world was silent for a moment, and no one dared to come out. Please remember me, however, just as those powerful figures were hesitating, an old man walked out. This was an old man who could not be any older. His hair and teeth had almost all fallen out. His face was full of age spots, and his skin was wrinkled like a layer of old tree bark. Is this old man tired of living and wants to commit suicide? Daring to come out at this time is simply courting death. The surrounding people couldn't help but be shocked when they saw this scene. They didn't sense any powerful aura from the old man, nor did they sense any fluctuations of divine power. This old man was like a mortal who was about to die. However, when he saw the old man walk out, Yuan Gu Emperor Xian's face revealed an incomparably solemn expression. Some of the old antiques from the heavenly realm also seemed to be in deep thought. Brother Yuan Gu, why don't you open the formation and let this old man see the legendary palace of the moon deities? The old man's aged voice rang out. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. This old man actually dared to address immortal Emperor Yuan Gu as a brother. Could it be that he's actually a half-saint that took that step? Yuan Gu Emperor Xian thought for a moment and then said, Old man, you should leave. We just found an ancient ruin. There is no palace of the moon deities inside. What, this Yuan Gu is actually lying through his teeth. He really dares to monopolize the palace of the moon deities? Everyone couldn't help but be moved when they heard this. This Yuan Gu Emperor Xian really dared to monopolize the palace of the moon deities. Was he not afraid of becoming the world's enemy? Gu Fei, He Tian, and the others couldn't help but look at each other. They knew very well that even if the ancient city wasn't the palace of the moon deities, it was still a true holy city. In the depths of the burial moon grounds, many nirvana rebirth experts had also encountered a great calamity. Under the extreme divine might of the mountain and river cauldron, there was nothing that could be preserved. However, 1 or 2 of the people in the depths of the burial moon grounds that were undergoing nirvanic rebirth sensed danger and awoke from their state of nirvanic rebirth, and rushed out from the depths of the burial moon grounds. Someone knew what was happening in the depths of the burial moon grounds. The divine might of the extreme path caused all living beings in the world to tremble. Even the great figures who were in the state of nirvana were awakened. How could there not be a divine trace where the divine might of the extreme path appeared? Whether or not there is a palace of the moon deities, open the formation and let me have a look. The old man was old and clumsy, as if he would die at any time, but he refused to give in. If that's the case, then there's nothing more to say. Yuan-gu Emperor Xian said. He was straightforward and didn't say much because he knew that these people wouldn't leave so easily. Who wouldn't want to see the legendary palace of the moon deities, the palace built by the sages? Sigh. In the end, we still have to fight. The old man said helplessly. His thin body didn't seem to be able to withstand a punch from an ordinary person. However, Yuan-gu Emperor Xian didn't take this lightly. This old man had seen him defeat the battle Emperor Ao Wuchang, yet he still dared to come out. This meant that he must have something to rely on. Yuan-gu Emperor Xian stood in the void, surrounded by immortal qi and thousands of strands of immortal qi. He had no choice but to be cautious while facing this old man. He couldn't see through the old man's strength, so it was obvious that the other party's cultivation was similar to his. Otherwise, how could he not see through this old man? I didn't expect you to be so polite. If you won't make a move, then I will. When the old man saw that Yuan-gu Emperor Xian didn't show any signs of making a move, he raised his right hand, which looked like a chicken's claw. Everyone knew that Yuan-gu Emperor Xian had mastered an unfathomable secret technique that could reverse all attacks. The battle Emperor Ao Wuchang had been defeated by this secret technique. Even the old antiques from the celestial realm were nervously watching the scene. Everyone's eyes were focused on the old man. Could it be that he has cultivated a sacred technique that can decipher the 9 secrets of the immortal path? Gu Fei was shocked. The 9 secrets of the immortal path were sage techniques. Only sage techniques could decipher the 9 secrets of the immortal path. The old man slowly stretched out his right hand and pressed forward. There was no dazzling divine light, nor was there a mighty fluctuation of divine power. It was just a casual press. However, as the old man's right hand pressed forward, everyone felt a powerful pressure gradually acting on their bodies. It was as if an invisible hand was pressing down on them, trying to push them to the ground. The area within a radius of several hundred miles was shrouded by an unfathomable power. What kind of technique is this? Gu Fei and the others paled. They also felt a powerful pressure coming down from the sky, as if they were about to be suppressed by this power. This old geezer, He Tian, stared at the old man in extreme shock. He seemed to have figured out the old man's origin. His voice and body were both trembling. What's going on? Gu Fei and the others were startled when they noticed He Tian's strange behavior. It was rare to see He Tian like this. He seemed to be afraid and angry at the same time. His expression was very strange. Roar! Yuan-gu Emperor Xian bellowed. His entire body shone with dazzling immortal light. 108 rays of immortal light rushed out of his body and circled around him like peerless immortal swords. At this time, Yuan-gu Emperor Xian felt a great danger. This part of the world was being suppressed by an unfathomable power from the old man's hand. Terrifying destructive power surged towards Yuan-gu Immortal Emperor from all directions. The entire world seemed to be completely isolated, as if it was isolated from the outside world. Pitch-black spatial cracks began to appear and spread towards Yuan-gu Emperor Xian, forming the universe in the palm, suppressing heaven and earth. He Tian muttered to himself. It's really that old geezer. He's not dead. How is this possible? What are you talking about? Gu Fei frowned. How could this He Tian be so scared? Could it be that the old man was a supreme existence from ancient times? He Tian didn't seem to hear Gu Fei's words. He just stared at the senile figure in front of him in horror, as if he had been struck dumb. Chaotic reversal. Yuan-gu Emperor Xian couldn't stay calm anymore. He roared and directly used one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the chaotic reversal secret technique. He wanted to reverse all the attacks. However, he immediately realized that this time, the chaos reversal secret technique that he had tried so many times could not unleash its full potential. The void around Yuan-gu Emperor Xian was distorted. The spatial cracks that were rapidly spreading towards him were shifted away by the chaotic force. However, the spatial cracks didn't spread towards the old man. A sage technique. You also obtained a sage's inheritance? Chapter 1041. Rumble, a part of the world in the old man's hands seemed to have turned into a furnace of heaven and earth, trapping and sealing the ancient Emperor Xian inside. The power of heaven and earth was vast and mighty. The void collapsed, forming pitch-black spatial cracks that bombarded the ancient Emperor Xian. This was using the destructive power of the collapsing space to attack the opponent. Such a method was so frightening that even an almighty would feel a chill down their spine. Moreover, the power of earth, water, fire, and wind surged out from the cracks in the void, covering the sky and submerging the ancient Emperor Xian inside. The ancient Emperor Xian's roar kept coming from the world in front of the old man's palm. He was in big trouble and it was difficult for him to remain calm. It had to be said that one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, chaotic reversal, had the mighty power to reverse the situation. Although all the attacks were not reversed, it was still difficult for them to get close. Rays of immortal path divine light continued to penetrate the void as the ancient Emperor Xian's aura gradually increased. The 9 secrets of the immortal path are not invincible. The old man's aged voice resounded as he actually created a terrifying void that trapped the ancient Emperor Xian. This kind of world in the palm divine ability was really frightening. Even the powerful figures of the heavenly realms couldn't help but be shocked. Such a method was not something that an Emperor realm existence could display. In the heavenly realms, Emperor realm existences were equivalent to the current era almighties of the Tenglong continent. The current era almighties of the Tenglong continent could also be called emperors after entering the heavenly realms. Who the hell are you? The ancient Emperor Xian's voice pierced through the void, directly coming from the void created by the old man. His tone was incomparably dignified. Who am I? The old man thought for a moment and then said with a blank expression, "It's been too long, I can't even remember who I am." Alas. Living for too long is also troublesome. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked when they heard this. This old man was a true super antique. Some of the old monsters of the heavenly realms couldn't recognize this old man. Could it be that he was actually someone from the Great Desolate Era? If that was the case, it would be too inconceivable. After the destruction of the untainted land, countless powerful races of the untainted land were annihilated and completely disappeared from the world. Then, after a long period of time, the laws of heaven and earth were reorganized, and the heaven realm and the human realm were completely isolated. No one from the human realm could ascend to the heaven realm, and no one from the heaven realm could descend to the human realm. It was a miracle that they had survived the darkness. After all the supreme saints had disappeared during the darkness. Preposterous. Open. Yuan-gu Emperor Xian bellowed. Then, an extremely terrifying immortal Tao divine power erupted from the terrifying void world, causing the entire void world to shake violently. Bam! The power that sealed the void between heaven and earth was shaken, and the void world that the old man had conjured with his supreme power was broken. A beam of immortal light shrouded in auspicious aura rushed out. The old man's face revealed a trace of surprise. His right palm shook, and a cut appeared on his palm. A trace of blood seeped out of the cut. However, the cut only appeared for a moment, and the blood flowed back into the old man's palm. If one didn't pay attention, they wouldn't have noticed the abnormality in the old man's hand. Only some of the old antiques from the heavenly realms noticed the abnormality in the old man's hand. Even Gu Fei and He Tian didn't notice it. You really did take that step. The old man's turbid eyes flickered with a bright light. The old man's expression turned solemn. He couldn't take such an opponent lightly. Yuan-gu Emperor Xian didn't say anything. Even if he had taken that step, he wasn't invincible in the heavenly realms. The waters of the heavenly realms were too deep. Even with Yuan-gu Emperor Xian's ability, he could only become an emperor in the eastern land. The other regions of the heavenly realms all had super sections. Even Yuan-gu Emperor Xian wasn't willing to provoke them. Very good. This way, it won't be so boring, the old man said. Then, he walked step by step towards Yuan-gu Emperor Xian. With every step he took, the whole world shook under his feet. When the old man took his first step, someone vomited blood and was sent flying. When he took his second step, there was no one left in a radius of 300 miles. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. The old man's steps seemed to coincide with the great Tao of heaven and earth. With every step he took, the whole world shook. Even an emperor-level expert was affected. This was the power of the great Tao. Every step he took seemed to contain the truth of heaven and earth. The great Tao's rules appeared under the old man's feet, and the power of heaven and earth in a radius of hundreds of miles was fluctuating. Yuan-Gu Emperor Xian was shocked. The old man in front of him seemed to have become the incarnation of the great Tao of heaven and earth. His whole body was surrounded by the power of the great Tao. Every step he took made Yuan-Gu Emperor Xian feel a great impact. The old man took 3 steps, and Yuan-Gu Emperor Xian's body shook 3 times. A trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. It was too terrifying. The old man's combat power was enough to shock the world. This was the power of the great Tao of heaven and earth. The old man had attracted the power of the great Tao of heaven and earth. I told you that the 9 secrets of the immortal path are not invincible. The old man said. He was still walking forward. With every step he took, the power of the great Tao of heaven and earth surged under his feet. Even though they had retreated 250 miles away, everyone could still feel the terrifying fluctuations of the great Tao. It was as if an ancient divine mountain was pressing down on their hearts, making it difficult for them to breathe. Yuan-Gu Emperor Xian was the first to bear the brunt. One could imagine how powerful the impact was. Amazing. This old man is only 1 step away from the extreme grade realm. He Tian murmured. His expression changed several times. The old man's power made him very uneasy. The legendary half-step saint, the golden spirit ape Yuan Hong's fiery golden eyes flickered with golden light. His father was a sacred ape that could stand shoulder to shoulder with an extreme grade saint, so Yuan Hong's knowledge was extraordinary. If a saint doesn't appear, a half-step saint is invincible. Chu Luqing was even more shocked. He came from a powerful force in the heaven realm, so he naturally knew many secrets of the heaven realm. There were no saints in the heaven realm, but there were legendary half-step saints. However, even a half-step saint had not appeared in the world for millions of years. Unexpectedly, a half-step saint had jumped out at this time. Even the legendary half-step saint couldn't sit still when the palace of the moon deities appeared. Half-step saint, Gu Fei's eyes narrowed as he stared at the old man who was walking forward. Every step the old man took caused his heart to tremble violently. Although the old man was not attacking him, he still felt an impact and his soul was shaken. The old man seemed to be on the verge of death, but Gu Fei knew that the old man could kill him 1,000 times with just a finger. Chapter 1042. The old man's thin body became extremely terrifying. He walked in the void, and with every step he took, the great Tao seemed to be evolving and surging with Tao power. Damn it! Yuan-Gu Emperor Xian felt great pressure. He felt that the world around him had been completely controlled by his opponent. Even the chaos reversal secret technique, one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, couldn't display its full power. The power of the chaos reversal secret technique could only repel the power of heaven and earth surging from all directions, but it couldn't completely reverse the attack. This was the fluctuation of Tao power. Unless Yuan-Gu Emperor Xian had cultivated the chaos reversal secret technique to the great completion realm, he wouldn't be able to trigger such a power. He can actually trigger the great Tao power of heaven and earth. I didn't expect there to be such a person in the heaven realm. Yuan-Gu Emperor Xian was moved. The old man was too powerful. I didn't want to take action. How about we find a place to have some tea and a meal? We can talk slowly. The old man's aged voice resounded. Everyone was speechless. This old man really had a personality. This old man seems to be the same as you. Gu Fei transmitted his voice to He Tian. The old man's battle prowess was unparalleled, and everyone was afraid of him. Pfft! Don't compare me with this guy. He Tian was very unhappy. From his expression, it seemed that he really knew the old man's origin. At that moment, as the old man approached step by step, a cage appeared in the void around Yuan-gu Emperor Xian. It was a cage of heaven and earth formed by interweaving Tao power. "You can't trap me," Yuan-gu Emperor Xian said. His aura suddenly disappeared, and his whole body became blurry. In an instant, he disappeared from everyone's sight. Chaos reversal? The old man was not very surprised. He had already seen this secret technique before. When immortal Emperor Yuan-gu fought against the Little Peng Emperor, he had used this secret technique. It had to be said that this secret technique was really unfathomable. Yuan-gu Emperor Xian had disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was as if he had become one with heaven and earth. No one could sense his presence. Even Gu Fei, who had cultivated the martial path Heavenly Eye, and He Tian, who had cultivated the Yin-Yang Divine Eye, found it difficult to capture a trace of the primordial Emperor Xian. When the anti-void secret technique was displayed by the primordial Emperor Xian, compared to the Violet Emperor, it was like heaven and earth. They could not be compared at all. Bam! The old man took a step forward and the entire world shook. A terrifying aura spread out from his skinny body and the power of the Tao appeared under his feet. Streams of power of heaven and earth visible to the naked eye surged out from beneath the elderly man's feet, and the worldly cage up ahead was completely revealed in the air. The power of the Tao interweaved, and divine light shone resplendently. This was a holy prison condensed from the power of the heavens and the earth, and it sealed the heavens and trapped the earth. Even a semi-sage who had reached the great perfection of the heavens and earth would not be able to escape once he was sealed inside. Every ray of divine light that formed the cage was like a law of the world. The power of the great path circulated, causing everyone to feel an unprecedented pressure. The legendary means of a half-step saint were indeed terrifying. Swoosh! An illusory figure loomed in the worldly cage. It was almost shaken out of the void by the mighty power of the great path that came out of the cage. The anti-void secret technique of the primordial Emperor Xian was affected, and he could no longer completely merge with the world. Everyone could see his figure shrouded in the worldly cage. This figure was almost completely transparent, and everyone could only catch a trace of it. The anti-void secret technique, one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, had an unfathomable power. That almost transparent figure was like a layer of water that flickered in the cage of heaven and earth. Wherever it passed, there was nothing that could stop that figure. 9 secrets of the immortal path. The elderly man could not help but squint when he saw this scene. His eyes flickered. He had also used a sage technique, but it seemed that it was difficult to trap the primordial Emperor Xian. The anti-void secret technique and the anti-void secret technique were used at the same time. Even the worldly cage that the elderly man had condensed with the power of the great path could not trap it. The body of the primordial Emperor Xian seemed to have become a mass of air. It passed through the worldly cage that was formed by the interweaving rays of divine light and rushed out of the worldly cage controlled by the elderly man. Boom! The figure of the primordial Emperor Xian instantly appeared in the void. An extremely terrifying imperial aura erupted from his body, shaking the entire world. Even the clouds at the edge of the sky were dispersed. You actually obtained 2 of the 9 secrets of the immortal path. How surprising. The old man waved his hand, and the cage of heaven and earth in front of him was immediately withdrawn, disappearing into his sleeve. The primordial Emperor Xian did not speak. He looked at the elderly man with a changing expression. Finally, he turned around and left, disappearing into the large array behind him. Humph. Break in if you have the ability. The voice of the primordial Emperor Xian came from the large array. His words were heard by everyone present. His attitude was obvious. He wanted to monopolize the palace of the moon deities. The legendary palace of the moon deities was something that even a semi-sage would go crazy for. How could the primordial Emperor Xian so easily hand it over and share it with others? There was no doubt that the elderly man's strength was above that of the primordial Emperor Xian. During the battle just now, the primordial Emperor Xian had not attacked. He had been passively defending. It was obvious who was superior. Then, this old man will break in and see. The elderly man's tone was extremely serious. Then, he directly stepped into the void and walked toward the large array in front of him. The large array that the primordial Emperor Xian had set up enveloped an area of 10,000 miles. This was a super divine array that was still in the process of being perfected. It was obvious that this divine array was not simple. Humph. That old thing is going to suffer. He Tian could not help but gloat when he saw that the elderly man was really going to break into the super divine array. How do you know that he's going to suffer? Xiao Qing asked. He. In terms of proficiency in arrays, I'm afraid that no one in the heaven realm or the human realm can compare to me. Even I am not sure that I can break this large array. He Tian was very confident in his attainments in arrays and said proudly. Sure enough, after the elderly man broke into the super divine array in front of him, a monstrous evil chi suddenly erupted from the large array as if a terrifying heavenly beast had suddenly been startled. Rumble, the entire sky and earth immediately changed color and the sun and moon lost their light. Everyone could sense the changes between heaven and earth. The entire large array had unexpectedly drawn upon the power of heaven and earth. Roar! The elderly man roared as he rushed out of the large array. His hair was disheveled and his clothes were tattered. He looked battered and exhausted as if he had suffered a great loss. Chapter 1043. The super divine formation laid down by the primordial Emperor Xian had unexpectedly caused a semi-sage to suffer a great loss. It was unbelievable and everyone was shocked. Some people who originally wanted to break through the formation gave up on this idea. Even a semi-sage couldn't break through this divine formation. Moreover, he was covered in dust. Who would dare to break through this divine formation? Even the powerful figures of the heavenly realm didn't dare to act blindly without thinking. The old man looked as if he had been struck by lightning. The few remaining hairs on his head were standing up. His hair was disheveled and his face was dirty. His clothes were torn and his body was emitting black smoke. I will say it again. There is no palace of the moon deities here. The voice of the primordial Emperor Xian came out from the divine formation. Everyone felt a terrifying power condensing. The sky changed color and the sun and moon lost their luster. The power of heaven and earth was forcibly gathered by the mysterious power of the divine formation. Rays of divine light formed from the power of heaven and earth rushed over from all directions. Each ray was more than 10 miles long like a shocking divine rainbow. Such a scene was absolutely rare even in the heavenly realm. What kind of divine formation did the primordial Emperor Xian lay down? Everyone was shocked. Outrageous. Does he really dare to do this? Monopolizing the palace of the moon deities? Does he really think that he can rely on a divine formation to block everyone in the world? Some old antiques were very disdainful after listening to the words of the primordial Emperor Xian. There were 5 Emperor Xian and 4 God Emperors. Only the God Emperor of the Southern Mountains had made a move. The other Emperor-level characters hadn't made a move yet. The real experts were still watching. The heavenly realm definitely had more than one semi-sage. Each of the sects had a deep foundation. Little Yuan Gu, come out and fight if you have the guts. The old man cursed. He didn't have the demeanor of a peerless expert anymore. He had suffered a great loss and was very angry. If you have the guts, come in again. The voice of the primordial Emperor Xian resounded from the divine formation. How could he come out again? The old man's methods were simply too powerful. This old man had definitely received some sort of inheritance from a sage. Even a supreme divine technique like the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao could be suppressed. The technique the old man used was definitely comparable to the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. This made even primordial Emperor Xian's heart palpitate. If it weren't for the fact that he had mastered the anti-void secret technique, he would have been in real danger. You're pissing me off. Do you really think I can't do anything to you? The old man was furious. Show me what you've got. Yuan Gu Emperor Xian said. He was determined not to go out. This divine array could definitely block any existence below the level of a supreme saint. Yuan Gu Emperor Xian was very confident in the divine array that he had set up. Unless a supreme great path saint came personally, no one would be able to break this divine array. Very good. The old man was so angry that he laughed. Then, he began to carve in the air. Mysterious and ancient runes were carved in the air by the old man using supreme divine arts. This old thing, He Tian's eyes almost popped out when he saw this. The old man was setting up a formation that He Tian was very familiar with. This was a formation that he had created. Soon, the runes that were engraved in the void began to emit waves of divine power. A divine formation was taking shape. When the old man finished carving the last rune, countless runes instantly blossomed with divine light. An endless amount of heaven and earth chi frantically gathered towards the divine array. Old ancestor, the three cultivators that the old man had brought along couldn't help but be moved when they saw this. They knew that the old man was truly enraged. He actually wanted to go all out against Yuangu Emperor Xian. The three cultivators were obviously the old man's juniors. Meanwhile, the old man had already jumped into the divine array that he had set up. He sat cross-legged in the center of the divine array and circulated his supreme power to activate the divine array. Rumble, the heavens and earth shook. The divine array that the old man had set up was actually competing with the super divine array that Yuangu had set up. A small portion of the heaven and earth chi that had gathered from all directions was actually being devoured by the divine array that the old man had activated. The old man who was sitting cross-legged in the divine array emitted divine light. It was as if he had turned into a celestial emperor. He had a dignified appearance as he attracted the heaven and earth chi to his body. Break for me. As the endless heaven and earth chi gathered, a huge Dharma form emerged from the old man's body. It was a faint and illusory Dharma form that was thousands of feet tall. This was the heaven and earth Dharma form. The figure that was thousands of feet tall stretched out its right palm and directly slapped the super divine array in front of it. The heaven and earth void was annihilated under the palm of this heaven and earth Dharma form. The old man had relied on the power of the divine array to increase his combat power to an unbelievable level. When the palm slapped out, it was as if the heaven and earth were attacking. Bang! The big palm directly slapped into the super divine array in front of it. Countless runes of the array collapsed. The old man's attack had actually created a gap in the super divine array. Everyone was surprised and happy when they saw this. It seemed that the super divine array set up by Yuangu Emperor Xian was not unbreakable. However, the people were not done being happy. The gap in the divine array that had been created by the heaven and earth Dharma form was quickly repaired. The runes of the array reformed and the divine array operated as usual. It was as if it had not been attacked at all. This, the old man stopped. If such an attack could not destroy the super divine array, it was no wonder that Yuangu was so